Hello. Request all of you to kindly take your seats. Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of crowd on the right-hand side. Request all of you to kindly move to your respective seats, please. Hum barta ide nodi. Hello. Hum barta ide. Check madake. Yeah. Elrigu namaskara. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, industry leaders, delegates, and friends of MYSORE's digital economy ecosystem. Well, we are all gathered here at Infosys, MYSORE. As you all know, MYSORE is the cultural capital of Karnataka, the heritage city, the city of palaces, and one of the cleanest cities of this wonderful nation, Bharat. This is the day 2 of the 6th edition of the MYSORE Big Tech Show, a flagship initiative of the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission under the Department of Electronics, IT, Biotechnology and Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. On behalf of the entire organizing team, I am Shankar Prakash, extending a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Tamagellarigu ಆದರದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. Let's have some energy in the AC room, please. Okay. As per the wonderful traditions of our state, Karnataka, I request all of you to kindly rise for Nadagite. Jaya Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate. Dayaviಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
Jaya Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate, Jaya Sundara Nadivanagala Nade, Jaya He Rasa Rushigala ಮಧುಸೂದನ ರವ ತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ
Please sit down. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Well, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of today, we'll hear from policymakers, global consular representatives, industry anchors, and innovators who are together shaping Mysore's journey as a rising hub beyond Bengaluru. At this juncture, it's my pleasure to request the dignitaries to please come over and light the traditional lamp. I would like to call upon Dr. Selvakumar S., Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Commerce and Industries, Government of Karnataka; Dr. Manjula N., Secretary to Government, Department of Electronics, IT, BT and SNT, Government of Karnataka; Shri B.V. Naidu, Chairman of KDM; Shri Sudhanva Dhananjaya, Lead Industry Anchor, Mysore Cluster and Chairman and MD of Excelsoft; Shri Varun Agarwal, Senior Director of ASSOCHAM; Shri Ashok Chandak, President IESA and President of SEMI; Shri Bhaskar Verma, Regional Director of NASCOM; Mr. Mark Lamy, the Consul General of France in Bengaluru, India; Shri Munna Prasad Thakur, Chief General Manager, Network 4, Commercial Clients Groups, CCG, State Bank of India; Shri Mahadesha V., Jurisdictional Director, Software Technology Parks of India, STPI; Mr. Suresh Bojraj, Pro-Chancellor, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research; Shri Sabrishan, Center Head of Infosys, Mysore; Bhaskar Kalale, Industry Anchor and Chairman of TAI Mysore; and Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, CEO KDEM. I'd also request the representative from Ms. 10X also to please come over. Well, friends from the media have come here in large numbers. Please give a huge round of applause for the dignitaries and also the friends from the media, because through whom millions and millions of people will know about the 6th edition of the Mysore Tech Show. I'd like to thank all the dignitaries for traditionally lighting the lamp. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjaya, the lead industry anchor for the Mysore cluster and also the chairman and managing director of Excelsoft. As you are all aware, Sudhanva Dhananjaya has been at the forefront of building industry-government partnerships in this cluster, and it's my pleasure to request him for the opening remarks and welcome address. Please put your hands together and let's welcome on stage Shri Sudhanva Dhananjaya. Bani sir. Mysore's growth story. Do that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to another important stage of today's event, a conversation that would lie together with the Global Innovation Alliance. Engagement can be deepened in the years to come. Joining us for the fireside conversation, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Selvakumar S., Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Commerce and Industries, Government of Karnataka; Dr. Manjula N., Secretary to Government, Department of Electronics, IT, BT and SNT. And moderating this conversation is Shri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, the CEO of KDM. Please put your hands together and let's take it away.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take it away.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you for this energy and back to us. Mysore welcomes you all with the warmth and interest of getting you more toward the city and the cluster of Mysore. So if you have any interest more to be deepen up, the entire government of Karnataka's Department of ITBT, Commerce and Industry and the KDM team is here. Interact with us. We have a fantastic two great leaders from the government with us. Manjula ji is the Secretary of the ITBT Department. Selvakumar ji is also the Commerce and Industry Department, the most important department for the digital economy. Thank you for spending your time and being with us. Number 2, Mysore cluster has been recognized as number 2 as an exporter of IT exports in Karnataka. And In fact, 5,700 crores is the worth value of the exports which has started happening from Mysore. We also got some 650 plus startups as on today registered, but we have more than 1,000 plus which are not registered also. Today, the digital economy in the state of Karnataka is roughly around, we have calculated, estimated, not exactly published number, but roughly around $159 billion, the digital economy of the state of Karnataka. And if I estimate from the Mysore perspective, the digital economy contributes around $1.3 billion. And on top of that, if I add biotech, the total value of the digital economy goes to $5.4 billion from Mysore cluster. This is the today's situation is right now. We look at these numbers of the talent side. Today, almost 25,000 of IT, ITS resources are here. Roughly around 14,000 works in manufacturing of the electronics industries. BFSI, 5,000 people are employed here. 4,000 in healthcare in BFSI. Very happy to share that in last quarter itself, from the April, May, June, we have got 5 new companies set up their operations in Mysore. Beyond Bengaluru is still a concept or now a reality. Quick observations. We'll start with you, Manjula ji.
Thank you, first of all, for KDM and Mr. Sanjeev and Mr. Naidu, sir, for having organized this event. This is the 7th successive event, and it's nice to see. And this time, I think the participation has been very overwhelming and very active and very inspiring for us also at the government. Thank you all for making it here today, and on behalf of the government, I would like to thank you all, for participating here. I understand Mysore, as of now, though we have a very good highway, still negotiating Bangalore traffic is a challenge in the morning. I'm sure all of you have, braved it and been here on time. Yeah, yesterday we actually had a lot of good interaction. We had more than CEOs and CXOs of more than 200 odd companies yesterday, many of them coming from, of course, majority of them from outside Mysuru and even coming beyond the state also. So there's a lot of interest that itself speaks a lot about the interest that industries are now looking at Mysore as a potential, a place for investment. And at the government level also, I think Sanjeev also will probably add to it. I think Beyond Bangalore initiative is something which we've been emphatically propagating actually. Like you already mentioned, the potential of Mysore as it is has been immense. You already listed Bangalore. It is called Local Economy Accelerator Program. So we are kind of focusing our investments, focusing our energies, focusing all the skilling, etc. In these cities. So not only Mysore, we are also trying to promote, apart from Mysore, cities like Mangalore and other tier 2 cities also. But Mysore stands number 1 in the list, given the kind of potential that it has. We have also launched, various skilling initiatives, starting with, promoting innovation through startups, the startup foundries, creating leap labs, creating global technology centers, and creating a separate cluster fund for the Mysuru cluster called the Cluster Seed Fund. And also this time, Elevate, we have a separate vertical called as, that is our grant program for the startups, where about 50 lakhs are provided, untied grants are provided. So we've called it Elevate Inspire, which is again targeting areas beyond Bangalore. So I think all these probably justify our, our effort that we really mean beyond Bangalore is a reality, and we are trying to, step by step, trying to realize it.
Lovely. Thank you so much. So many initiatives, friends. I don't know whether you've noticed or not, but we'll give you all the write-up for that. That are amazing initiatives.
From a small town to such a growing city. I wish to put Karnataka's perspective and then Mysuru in a place. If you see Karnataka in the country's map, we are the #1 exporter of the country. 24% of the country's export is from Karnataka. So we are the leading exporter in terms of service exports. 40% of country's export is from Karnataka. So if we have to take FDI into account, today's newspaper has covered, Vijay Karnataka has covered that Karnataka has emerged as the second most attractive destination for FDI in the last year. Next to Maharashtra, we are the most attractive FDI investors coming to Karnataka. So it puts us in a positive pedestal because of our talent ecosystem, infrastructure availability, and all other enabling factors. So beyond Bangalore, if we have to talk, Mysore is a successful story. If we take any industry for that matter, if in the manufacturing or in ESDM sector, Mysore is preferred next to Bangalore. Of course, there is a great magnet attraction for Bangalore, but we, as a government, we try our best to decongest Bangalore by providing incentives and other enabling factors for beyond Bangalore, particularly Mysore, Hubli, Belgaum, Mangaluru, and Kalburgi. So I think we have the right enabling environment to grow Mysore into a potential tier 2 next in line to Bangalore.
Thank you. This actually creates the positive momentum further, that you've answered saying that beyond Bangalore and Mysore is not just a concept, it's a reality. And we have seen some of the initiatives that both the departments are doing to promote the beyond Bangalore. For a Mysore cluster, we have a target for $10 billion now. Today we are 1.3, 1.4, including biotech 5.4. If you want to reach 10, there's a gap of almost $5 billion that we need to fill. Government role is more like an enabler part of a role. And the industry plays a very important role, so to say, like an ecosystem player. How do you see that this collaboration between the industry can be a little bit more deeper, much more way of collaborating, where we actually can go up to a $10 billion of digital economy from the Mysore cluster? I start with you, Saravakumarji, on this.
In Mysore, we have identified a place called Kochinahalli, where we have declared it as an EMC cluster, electronic manufacturing cluster. 252 acres of land has been developed with a plug-and-play facility, with all the infrastructure required for EMC cluster. Government of India has also supported it. So with this land availability and plug-and-play infrastructure, we expect that many of the companies which are into PCB manufacturing or electronics related manufacturing can invest and grow this city.
Okay. The cluster can make much more investments to come in.
Adding to that, I think, sir, we also have Lahari, the testing facility, which is also incorporated into the Mysore ecosystem. So a lot of industries which have benefited out of Lahari now will get a better facility, and more industries can be kind of supported by Lahari, which is like a testing facility and certifying facility. This is going to be upgraded. It's going to be about 100 crore investment, and shortly we are working with Government of India. That is also coming up to enable further the industries which are going to emerge out of here. Apart from that, we also look forward to all our homegrown companies here, Excelsoft, and Keynes, etc. Also looking at local expansion, hiring local talent, and we also heard that a lot of industries have shown interest in hiring local women employees also, and that's a great thing to do. I mean, because there is always some hesitancy for women to move out to go to other cities and explore opportunities. But of course, Bangalore people generally travel, but even then beyond that, and it may be difficult, it's good that a lot of local talent, lot of local girls are being employed here, women skilled personnel are being employed here. That is a great initiative, I must say. And also, of course, like through KDM, we are trying to reach out and see how we can bridge between the industry. Like yesterday, one of the issues which came up was bridging. Like we may have skilled people here, but they may not be employable as such directly in the industry. So we support through an initiative called Nipuna, which is like a corporate skilling program, where the industry is allowed to identify the skilling provider or the aggregator and kind of skill that has to be given and the number of employees who want to be skilled. All this is immaterial for us. Whatever is the cost, we bear 40% of the cost. We by kind of being trying to push this. So far, about 6,000 candidates have been already kind of brought under the Nipuna ambit, and companies like Capgemini, etc., have come forward to make use of this. We also strongly urge how we can look at this aspect also. Another thing also was the partnership between academic institutions and industries in the form of internships, etc., where that immersive program for the students is possible. So they'll also understand the requirement of the industry and they'll be kind of ready for employment. So there also we support through giving some money for internship, but irrespective of that, I think the local industry has to kind of come forward. I think JSS has showcased that they've already worked with a lot of industries. Likewise, I think other academic institutions here and industries here should also partner. I think that's another strong area where we all can collaborate, I think.
You covered amazingly all the areas, because first, I'm very happy about the land for the Kochanahalli. And I think you're also looking at a separate piece of the land for PCB Park, which is there for us. Chamarajanagar is booming in terms of the industries getting there. Keynes is one of the last examples for us. And you talked about of 100 crores upgradation to the Lahiri facility, which is being planned right now in partnership with Government of India. Imagine you have one testing facility which is already big, and now another big investment can come in, can make much bigger facility for the larger. So manufacturing, testing, and then you talked about skilling, where the Nipuna programs are able to create those parts. So all these are where government enables a platform where the industry can leverage and the industry can collaborate onto this.
Yeah,
and
I would just like to add, I mean, for Nipuna, you can reach out to KDEM because they are hand-holding it. You don't have to approach the government. They have been empowered and authorized to take it forward. So that's much easier.
That's another step towards industries enabling it.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's another question comes up is when you do this enabling ecosystem and a lot of stakeholders are engaged into this, how innovatively we put together now a governance model from the cluster level, right? So we have these industry anchors who are working. We have a cluster head here, which is from the government side, but work very closely with the industry leaders. What is a new way? Now, there's some momentum already built up. Now we need to bring some new initiative which can a very innovative governance model to define the next journey of the digital economic growth in these clusters. I request you, Madam, first if you can clear this part.
I think this came as an outcome of interaction of KDEM with industry partners here and elsewhere also in other districts. So what we have done is we have created a structure called district level committee.
District Digital Economy
Committee, yeah. So that the DCs here, the district commissioners here, deputy commissioners here can champion the cause. So if the head of the district is involved, I think that is the best strategy probably to understand leveraging land, leveraging skills, leveraging partnerships. All this becomes easy. Even industry partnership, because local level allotment, I think industry department is delegated to the DC only.
Correct.
So they can understand day-to-day things, growing up in the district, industry demand in the districts, and they can probably reciprocate better. Therefore, we also have constituted this District Digital Economy Committee, which is headed by the DC with one or two officials which matter to us in the sense like the industries department, skill department who are available locally. But apart from that, the DC is given the freedom to kind of identify who are the industry champions they can onboard into this committee, who can help drive further. So that is one of the structure we have recently created and operationalizing, but it has to now translate into field reality. So we urge whoever is our local industries here and anybody who is interested in the matters of helping supporting the growth of industry and the digital economy in MYSORE can through our KDEM partners reach out. So we will ensure that they are given a position in the committee and they can contribute well in the committee structure.
Correct.
And also little things which we are doing like establishing the GTC here. it's not like a great investment, but we are hoping that it will be kind of an anchor for other industry, other IT industries or digital economy based industries to come here. So we have about 1,000, I think it was showcased yesterday to the various CXOs and CEOs. About 1.5 lakh approximately space has been created. And if anybody is interested, kindly, I think we have 1 or 2 industries or companies already lined up.
Yeah.
So you can look at it. It is created in a manner similar to Bangalore. A grade A building has been created. It's actually retrofitted. It was another building which was being retrofitted. Now government has invested some money and retrofitted. It's ready for inauguration. So these are a few things which we are attempting. Sir, you would like to add?
Yeah, the land requirement in Mysore is really demanding because we have expanded in all the sites of Mysore. Now we are going beyond Nanjangud for our new acquisitions. So the pressure on land in Mysore is the one which will create a lot of buzz in the whole economy. I think Mysore is growing at a rapid pace, but it can still further grow if we create a right environment, right enabling infrastructure from the government side. And the private needs to put in their investment and use the skilled manpower which is already available. I think it will be a decades to watch
and solve the problems which is there, even for the existing industries and new investments also coming in place. So I think this is a great move, and thank you so much for showcasing this path towards the new governance model in the state for regional clusters to grow up in the economy. And you know, your land parcels and etc., which is coming up, is creating that another area for us. For example, the companies are looking out asking for, you know, the PCBs are now backward, the chemicals, the laminates and etc. And in fact, Sanjeev Keskar was yesterday giving us the statistics about how much $40 billion of the PCB market and approximately around a similar number for the laminates and raw materials is available for us to capture. Your land parcels, maybe bit we can add upon is all approvals are available on this piece of the land. If we can enable this part also, it will help the industries get a more confident to say, need not to go anywhere else. I have my power, I have my pollution, I have my water. Everything is at the doorstep level. So maybe some way we can find out, sir, if you can.
Yes, in the last 2 years, we are streamlining the approval processes. We have created a single window platform where all the departments concerned with the approvals are being linked online, and the back end also they have to process their approvals online only. So that way, we, as a part of ease of doing business reform, we have done most of the procedural and process re-engineering. That way, I think now around 110 services are being linked to this single window platform, and around 42 departments are connected with this platform. I think, as you suggested, that when we do the process re-engineering and give the approval on time, quickly, then the industries will be able to plan their investment in time and start operationalizing it immediately after the approvals.
Yeah.
One more provision which we have introduced is that affidavit-based clearance system. If the large industry comes here and if they want to set up an industry, they can file the application with all the requisite documents, and then the day one onwards they can start the building and other workshops. We give them the certificate called affidavit-based clearance certificate. Using that, they can get the clearances later within the period of 3 years. In the meanwhile, they can start the operation as and when they complete their buildings.
Lovely. In fact, thank you so much for those clarity about how the ease of doing business is becoming easier for the industry. We have an ESDM task group, which is chaired by Jitendra Chadda ji. One of the important recommendations to us was can we have, let's say if we make a PCB park, okay, identify 150 acres, can we put together a board, big board, say, but they have to definitely pick up a 3, but in a cluster format, which is particular for industry, can we try this something, and we can have a discussion separately onto this, but we can just giving a flag on the table that maybe this is a recommendation
it's a good
coming.
idea. Actually, we are already doing it in few of the clusters. We have done the complete infrastructure availability before allotting the land, and then it's a real plug and play model. But in few places, it's still a challenge. We are working on it.
Lovely. We'll put together a note from the local industry leaders from here to say, hey, what is that PCB park would require of various approvals, and can this be given in advance only for PCB industry? And there could be some small committee who looks at whether this is really PCB industry or not. If it is so, it's automatically. So we'll come out with some recommendations on that and have a look at it. At a vision of this particular plant planning to going to happen around it. Any light that you can throw onto this?
Yeah. First of all, I should thank the ecosystem here, because of which the idea came in the budget actually. The budget announcement itself was a discussion which we had last year, So when this was mooted as an idea, I think the chief minister at that point in time also was very interested, and that is how the announcement has come. So as of now, we are also looking at ideas from you, like we always look up to you for ideas and ways of materializing this. But as of now, what I just mentioned, the GTC is something which we have already started. Apart from that, the LEAP initiative is something which we have started, where we are trying to see how we can help the innovation ecosystem and the industry here. And accordingly, across various other policies that we have, like the startup policy, IT policy, every policy also identifies, incentives, etc., or exclusively for beyond Bangalore. And of course, Mysore also will be one of those clusters which we are targeting. Like to just sum up in brief, we have identified 6 clusters, of which Mysore, as I said, is the #1 cluster which we are trying to enable. LEAP Labs, GTC, that is a Global Technology Center, and the LEAP Lab is something which we are going to establish this year. The GTC is ready for inauguration, and the LEAP Lab probably will be housed in the GTC for want of space, but we'll make a beginning here. And also the cluster seed fund, a lot of startups, like you mentioned, more than 600 are registered out here, and maybe another 300, 400 are not yet registered, but are also operating out of Mysore. Mysore and this cluster, Mysore, Chamarajanagar, and this Mandia cluster. So we are trying to see how we can help these startups through our clustered seed fund, which is 75 crores, but Mysore exclusively will get about 25 crores. So we have a asset management or a company which looks at investment. There's a separate investment committee which has experts, industrialists and investors only as investment committee, where we'll see which startups and which companies can be seen and we can invest. These are the few initiatives which have just begun, but what I'm trying to also say is that we would like to listen more from you. I think yesterday when we discussed government, he has agreed to show us some 50 acres of land which is somewhere along the highway. So if that happens, so we can take over that parcel of land and then probably see how we can develop world-class infrastructure there, and also see how other non-tangible, in the sense, not the physical assets, but other things like collaborations, partnership with the industry and academic institutions, and industries elsewhere, and industry with our global alliance partners beyond the country borders. How we can collaborate is something which we want to listen from you. Kindly let us know how we can do it. I think our KDM partners can put together after consultation, and we can work on this. So physical space, land is something which we are from the government targeting directly. But for various other initiatives, I would like to probably reach out to all of you to help us.
You want to add something on the announcements of an AI city and IT city for Mysuru?
Mysuru should be the ideal place for the AI city, and also IT and IT enabled environment. That way, the government is ready to provide the land parcels, as he has already mentioned. They have identified government land, or also the KDB land, which we can identify and we can further take it up.
Okay. So I think what we're getting into is that yesterday when Mohandas Paiji was having a conversation with some of the CXOs, he actually gave out very clear request to the industry leaders locally. Come out with your 10 points agenda, which leads to the journey towards the AI city and IT city journey. And this 10-point journal should be something like what we can do in 6 months, what we can do in 12 months. So I think he has very clearly laid down, and I'm expecting that That's what the secretary just talked about is we're looking those ideas to come from you, come back on this part and see this. I think this is another level of enablement and collaboration that we see when government is extremely request to, before I put the question is, Center of Excellence is, MYSORE is three-dimensional one. The ITITS, ESDM and biotech. We have three very balanced approach here. My humble request to both of you as a leaders in the government is, any center of excellence now should have a focus on beyond Bangalore and MYSORE, not in Bangalore, number one, as much as possible. If it is something very specific to tech, I can understand that. B is, existing center of excellences should divert certain amount of funds to set up a spoke center of excellence here in MYSORE on those lines. And I need your some sort of a leadership driven this part that ask those center of excellence to earmark some budget in when you approve next your quarter plans for them. Ask them, both of you, please, what you're doing in MYSORE, tell me. If not, this budget is not approved. This is the request. I know what you can do, but try see if you can do that. Just a humble request to both of you. Can I get nod on this? for this, please. The question is, what looks like for the next 3 years, 4 years down the line? And this is the small question because that your visions from the start of the industry, government perspective, and the industry here, which is sitting here, we can align ourselves to look at. How do you see next 3 to 4 years for us in MYSORE cluster going forward? Just your vision, your thought processes.
Yeah. So, just going by, just you mentioned about how MYSORE has an edge over other clusters in terms of electronics, biotech, and ITITS. Electronics is something which I think even industries department is also trying to push through the electronics manufacturing cluster, which has been approved by Government of India, and we are trying to. I think we are at the last stages of approval. Yeah. The lands are, etc. The anchor industry is there, the land is there, and the funding is also coming from Government of India. That is something which we'll push. Apart from that, like already mentioned, the Lahari facility is what has been estimated. So I think we should continue to focus on, I think our industries secretary also will agree with me. I think this is something we should focus on and probably create MYSORE as one of the centers here, for this particular cluster is what I think it is. Apart from, of course, continue to support IT and biotech. Coming to the centers of excellence, I think centers of excellence are only possible when we have some kind of advanced academic or research body or organization which works out of here and has to anchor it. We can't just place it anywhere because you need that expertise, you need that capacity, the infrastructure, at least the basic infrastructure on which we can build on. As of now, I see some potential in food research, etc. here because we have the food lab here, CFTRI here. So I think in that sector, bio or related to that kind of sector is a possibility. If some kind of initiation or leadership is taken from here, I think we can nurture it. See, wherever you see, like either it's an academic body or a research organization which kind of anchors the center of excellence. We have had in Raichur, we just approved last week in Raichur because there's a triple IT Raichur there, which is taking care of the center of excellence on AI. Likewise, you've seen in Dharwad. Likewise, we've seen in other cities where there is, I'm talking about beyond Bangalore. So beyond triple IT Bangalore, beyond IASC, beyond IAM, we have so many other academic bodies and research organizations which are there. So if something can be initiated here, I think we can definitely look at agri-tech or food technology based center of excellence can be supported here. I think this is what I think it is.
For MYSORE, we have our JSS is a very big example of research and very well established.
We have an incubation center, if I remember there. We have an incubator which has been sanctioned by government here. About 10 crores, I think we support there.
TBI also
TBI is there. Yeah. But then, yes, for a center of excellence, we really require some kind of, if the JSS Institute also can partner it, we are open-minded.
Yeah, correct. Lovely. And I think that will help for JSS, NIEs. They are very old and very premium institutions with hardcore research and the faculty there. So maybe we can look at those examples to collaborate and see some of the part can be established. Yours. Thought.
Yeah, this is the right time for MYSORE to grow further.
Yeah. Yes.
Next 3-4 years will be a crucial time. It's an enabling environment which is available, and already entrepreneurial mindset is there in MYSORE, growing up like anything. I feel that with the present ecosystem, partnership of government and the industrial bodies and industries. It's a right time for us to collaborate and accelerate it further, and the growth should be seen double fold in few years' time.
Lovely. Thank you. This vision is going to help us. Homework deke jaiye. What you will expect industry to do for MYSORE cluster? One liner. What you expect industry to do for the MYSORE cluster? Give a message to them.
So, I mean, I've been again reiterating the same. Collaborate with us. So help us grow together. That's all I'm trying to say. Collaborate and give us ideas, exchange ideas where we can see how we can mutually grow.
Thank you.
Yeah, partner with us. We will grow together. Thank you.
I am
Same.
so happy with this. So happy with this. Ladies and gentlemen, such a wonderful discussion. Just to let you know, she traveled almost 250, 300 kilometers and she came back yesterday late evening, did a lot of exercise for us. Today morning itself in the show, 7 o'clock started from Bangalore to be with us. This is the leadership which demonstrates the power of digital economy for the MYSORE cluster. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Request all of you to kindly stay back for a moment, ma'am. Yeah. I would request Mr. Sudanva Dhananjay to please come over and give mementos to Dr. Selva Kumar and Dr. Manjula. Sorry, okay. Sir, I'd request Dr. Selva Kumar to kindly accept the memento and take a look at the memento. It is made from the local artisans. So let's give a round of applause for that also. The Mysore Palace. ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಆರ್ಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಇದು ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಡ್ ದ ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ಯಾಲೇಸಸ್ ಮೈಸೂರು.
And this is the photograph of today's session.
Oh, that's very fast.
I would also request Dr. Manjula to kindly accept a moment. Sudanva Dhananjay, sir, please give a memento to Dr. Manjula also. Go. Mr. Sudanva, like a true Mysorean, is handling it very, very carefully. Atyanta jagarukaraagi adanna handle ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. It's nice to see that. Thank you. I would request Mr. Sudanva Dhananjay to give a memento to Mr. Gupta also. It's not a memento, it's just a photograph, a remembrance. Yeah, okay, take that. And I would request Dr. Manjula ma'am to give one memorable photograph to Dr. Sudanva also. Take that. Yes, okay. Thank you. Well, it's gratifying to note the overwhelming response. Please note, if you are finding it difficult to stand, don't worry. You can watch the deliberations, whatever is happening here, in the next hall, the Akbar Hall. The Badshah Akbar Hall is there on the right-hand side. So if you are feeling little troublesome to stand and witness the proceedings, don't bother. Whatever is happening here, every moment of this is being captured through live streaming, which is happening in Akbar Hall. So some of you can move to that hall also. So once again, thank you very much to all the panelists, Dr. Selva Kumar, Dr. Manjula, and Sri Gupta, for, of course, taking us through this conversation between policy and practice and continue to make beyond Bengaluru more than just an aspiration, but a working model of inclusive growth. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware France's engagement with the Karnataka's technology and innovation ecosystem has grown steadily over recent years, spanning collaborations in electronics, deep tech, and academic partnerships. It's gratifying to note the presence of Mr. Marc Lamy, the Consul General of France in India, and his presence here today reflects the growing confidence that international missions are placing in cities like Mysore as a genuine investment and innovation destinations beyond the state capital. Please put your hands together and let's welcome on stage Mr. Marc Lamy for his keynote address. Hearty welcome to you, sir, and welcome to Mysore.
Distinguished representatives of the government of Karnataka, dear chairperson and team of the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, distinguished representative of industries, of universities and of the startup ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, namaskara. It's a real pleasure to be in Mysore today and to take part to this big tech show. Let me thank the Karnataka Digital Economic Mission and the government of Karnataka for the invitation and for making Mysore the meeting point of Karnataka's tech ecosystem. It matters to us because we share the same conviction. France works with the whole of Karnataka, and Mysore is one of its rising names. I have visited Mysore several times, and it's also my second participation to this big event. And as was saying the first speaker, we can see the event growing year after year, which is an undeniable sign that Mysore is playing a very active role in the tech ecosystem of this state. But Mysore is also a city of heritage. I've spoken recently with the Maharaja, and we are going to do things toward innovation, for instance, with the wooden inlay, where there's a lot of things working with craftsmanship, culture, and of course, a real quality of life that we can all see. But it's also a city of engineers and innovators with a growing strength in electronics, in semiconductors, and deep tech. Take semiconductors, one of Mysore's strengths. They are part of something larger, which are two countries set in motion this year. The India-France Year of Innovation. In a single year, France and India came to one another twice at the highest level. As you all know, President Macron launched the Year of Innovation in India in February, alongside Prime Minister Modi. Together, they raised our partnership to a new level. A few months later, the Prime Minister traveled to France, where India was a partner country at Vivatech in Paris, which is one of the most important tech events in Europe. But of course, none of this stays on paper. More than 200 French companies, including here in Mysore, are established in this state, and many came for technology itself, for its engineers, its research, its talent. Some, like Capgemini, employ tens of thousands of people here. Others work with Indian incubators and startups. For instance, Decathlon on recycling with IIM Bangalore, or Pernod Ricard on the circular economy, and it grows every year. This works both ways. For Indian startup, our partnership is also a way into France and the wider European market. At Bharat Innovates, that took place last month in Nice, in presence of the Prime Minister Modi.
To Avinash and also Ravi Narayan, right? So these people, when they are rating the cities, rating the states, now the time has come, we need to rate these clusters. How Mysore can position globally, how Mangalore can position globally, that's your next task, Avinash. And Ravi Narayan, is it there? Yeah. So Ravi Narayan Genow's report, a startup Genow report, indicated that, the Karnataka is globally, that if the Mysore, Bangalore is looking at achieving the top 10 clusters, what is that we need to do for Mysore, Mangalore? That is what I needed from the people like Avinash to study this and indicate what else we need to improve in, in these clusters. And this became so important. I must tell you that, the IESA is a board member of the KDM, and they have so high commitment to whatever KDM does. Today, there are 7 past chairmen and past chairmen of the IESA are here. Right? Great applause. All the 7 past chairmen of IESA are here. That is their commitment. We have the NASCOM, another board member, Bhaskar. I always tell the Bhaskar nowadays became a NASCOM. We have the board members like Selva Kumar is always there. And we have the, Manjula ma'am. They're all the board members so committed for the KDM and committed for the growth. And the Beyond Bangalore trademark, I just jokingly tell Mohan, when we did this report in 2008, I think, me and Mohan did a report. That's where we coined this word called Beyond Bangalore, how the Beyond Bangalore can grow, what is needed for all these clusters. So there is a huge amount of the strategic plan that has been done. We are very happy that the things are going in the right direction. And just all of you are here, that shows that, there is a huge potential for Mysore to grow. Like, I think Secretary IT, very prominent. I won't call this as a tier 2. I always call this as an emerging cluster in the country and also attract the global attention for this, the cluster. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Look forward.
I would request Mr. Bhaskar Kalalle, President of TIE Mysore chapter, to please come over and give a memento to Mr. Naidu. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And as we are all aware, Mr. Naidu, the powerful articulation from where Karnataka's digital economy is headed and for reaffirming Mysore's place at the center of that journey. Thank you very much. We now move on to the panel discussion, which is now followed by this after the keynote address. In the panel, we have Mr. Sanjeev Keskar, CEO of Aravind Consultancy. I would request Mr. Sanjeev to please come over. Mr. Naveen Bishnoi, the chairperson of IESA. Welcome to you, sir. Please take your seats. Yeah. Mr. Ashok Chandak, the president of IESA and also the president of SEMI. Mr. Avinash Vasishta, the chairperson of KDM GCC task force. And it's moderated by Mr. Jitendra Chadha, the ex-MD and India country head, Global Foundries. So all the panelists are waiting for the moderator. So I think all of you are we're all waiting for all of them to come up. I think now it's time to give them a round of applause and welcome. Yeah. I would straight away hand over the session to Mr. Chadha, Jitendra Chadha, the ex-MD and India country head of Global Foundries, to take us through. Over to you, sir.
First correction, I'm not with Global Foundries. I'm an independent right now, so that's a correction. Not that anybody will care, but I don't want, ethically, it's not the right thing for me to do. Hey, good morning, everyone. I think it's good to see the full house here. Lot of us who have been coming here for last at least 5-6 years, we have been regular. I can see faces, a lot of people I meet. I am one of the people who is a big lover of Bangalore. Lot of us, big lover of Bangalore, big lover of Mysore, but just happen to live in Bangalore. That's how it is. And I can speak for a lot of folks, that we keep coming here just because we love this place, so much. And we want to really do whatever we can. I want to be a collaborator, but I don't want to be in a space to tell what should be done here. So this time, I think it's changed. I feel very, very comfortable that, I can play a small part of a collaborator versus, trying to preach, what we should be doing in Mysore. To the organizers, I have one request. I need one more chair on the stage. I think if you see all of us on the stage here, I think we are still outsiders. I need one person, and I am calling from last evening, Mysore 10. Can you just stand up, the people, Mysore, the 10 people who have been chosen to lead the task force for Mysore? Can you just please stand up, and so that everybody can see who these people are? So there are few in the crowd, and I would request one of you guys to be on the stage with us, so that it's not again an outsider, event, and it's more collaborative.
We are getting a special chair, sir. Don't worry. Yeah, come get that. Bunny, you're don't bunny adane. Special ಅವರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಹತ್ತೋಳಿಗೆ.
Sorry about that, but I think this would not be complete without a local person being here.
So please. Yeah.
And come in the middle. Come in the middle. Go ahead. Thank you. Okay, I think let's get started. Can somebody remind me what is the topic? Oh, it's here. Yeah. So one thing, I will start with. I think there is. I wanted to pretend, but it's 40-minute session. I don't think I will be able to carry on for 40 minutes pretending. There is a lot of talk about hub and spoke. I'll be very honest. I don't like hub and spoke. Just the concept of hub and spoke, I don't like. We have tried multiple times in our corporate world. And, what is the interest of hub? To encourage spoke, right? All the problems of the hub, they pass on to the spoke. Right? And the spokes keep waiting, what the hub will give. So I really actually don't like the idea. I think Bangalore is a big positive for Mysore. But I think for this session and for, Mysore 10, I would request one thing. I think Bangalore is a big plus. But let's imagine that there was no Bangalore that was closer to Mysore. Would we not be growing Mysore? If that was the hub and spoke was the only concept, then in the future or in the last 2-3 decades, as the technology centers have grown, whether you take Israel Tech Center, now you take Austin Tech Center, you take where? Is that okay, fair? Right. So let's start with how do we take Bangalore or Mysore forward? One of the things, I think last evening, Mr. Mohandas Pai gave a lot of good questions and leads, right? So let's leave what we can do. There were a lot of good ideas that have come. I would like to focus on how we now go about and doing it. So what's the execution plan? What are the 2 to 3 things each of us can do? I'll start with the person in no particular order, just because Ashok is sitting, next to me. Ashok has more of a national view. He sees many cities nationally, states he works with as an ISA president. And there are cities that are doing a lot of work. Different cities are doing a lot of work, and they don't have any hubs near them. They are still starting to become technology centers in their own right. And there are some global examples too. So Ashok, can you talk about what you are seeing in the country and then globally when you see how these tech centers are developing? What are 2 or 3 things they are doing that Mysore can learn or also ignore?
Thanks, Jesse. Good morning, everyone. And the Beyond Bangalore is not just running away from Bangalore because of the water clogging and traffics, but to amplify the success. All of us know last 4 or 5 decades, Bangalore has been undisputed leader in the country for innovation. And how do we take it forward beyond that? What I see is now, first of all, India has entered into an altogether different investment cycle. This revolution is much different than what we saw in 90s when IT was driving the revolution actually single-handedly. Now there are multiple axes and multiple vectors, and I want to bring that first and then I go to the examples, what's happening worldwide or in India. The first important the axis is simultaneously there are multiple vectors operating. We talk about AI, the electronics, the semiconductors, the product engineering, the electric vehicles, and keep counting, the quantums and all those things. All those things are working parallelly now. It's not single most only IT or software development, which we have seen 4 decades ago. So this needs altogether different thinking. I forgot to add the GCCs, which is also already expanding. The second axis, which is very important, is the change of mindset from the government and the policies, both at the center and the state level. And particularly for a technology sector, I want to just add up those as a holistic view, is you have the India Semiconductor Mission, you have the electronics, mobile phone manufacturing, there is a PLI, there is an electronic manufacturing cluster, there is a quantum AI mission, there is a RDI fund, keep counting. Plus, the various states, including our own Karnataka state, multiple policies, those are also leveraging these central policies plus their own add-on. And these policy initiatives are also changing the entire landscape of the investment. And that is why I say that we need to look at now the hub and spoke or beyond Bengaluru concept on 2 important axes, which is one is the design and innovation, and second is the manufacturing. These 2 cannot remain now isolated. It is important that these 2 are well connected at every spoke we are talking about, not only the hub. Now coming to some of the examples which I want to add up here, as Jesse has asked, let's look at few global examples first. And there are maybe 3, I will take it out. There are 5, maybe those are highly successful. First thing is, which we all know, is the Silicon Valley. The Stanford and the San Jose, which started upfront, let's say 5 decades ago, today has expanded into the multiple cities around within California and also within multiple states within US. And what we see outcome is the world's strongest and the brightest brands and the companies, those have evolved from there actually. There's a big learning. So we are, and they are not moving California, but they are expanding actually. Same thing, the concept here is not as a learning, is not to move Bangalore, but to expand. Second biggest example I want to bring is on a manufacturing side, the city of Shenzhen. The first time I went to Shenzhen was in maybe around 2000 or 2001 when I was responsible for a EMS segment and visiting Foxconn facility. And when I go there last year, things are totally changed. So now Shenzhen remains as a product engineering, the headquarters of some of the electronics companies, even a semiconductor topic. But the nearby cities in that state, with the Dongguan, Fusan, Zhuhai, Guangdong, keep adding, they are working as a spokes. Highly successful, that region generates now $1 trillion worth of economy actually. Highly successful example. Why? Because the entire ecosystem is developed, they feed each other. It's kind of a, I would call a flywheel which feeds to each other. Then look at Taiwan, which is well known for a semiconductor industry now, where Taipei remains as a headquarter and the corporate office, but Hsinchu, Taiwan, and other cities are also developed. Come to India now. Now, first thing is, when I bring India's other state examples, it is not undermining Karnataka. Karnataka is doing a great work actually. All of you guys, including the government and academy, are pushing this. So we are already showing good results out of this beyond Bengaluru concept. But still, let's look at some of the cities in India, what's happening. And the first foremost come to my mind is our neighbor state, Tamil Nadu, Chennai, which remains headquarters for some of the companies plus innovation and design activities. To the very integral part of that revolution, what we see as electronics manufacturing in the state of Tamil Nadu and automotive as well. Let's go to the north. The NCR proximity is very well leveraged by Gurgaon, by MYSORE, by Noida and Greater Noida. Obviously, policymakers are sitting over there, but even these multiple states are working in tandem to their own specialties and competencies to create, we see in UP, for example, Noida, the mobile phone manufacturing, the electronics manufacturing is stepping up. They are talking about the Jewar as a semiconductor hub, Lucknow being developed as the defense hub. Similarly, on MYSORE side, entire automotive belt is there. So that's another successful example how the policymakers' proximity is being leveraged actually. Let's come to Maharashtra. Now they are being lagging a bit on the software side actually, but broad sectors actually, everything. the automotive, the industrial, the precision engineering, the software development, the semiconductor designs, the pharmaceutical, keep adding. So that's another stuff which we can talk about. And the last example I want to bring is about Gujarat. I mean, nobody believed worldwide when I talked to various people that India would announce the project and would execute. But today there are 3 semiconductor plants, or actually 4, operational in Gujarat. The ease of doing business, the speed at which government works, and the way they solve the problems of these industries while they execute is really amazing. And something we have to really learn on, as how fast you can quickly address the concerns when industry is expanding and developing, be it land allocation, be it providing the ports, the connectivity, and then solving the problem on day-to-day basis. And that is really broadly in India, we see success factors we need to replicate. And my view is Karnataka is not behind, but still we need to do something. The biggest thing, my view is Karnataka could play a role is innovation, design, and manufacturing as a corridor. These 3 things need to come together. And I already narrated some of the vectors and axes, those are working. These 3 things cannot go parallel somewhere that you do design there, you do manufacturing only here. No, it's not going to work out. We have to bring these all things together, and that is where this center of excellences and corridors need to be established to be really addressing the change which is happening worldwide, geopolitically, and also in India. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, Ashok, and thanks for sharing some examples. And you can see from those examples, yes, the proximity to the big centers matter, but these centers are developing in their own right, and they are creating their own brand and value proposition from those centers. I'll move out to Sanjeev. Sanjeev has been doing his, of course, out of his corporate world, he has a 35 years experience of developing centers in India, businesses in India. But last 5-6 years, he has been running and talking to international players and consulting them on how they can invest in India. So Sanjeev, one of the things we would like to know from Mysore perspective, right, is what do these investors, when they are deciding a place or when they're deciding where to invest, what do they look for so that, Mysore can, at least get a little bit of insights into it?
Sure. Thank you, Jesse. Good morning, everyone. Basically, when the global companies are looking at India, they are looking at India from 2 perspectives. One is India market. With 1.42 billion population, there is a huge market opportunity, so they want to come to India. Secondly, they are also looking for a good JV partner, joint venture partner, because they think that Indian labor laws, Indian legal system, Indian culture, Indian infrastructure is completely different, and they are not comfortable to come on their own to this country for manufacturing. And they are also attracted by the central government policy, particularly when I talk about semiconductor and electronics industry with our ISM 2.0, 1,27,000 crore, or with ECMS scheme of 40,000 crore. ISM 1.0 was 76,000 crore. They are getting attracted that, 75% or 70% incentive coming from government, so they want to come to India. Now they are looking for definitely one good JV partner, and then the JV partner, if he is in particular state, he prefers to set up in that particular state because he already has a team and relationship with the state governments and other things. But the second important thing they think is about the talent availability. Where is the talent available for that particular technology which they are bringing? That is another second critical parameter they look at. And the third important thing they are looking for is about the state government policy, state government support, power, water, and all other infrastructure in that state. So these 3 things are the most important thing these global companies, when they are looking for the India location for their manufacturing setup. JV partner, talent availability, infrastructure and state support, and the water, power, and other benefits. So I think Karnataka is definitely equipped on all these 3 points. Okay, and particularly with Mysore, lot of water challenge is not there, power challenge is not there, EMC cluster is there, talent availability is not an issue. Okay, state government is very proactive. I think we are in a really best position Okay, means when we are talking about a $400 billion of electronics industry and $100 billion of semiconductor industry by 2030, we are talking about a $500 billion of electronics plus semiconductor industry in India. And can we really look forward to 20% share of this 500 billion for Karnataka, $100 billion? And can we think of 25% to Mysore? And let's work backward. The value chain, 45% is components, 35% is technology IP creation, 10% to 15% is EMS activity. Already Mysore is leader in EMS. How we can focus on component ecosystem and creating IP technology. These are the two areas where we have to really, ISA has come up with a counterpoint research where they have given exactly product-wise breakup of this $400 billion. Can we choose certain products and work with the technology partnership to get them to Mysore? So I will stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, and please use Sanjeev. I think if you want more investors to come in. But one of the points I think he indirectly made it. There is a huge investor opportunity for the local leaders and the local companies to become local partners to a lot of those international investments that are ready to come in, right? With all the government incentives and so on.
No, absolutely. JC means if 70% is coming from government, only 30% has to be invested, and the global companies also ready to contribute. So
ISA, and he's leading the next level of vision and also influencing, industry, governments, and so on. But on the other side, he has a full-time job as in, MD and the leader of his company, Marvel. I will ask questions from two sides because you are wearing two hats. One from the your company perspective. I'm not putting you on spot. I think that's the wrong thing to do. I've been in that position where people say, "What can you invest?" I'm not asking that, but how do, like the other investors, how do some of the global companies who have their centers already, how do they see as when they're expanding? What is the next level of expansion? Where should you do, and what are some of the traits of that location that people look at, right?
Start expanding out, there are 3 or 4 things that we look when we look at the country's boundary, right? The geography boundary where, is the country friendly to the headquarters where it is, in this case, US? Do we have the right ways of doing business, especially import export, because electronics will involve a lot of those things. Third one, do we have the talent pool to be able to hire and scale? And then fourth, then when I build a lot of IP, can I secure it and then be able to scale the business using that, right? I think that's the model that you enter a geography, and then most often than not, the large companies come to the big metros and starts that, and that's what we have seen in Bangalore or some of the other cities in the country. But soon when you reach some number, then you start hitting what you call as that, how do you scale beyond it? How do you get the right talent? Because I'm sitting next to you, we are fighting for the same talent, right? And the cost increases, the attrition goes high, and then beyond a point, if you have to start accelerating into all parts of the business rather than just a specific part of design, and that's when you start looking at saying, how do I expand the footprint? And that footprint is usually what decides the next expansion. Most often than not, it is saying, first thing is that, do we have the talent pool? Because finally, it's an engineering work that I'm going to do. Do I have the talent pool? Second, can I hire, scale, and retain that pool? Because many times we have seen is that it's easy to go from 0 to 100, but that 100 to 400 or 500 is where that talent says, like, oh, I've worked for a few years, now I want to go to Bangalore. So you're hiring from one side and you're leaking from the other side to the Bangalore's and the other side of the world. So it's important to figure out saying what could be the niche that we can create so that that particular function only happens in that particular, I would say, city or a center. And that can become the building point of it. We have seen our company headquartered in California, but there are centers in East Coast, in Northern California, Southern California, Carolina, Texas, and all that. Each one of them became a hub of analog competencies, right? Or something else in the digital, something closer to the technology and fab, packaging, and so on. So I think the way Mysore is coming up, probably we'll have to keep looking at is that what can we do which leverages the EMC cluster that has been tagged, in which case that the design is probably getting done in these big centers, but when we come to post-silicon, into the bring up, into the productization and commercialization, this can create a lot of opportunity to be able to take it into a physical world and be able to take that. That's what would be from a large corporate perspective. From an ISA perspective, what we have been seeing is that we have just started scaling and accelerating the growth, like Ashok said. I think it's time for us that 3 cities or 5 cities or 10 cities won't be enough. The number of opportunities in terms of all the scale of an end-to-end supply chain of electronics and semiconductor, it involves a huge amount of companies, domains, scales, jobs, and infrastructure creation. And hence, we'll need to multiply our portfolio, which has been Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, NCR, Chennai, if not 4 times to at least 3 times of that. And that Mysore comes as a top in that. So that's the reason we have been promoting. Thankfully, we have a Beyond Bengaluru as a project for us to, aspire for that and build that. Many others, it's not there. I think that brand value and that ambition is pulling us to drive this much faster than many others.
No, thanks, Naveen. I think he covered it very well. I was just resonating so much, right, with what you were talking. And you have to look at 3 things. I think one, what he's saying is, even the expansion that has happened, whether it has happened in Hyderabad, Bangalore, NCR region, and so on. If you look at, there was some report, so don't count me on numbers. I'm very bad at, remembering all the numbers, but 100 GCCs every year are new ones are going to be developed in the country. And on top of it, the 2 to 3 million people we already have working in the GCCs, they are expanding. And so the total number is going to grow to 5 million plus. So we actually need 2-3 more Bangalore. So there is no, small player cannot become big. 3 or 4 cities can actually grow in 10 to 15 years to the level that we have some of the tech centers like Hyderabad, Bangalore, and so on. And same thing is happening in the manufacturing, space. So I think we should look at these opportunities as, I think the growth is so tremendous in the next 2 decades that we can reach actually Bangalore levels. Multiple cities can reach at Bangalore levels, right? Now, Avinash, to you, I think while Sanjeev talked about the digital, part of it, Naveen talked about the GCC and, how that is growing, how some cities are growing. I think you come from the digital part of it. You helped start the growth that happened in Bangalore, right, with Accenture, or not only in Bangalore, in multiple parts of the country, 2 decades into and going, right? Now with the AI and, how that whole ecosystem is going to be changing. We all know that. We can't deny that. Now, what are some of those changes that are coming, and what is the next level of that digital growth that will happen that cities like Mysore can take advantage of and leap ahead of what is going on?
I think very, very good question. And I think this is extremely important for the entire IT industry. I mean, I have been in this industry when it was born, and active 30 years ago in some sense. And then obviously, shaping Accenture's entire outsourcing practice and growing it in India, so on and so forth. And again, it's not just about India. We have, kind of grown countries and other things before, like Sri Lanka, the Latin American countries. I think one of the things that, first of all, is most important, you talked about it, is the fact that, in the end, cost is low, and it could be higher, lower, that's fine. And the reason people are going to come in is talent. And again, it's very easy to go to 100 people, but is it something which can scale to higher numbers? Because if you market a place and you don't have the basic capability, you do yourself a big disservice. If they come and they go away, they'll never come back again, right? And it's the word spread soon. And I think we, our team came up with one idea, because Costa Rica, for example, 4 times less population than Chile, was doing extremely good, like as good as any other country in Latin America. And so we studied what was good. And I think we came up with a concept called point of scale resistance, which had certain factors in it, fine. And I think one of the things is there some talent out there which that country can say we are the best in that? Fine. And so that became a very, very important part of what we try to do whenever we are working with any city or any hub. So for example, in Sri Lanka about 20 years ago, when we were brought in to look at Sri Lanka, I mean, even in Sri Lanka, they talked about the fact that, we are nearer to India, like we talk about Mysore being nearer to Bangalore, and we are cheaper than India, fine. I said, that when the client is coming in, 10,000 miles away, it doesn't really matter whether they go to Sri Lanka or to, India, for example. Why would they really come in? I mean, the cost is marginally cheaper, but talent pool is really not as much available. And we looked at the SEMA Institute, which produces thousands of people in accounting degree, right? And we said, and those people were very, very good in accounting. And we rated Sri Lanka at the top 3 destination in the world for finance and accounting. It was not, but we always do the future stuff. And that made Sri Lanka what it is today, by the way. And that report is still quoted, as being a destination, by the way. So I think, first of all, the strength. What is strength? Okay, so let's talk about that a little later. But coming back to the AI stuff, which is the very, very fundamental change that industry is right now going through, by the way. And we have all these big companies, right from Infosys, we're sitting here, to Accenture and IBM and everyone. I mean, the industry has been doing application support and maintenance for decades right now. I mean, all these companies basically run the businesses of all the large companies. And all of a sudden, AI has come in, and now clients are saying, this is, and the business will change significantly. Business will change significantly, fine. And so right now, all of a sudden, what the client is asking is, how can you change my business through AI? And all of a sudden, the tech industry is being asked to understand the business value, which is a very big problem, very big problem. So the thing is that, how do you look at what the business requires? So for example, one of the things that we are trying to work with some of the largest SIs and even clients right now is what a company is good at, fine? And for example, Marvel is does in semiconductor, but what is it good at? Who are the competitors of Marvel, for example? And what are they good at that Marvel doesn't have? And that is probably something that where the revenue is bleeding. And then what can you do from an AI perspective to stop that bleed? Fine. Now you take that AI nudge, if you may, that needs to be implemented. Now you go and find a solution. Either you develop an AI native solution, or you find a startup or a scale up that actually addresses that AI nudge. Fine. And so all of a sudden you have a connect. And then someone like Infosys can come in and say, I will take that startup and implement the solution for that AI stuff, essentially, right? So that understanding of AI is extremely important. Now, the thing is that the talent has to be there for that stuff. And so right now, if your Mysore has to be something that it can stand on its own, it should know one thing: what is the strength that it has better than Bangalore? First of all, the talent in Bangalore that you need is there. The quantity may be there. But the talent war is so intense, you will not get even half as good a talent in Bangalore for that stuff. But again, we have to see what Mysore is the best at. Because right now, if I'm going to recommend a client to come to some hub like emerging hub like Mysore, why not Coimbatore?
Yeah.
Why not Indore?
Yeah.
Fine, to Mysore. No, wrong. Right now, because the AI talent is available in very young people. In fact, a lot of people are hiring youngsters like from the college because they train them on the AI stuff. So they are very, very good stuff. I think, in terms of for Mysore, in that sense, I lost my thought, by the way. So, AI talent, I think, so really speaking, what we need to do is to be able to promote like, for example, last night I was hearing about the semiconductor being very, very good in Mysore. I think that's a good area, right, basically. Also, I think the mid-tier companies, Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. The mid-tier companies can be brought into Mysore directly. Fine. And the reason being is that you play on the talent strength that is out here, and you play on the fact that Medellin, for example, in Colombia, is a Silicon Valley of Colombia, by the way, in that sense. So I think the thing is that what is Mysore? So that is one thing that we need to do.
So I'll ask for, I think indirectly what you're saying is you will help Mysore do the analysis of the strengths of Mysore. What you did for Sri Lanka, for example.
I think the task force that was created with 10 people, fine. And one of those things is basically that. The other thing that I think the clients are asking right now is, not right now, I think they've been asking for the last 5 years, is what is the startup ecosystem in that city?
Yeah.
Don't underestimate that. Fine. For example, when I became chairman of Accenture, 16 years ago, one of the things I started was working with startups without anyone within Accenture knowing.
Avnish, I'll interrupt you here because we have 7 minutes left, and I want to give all the 7 minutes to Mr. Bhaskar, right? Because I think it's very important. But I think you can see what are the opportunities. Everyone who is bringing in, I think there is no need for a dependency. Actually, it's a plus. Having other ecosystems around, and don't take it as only Bangalore being near. It's a global world. I think every ecosystem is near to all of us, wherever we are. So as a global country, global citizens we are, I think we need to think from that perspective. So, Mr. Bhaskar, first of all, thank you very much for agreeing to come in without a prior notice.
No
but
problem.
this was
My
very
pleasure.
important. We are interested in two things. One is we want to know from 9 p.m. yesterday to 2 p.m. what happened, right? The drinks conversation, the WhatsApp conversations, and so on. And two things you have heard what some of the best known methods these leaders have brought out. I think you can bring in how we can help. Doesn't matter we are in Bangalore, we are any part of the world, right? People in this room are from multiple parts of the world. What can we do to help take it to the next level?
Wonderful. Madlagi ellargu namaskara. It's a very, very good morning to all of you. Those of you who do not know me, my name is Bhaskar Kadale. And those of you who know me, my name still remains the same. Doesn't change. As a quick background for everybody to whatever I'm going to say, I run 1,500 people BPM US healthcare BPM right now in Mysore. I moved to Mysore, relocated from the US in 2011, thinking that I'll go back in 3 years. And 15 years, I'm still here. And so Mysore is a place that grows on you over a period of time. And this is my second. The first company that I was managing was also a GCC, which we grew from about 400 people to 1,600 people before I exited. Also a US company set up in Mysore. This is also a US company. I was also a chairman for CII Mysore in the 2019-2020. So I have a fairly good idea about what Mysore has been, is today, and probably where we should go, right? So both from the manufacturing perspective, as well as in my core background, which is in IT and technology, right? So Ram is sitting here, Professor Shiv Gowda is sitting here, and then Professor Bhojraj, and then Sharad Gowda, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people started to articulate and mention as to what they think we should be doing over the next 6 months. And it actually didn't take too much of time for us to fairly converge on what exactly is the things, because we've been talking about it for a while, right? So, but we haven't given that impetus that is required for it, right? And right now I'm the president of TiE Mysore, so I wear the startup hat. Right. So whereas in the past I wore the hat of somebody who's managing a GCC. So I think what Avinash said is absolutely true, that startups cannot be neglected. Startups and GCCs go together, right? So if there are good GCCs in the system, the startups will also start to flourish. So it is very critical that we build a very, very robust and scalable and sustainable startup ecosystem right here in Mysore. GCC is a parallel track that we must and should pursue. And it is not this or that. It is not either or. It is something that both of them need to go together, right? So for the ecosystem, for the business ecosystem to thrive, business ecosystem to be born, and be sustainable, right? But we all talk about electronics, which is great because it has its own value. But my opinion is electronics industry is also very capital intensive, right? And there is a long gestation period for it to start showing the results. So therefore, we cannot pitch all our bets only on the electronic industry in Mysore. We got to have multiple tracks. We got to be looking at multiple things to see what are the strengths of Mysore. So one of the things last night that we decided was, let's do a SWOT analysis of Mysore. Right? So we all business people, we talk about SWOT analysis all the time, whether it's startup funding or whether a GCC coming in is, how about doing a SWOT analysis for the city of Mysore? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are the opportunities that we have? And what are the threats? There may not be any threat, but definitely there are a lot of opportunities. There are strengths that we have. And yesterday we talked about, some of the government institutes that exist today in Mysore, something like CFTRI, right? So Central Food Research, Technology Research. And then we have DFRL, there is a CPET, which is for plastic technology. We got places like JK Tires, for example, and of course the electronic industry, etc. So I believe the ecosystem exists in Mysore today. The question is, how do we leverage them and how do we collaborate with each other? And Mysore actually is not a tier 2 city, in my opinion, it is a tier 3 city. Right? So in a tier 3 city where we don't have the critical mass of a city like Bangalore, the only way we can flourish and we can go forward is by collaborating with each other. I think, therefore, collaboration between the industry, collaboration between, when I say industry, it includes startups, it includes GCCs, it includes educational institutions, it includes the policy makers. Everybody have to come together and put a vision out there for the city to say, this is what we expect the city to be in 5 years and how do we get there collectively, right? So because if everybody is acting converted into centers of excellence where any company, whether it's a startup or an established company within India or outside of India, when they look at a place, they should, or Mysore, they should say, yes, if I want to do something, I'm just picking it up. Let's say food technology, anything, Mysore is the place. I want to do something with cybersecurity, Mysore is the place. I want to do something with AI, Mysore should be the place. So I don't want us to be everything to everybody. It's not possible. And we definitely are not competing with Bangalore, right? And from the hub and spoke model, I think Mysore has actually been, hasn't benefited a lot because of its in fact, I would say it has not benefited at all. And in some ways, it's probably been a bane for Mysore. Prefers to go to Bangalore, which is just now about an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know if I answered all of your questions, Jesse, but that's what my thought is.
No, I think you alluded to a lot of good things. How do you focus on few things, and Bangalore is always a plus, but it cannot be the dependence for Mysore. So
one last piece. You did ask me a question. What do I need from, or what do we need from all the people sitting here on the stage? Each one of them bring a different set of expertise. I would invite you to come and collaborate with us. The industry, as you could see yesterday, all of us industry mean well to bring, Mysore to the global map. We are actually now setting up a cultural entrepreneurship program as a part of Time Mysore, right? And happen.
Great. You keep pushing us and keep asking for help.
Sure,
I think that's the best way. Hey, I am 1 minute away from the time in my mentally when we started, I had thought about. So we will close and we will not. Just one second. We'll come to you, Bibi. So we will close, but I want to thank all of the leaders who who agreed to be part of this. And by the way, let me tell you this. This was not at all prepared. None of us have talked about, what we are, because we wanted to bring our fresh mindset and not rehearse about any of this. So thank you very much for doing it. Sometimes it's not easy, but it was a great conversation. And then thanks to the audience for staying back. Usually in my sessions, when I start, it's a full house. When we are ending, I think it's only 70%. But, this is great. So thank you very much for staying back.
I want all of you to appreciate and trust one entity which has made this possible. And that entity is KEDA. the amount of efforts which KEDAM has taken last few years along with government of Karnataka is humongous. And when I go to multiple states or any other countries, I don't find any other entity like this which has made the remarkable difference on the thought process, the approach, the strategy, looking forward, and not just particular event actually, but on-ground actions and outcomes. Thank you, BV, Sanjeev, and all the team. And KEDAM is not alone. There is a strong support from the government of Karnataka as an engine, I would call, and there are 4 wheels to KEDAM. You can see on the logos there.
Yeah. So with that, the last word from the chairman of KEDAM, and thanks to ISA, NASCOM, KEDAM, STPI, who is sitting here. So I will finish here. And
No, nothing. I just want to take this opportunity to ask each of the panel members what they can commit for Mysore next couple of years. Can I go ahead and ask? Right? The Ashok, you need to make sure that, the action that what is happening in Mysore should be showcased across all the IESM members. One thing what you need to do is can you have your IESA Executive Council meeting in Mysore next EC meeting?
We'll do it. And when I say yes, our chairman is also sitting here.
Yes.
So cannot be denied now.
So,
and my apology, we have been thinking about it already last few months, but we couldn't find the time. But I think in front of audience, we said yes. So we have to do it now.
That's why I want to fix you on the dash. Now, Sanjeev, you spoke very well yesterday. Can you take responsibility to bring at least one company to Mysore every year, if not every 6 months? You take that. Whatever title you want, we'll give the title to you.
No, sure, BB. Karnataka is very close to heart, and Mysore is really the right place. And definitely, whatever collaborations I am working on, I will really try to market Mysore to all those global companies. Thank you.
Yeah. Now you are there, you need to make sure all these people, whatever they committed, they will deliver to Mysore.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. And Naveen, it's a new opportunity for you. We see when Global Foundries, JC became Global Foundries CEO, my first ask was, can you start a center in Mysore? In fact, he brought his boss and he brought his senior people from US who committed, in fact, to start something in Mysore. But after that, of course, JC left. Can you take that responsibility to see that whether you can do something for Mysore as a spoke for your company?
I'm already working for all of tier 3 centers, taking an automotive startup to the Hubli, setting up a VLSI COE with one of my partners, Santosh, standing behind in Mangalore. And for Mysuru, the ASU and VTU to set up the skilling and then start the next setup from there to say hire and start the design center. So I'm with you on all 3.
Excellent. A big applause. And Avinash, what is that you can deliver for Mysore?
What is it?
What is that you can deliver for Mysore?
You know me so well for the last 30 years. You tell me what you want from us for Mysore.
No, I wanted a cluster rating report for all these 3 centers. How globally they can be positioned.
The 3 centers in Karnataka.
Yeah, the Mysore, Mangalore, and Hubli.
Right. I know that you would actually ask for that, by the way, and that's something that we have really done it very well. And and again, is an example of Sri Lanka is a very, very good example, and other places. So I think you're right. We will do a report on these 3 clusters of Karnataka. Absolutely done.
Thank you. And JC, of course, you continue to head this ESDM task group in KEDAM and make sure that, the right level of importance will come to Mysore.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Before we leave all of you, all the panelists. As the mementos are being given, those of you who have registered for the electronic session, you can move to the Nelson Mandela Hall. And before we kick off our next track here, please note that invite-only breakout sessions are taking place in the allocated halls, and access is restricted to delegates holding valid ID cards. So those who have registered, please move to the respective halls. As I mentioned, electronic session at Nelson Mandela Hall and so on. So others will continue in this session here. The Karnataka Innovation Ecosystem session will take off in just a bit. The stage is being set. We are going to start the policy session designed to connect industry leaders, startups, and investors with Karnataka state policy frameworks, incentive structures, and facilitation mechanisms to translate intent into an on-ground investment right here in Mysore. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this session is curated by our exceptional team from startups and innovations of KDEM. And once this stage is set, we are going to start the policy session. I would also request the volunteers, since this is going to be helpful to the startups, one of the representatives of the booths can come inside and sit, and I would request the volunteers to do that, and request one of the startup representatives of each booth to please come inside and take the seats. In the meantime, since some seats have become vacant, delegates at the back can come and occupy the seats in the front. So in the interest of time, as we are running behind schedule, I would like to call upon the exceptional team from Startups and Innovations of KDEM. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bharat Chandra, BK, AVP Startups and Innovations. Please come over, sir. Mr. Omar South, Program Manager, Startups and Innovations. And one by one, they'll talk. Yeah. First of all, it will be Mr. Bharat Chandra, and later on it will be Mr. Omar South. I would request Mr. Bharat Chandra to please come over and take us through the session.
Okay. Let me check if it's working. Yeah. Ellarigu namaskara. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you for responding. So, at the outset, on behalf of Electronics ITBT, Government of Karnataka, and Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, I once again welcome you all for the Big Tech Show 2026. I understand for all the entrepreneurs who are here today and also aspiring entrepreneurs, you have made an effort to be in this hall today to understand some of the initiatives and schemes of Government of Karnataka. I appreciate that you made some time and you're here today. Also, all the other ecosystem enablers, institutions who are here today, thank you so much for being in this hall. Next 30 minutes, it's going to be a kind of awareness session of startup innovation ecosystem in the state of Karnataka. I request everybody's attention for next 30 minutes. And because most of the founders, if you give your attention next 30 minutes, you will gain something out of this session, which will really add value to your startup idea or the startup solution. So without further ado, let me take you through the startup ecosystem in the state. So this is a slide which I always share with pride, because this says the story of the state of Karnataka, where out of 2 lakh startups recognized in DPIIT across India, Karnataka holds 22,000 plus startups, right? And you can also see there are 3,300 plus startups who are funded by larger VC firms. Oh, thank you so much. So when I was talking about the pride of state, the slide was missing. So as I was mentioning about the global startup ecosystem ranking, which happened in 2026, Bengaluru ranked top 15 in the global. So that is again a pride for the state of Karnataka to mention about. And especially on the women-led startups, right? There are more than 2,300 plus women-led startups in the state of Karnataka. 650 of them are funded by VC firms. And we have more than 53 unicorns have emerged from the Karnataka, where $79 billion have raised from past 2 decades. And we also have a very healthy pipeline of 180 plus unicorns coming from our Karnataka state. So these are some of the pride companies who have emerged as unicorn. You can look at the logos, more than 53 unicorns with $192 billion valuations put together. So tech ecosystem, innovation ecosystem across state focusing on the 5 verticals, which is IT, ITS, ESGM and innovation startups, and beyond Bangalore and talent tags are being horizontals. So we also drive a Beyond Bangalore mission very rigorously. My colleague Chetan, who leads this initiative, we are trying to build the ecosystem, both technology, innovation, and also with the R&D institution. We work with the industry anchors and ensure that the ecosystem is built in for startups conducive environment. So let's directly come into the policies incentives, right? We are celebrating more than a decade today of establishing the Startup Karnataka policy way back in 2015, even before Government of India thought of it, right? And under the leadership of our Honorable Minister, Shri Priyank Khargeji, we are deepening our commitment as a decade also passed. Now we are getting into the deep tech era as per his vision. So the policy of 2025-30 clearly lays on the every life cycle approach of the startup, starting from seed stage, early stage, growth stage, and late expansion stage as well. So let me take you through some of these initiatives where it starts from very early stage, from aspiring entrepreneurs who are there in the academic institutions. So for students, we have this initiative called New Age Innovation Network, where we encourage student entrepreneurship in the institutions, encourage the entrepreneurship mindset in the institutions. This initiative provides 5 lakh for a project by a student who builds in this program, under this program, right? We have identified more than 15 plus NAIN institutions across state in the engineering colleges. And there will be also provided 10 lakh plus operational costs for the institutions to run the program. Post that, what after you have a prototype, you have an idea, but still you don't have a team to, establish a startup or a company, right? Hence, Government of Karnataka came up with a program called Rajiv Gandhi Entrepreneurship Fellowship Program, which provides 25,000 stipend per month for an innovator. He may not be a startup, he may not be having a company. Even if you have an idea and want to pursue this idea, next 12 months, Government of Karnataka identify that idea through a screening process and provides 25,000 per month for next 12 months. And also with the right kind of mentorship, right? So early stage startups, one of a flag bearer initiative or the flagship initiative of the state government under the Department of Electronics ITBT is Elevate. I just want to understand how many startups are here. Can you raise your hands, please? Cool. Now I want to ask this question. How many know about Elevate program? 60-70%. That's a good effort from our team, and because you are aware about the program. So Elevate is a grant-in-aid program which provides up to 50 lakh fund as just a grant, and it doesn't take any equity from the startups. Now, additionally, this year we launched Elevate Next. I think our Secretary Madam also just mentioned about all of these initiatives, which is a deep tech grant-in-aid program only for the deep tech startups, which we have extended the grant amount up to 1 CR this time. And it is open for pan-India startups where any startups across India can apply. But if they selected as a winner, they have to come and operate from Karnataka. That's the only mandate we ask from them. And also, if you see that we have a program called We Escalate, this is a specific acceleration program for women entrepreneurs. Get into the program, and there will be a dedicated program arranged for them, ensuring that get the right kind of market access, investor access, and also mentorship on their technologies. So we also have a grassroots innovation, which is again a very unique initiative where the department thought we should identify the innovators coming from this grassroots level, be it in tier 2, tier 3 and rural economy, and provide them a kind of subsidize of 4 lakh for their innovations just to encourage them and pursue their innovation further. Further to that, we also, as a part of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, we just had a initiative called Beyond Bengaluru Blue, which we are doing from last 5 years. This was the fifth edition that we did, where we call applications from the emerging clusters. Specifically, when I say Mysore, we call from the Mysore clusters, Ramnagara, Chamarajanagar, Mandya, and so on and so forth. And we got this time on 100 plus applications. Out of the 100, top 10 were pitched yesterday before the 12 VCs. I think most of the VCs are also in this room, and they pitched in front of the VCs. The idea of this initiative is to ensure that the VCs are coming to the clusters to understand the innovations happening in this cluster, right? So majorly, most of the time, all the VCs are concentrated in Bengaluru, but the effort that we are trying to make it, bring those VCs to the cluster so that the startups here can access them and showcase their innovations. Another important initiative, I think my colleague Suvin will talk about CAN, Karnataka Acceleration Network. And also on the Global Innovation Alliance, just for your sake, where my colleague also Omar will give a brief on it, some of the incentives, fiscal incentives that the state government provides. Global Innovation Alliance is a market access program for international countries. We have a dedicated unit called KUIC, Karnataka Unit for International Collaboration, where we take startups from Karnataka to the different countries to ensure they showcase their product and solutions and have the market access there, right? And we are partnered more than with 40 countries. So we thought, and Elevate, you know the data, just this is also a very, this is a slide which I share with the pride. Till today in India, no other state government has done this achievement, where under the Elevate program, more than 1,300 startups are funded, up to 50 lakh, and in the span of 7 years, with more than 300 crore of committed corpus amount that we have, and 70% more than dispersed of it, right? And this, actually, we just closed applications for 4 calls, which is Elevate 2026, Elevate Aspire, only for Beyond Bangalore startups. How many of you know about Elevate Aspire? Please raise your hands. Hope you have applied. Cool. Likewise, there is Elevate Shakti for women entrepreneurs, dedicated, and Elevate Unnati for our ST entrepreneurs to also apply. And we received this time more than 1,500 applications, 2,500 applications in span of 35 days, right? So with all this information, let me, and also just wanted to mention about this program called LEAP. It's called Local Economy Acceleration Program, dedicated of 1,000 crore budget. The idea of this program is to ensure that we enable the technology innovation ecosystem in the Beyond Bengaluru region majorly, where Elevate Next is also part of this initiative. Likewise, we also enable incubators and accelerators. When I'm talking about incubators and accelerators, we have more than 21 COEs in the state of Karnataka, supported by Government of Karnataka, 11 TBIs, and more incubators that have been supported by Government of Karnataka. Today, in this all, we have at least 5 COEs presence, where after this, we have lined up Heart Park, Charka, Axel, which is a CEO for AI, BBC, Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, and also NSR Cell from IAMB, FinTech is also presenting. And there are other COEs also being present, and they have their booths here. You please go and reach out to them. Yeah. So, without further ado, I just wanted to call my colleague Omar with a quick insights on the fiscal incentives. These are 8 fiscal incentives a startup can avail, where you can save up to 2 CR if you avail appropriately, right? And he will talk about it more. I just want to end my talk in saying one thing. Mahatma Gandhi quote. There is a quote called, if you don't ask, you don't get, right? This is all of the policy incentives that the Government of Karnataka already have, with a more than 500 crores budget over outlay. Startups, it is an opportunity for you to avail this. If you don't ask, we don't know whether you want it or not. So please go ahead and apply for these incentives, apply for all the programs that is there. It is meant for you. Please ensure that you utilize it appropriately. Thank you so much. I'll call upon my colleague Omar.
Very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the startups, industry, ecosystem partners, and everybody who have gathered here today. Thank you, Bharat, for the exhaustive overview about the startup ecosystem and the initiatives and incentives that are being provided under the Karnataka Startup Policy 2025-30. So, without any delay, I will begin with the 8 different incentives which are embedded in the Karnataka Startup Policy 25-30. So, and also, I would just like to mention in the beginning, as Bharat also said, that you are all, focusing throughout this entire, discussion, that if availed appropriately and optimally, a startup can make use of, get a reimbursement of up to 2.24 crores if all of these different incentives are, applied for and the reimbursements are taken. So I'll start with the first one, which is the eligibility criteria is that you have to be a startup as per the definition of the DPIIT, which is be less than 10 years of age, and the turnover of the company should be less than 200 crores, and you have to be registered in any of the districts in the state of Karnataka, and different types of entities, the private limited company, LLPs, and partnerships are also there. Proprietorships, unregistered firms, and these are not allowed. So coming to the first one, any startup can claim reimbursement of up to 50% of the total state GST component, and there is a cap for this, which is up to 100% of the fixed capital investment. Now, fixed capital investment includes your printers, laptops, prototyping equipments, but this and furnitures and fixtures, but this does not include the land and building. So up to 100% of this limit and 50% of the state GST can be claimed. And you should have started your commercial production. Up to 7 years, this incentive can be claimed by a startup. Next, we come to the patent cost reimbursement. This has a cap of up to 15 lakh rupees per year, and it's a very nice feature here that upon application for the patent, immediately upfront you get 60% of the 75% of total cost. So assuming you have 10 lakh, 75% very critical for startups who are working in the MVP, prototyping, and early scaling stage, where they need the critical cloud infrastructure. So for this, the department provides reimbursement of up to 1 lakh per year and 40% of the total costs. The next one is the biggest ticket item in this basket of fiscal policy incentives is for the R&D grants, and up to 1 crore of the total research and development expenses will be signed with the department and with the 3 entities that come together. There will be milestones that will be mapped out, and on the basis of that, the grant will be released to this for this research and development. The next one is finally when you come to hire your young talent for your startup, you can claim a reimbursement of up to 5,000 rupees per startup per month, and this is valid for up to 6 months for the 3 interns that you can hire. So just a recap of everything, the GST and the ESIPF reimbursements ease your operating costs. The international marketing cost reimbursement, brings you to the forefront of the international markets. The patents and the quality cost certification protect and validate your innovation, and the internships reimbursement help you grow your company. And not just this, there are other policies which are formulated and presented by the departments apart from the Karnataka Startup Policy, which is the IT policy, AVGC policy, specifically for startups in animation, gaming, and the ESDM policy and biotech policy. So a lot of benefits are also been provided to startups under these policies. We will share the QR codes to these at the end of the session, so you can log into that and get some information. And our team will be here throughout the day in the venue. If you have any questions, you can come up to Bharat or myself, and we will be happy to answer your questions. I would like to invite program lead for CAN, Mr. Suvin, to just speak a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Suvin, part of KDM and taking care of Karnataka Acceleration Network. And I want to extend my gratitude to Bharat and Omar sharing their perspective on startup ecosystem, what are the incentives, and how government is working towards to help the startups. One of the perspective about setting up this acceleration network is what do you have as a startup after Elevate. So Elevate provides you idea to POC as a grant up to 50 lakhs. And how do we handle the startups once they graduate from POC, right? So this was the program was curated by the leadership from the Karnataka ecosystem as well as startup ecosystem, wherein this is an aggressive acceleration program which curated for 6 months and run across the accelerators. One of the uniqueness of this program is that the program has partnered with the accelerator that are based out of Bangalore, as well as the accelerators based out of our Beyond Bangalore cluster. So the Beyond Bangalore clusters covers HTB, which is Jinsa, which is based out of Bangalore, and partnered with Astra at US Dharwad, which is based out of Dharwad. Similarly, Derby Foundation is partnered with Shine Foundation, which covers the Mangalore cluster. And we have Jain Launchpad, which supports SCSSF, which is based out of Mysore. So these six are and investment readiness. So out of which, under the umbrella of Beyond Bangalore and Mysore Big Tech Show, there's a program called Blue. We could able to see there are 2 startups which could able to share their business ideas to the investors. And out of 100 plus applications that we have received for the first time from Mysore cluster, from the screening process, out of 100 application, top 10 were shortlisted for the Blue, which held yesterday, STPI Mysore. And we've seen 2 cohort startups were also joined to support the program. I think these kind of engagements are helping our startups to support how to have the investment readiness as well as how to position your products in the market, right? The next slide that I want to carry out, how this program started about a year back, and we have completed our cohort 1. Again, this is executed by our 3 pair of accelerators. So the cohort 1 had about 56 startups from spread across all of these clusters. On the right corner of the slide, you can see how many startups that have belong to our clusters. Put together, there are 56 startups that have graduated from cohort 1. These are some highlights that we could be able to understand as well as see the progress from our startups. So out of 56 startups, there are 11 startups who raised their funds about 8.5 crores, as well as all of the 6 accelerators delivered more than 2,000 plus hours of mentorship. So collectively, each of the startups have got about 40 to 50 hours of mentorship, dedicated mentorship hours. One of the core objective of acceleration program is to provide the mentorship to the startups in terms how to scale, how to position, as well as become investor ready, right? As well as this cohort witnessed around 50 plus startups that have 50 plus investors that have engaged as part of the demo days. Another interesting factor is that these startups, before joining the program, they had some revenues as part of their startup. So they were early stage and they had some pilot programs, pilot products that were running, and they could able to generate 9.9 CR as a revenue from the acceleration program. So this numbers are all recorded as part of the program, which run across 6 months. As well as these startups have supported with creating new employment, which is about 200 plus employments. Also, as part of our initiative to support the startup ecosystem, they also got an opportunity to showcase at some of the forums such as Forbes Top 100 to Watch, as well as Bangalore Tech Summit. That's one of the unique, I think, flagship program from our Department of Electronics ITBT, been running for more than 2 decades. And these startups have showcased about 18 startups were showcased about at the LEAP Pavilion, local accelerator, economic accelerator program. Moving on to the next slide. So after completion of cohort 1, we have invited a couple of more applications for the cohort 2. We received around 293 applications as part of our cohort 2 call, and we have received 56 startups who could able to onboard them for the cohort program. There are rigorous screening process involved in terms of spending 60 hours of collaborative assessment, which was done collectively from our accelerators as well as from the mentors to screen these 56 startups. Right now, the cohort completed about 2 modules as part of the acceleration program. I think with this, I want to take this stage to invite our accelerator leaders to be part of this. So I want to call upon Nayaz, Satya, and Dr. Dolly, Dr. Basuraj, and Shine team, and Shiv.
Request Nayaz Ahmad from Jai Launchpad, Shiv Shankar from SJC Step, Mr. Satyanarayana from Derby Foundation. On the stage, please. These are our CAN accelerator partners.
Please, Dr. Professor Basuraj, Dr. Dolly, welcome. Please come. Hi. Yes. Apurva, please come.
I will request one group photo with the CAN partners. I request my KDM SNI team also be on the stage, please.
Omar, Adarsh, Bhavani, Meghna.
So while we call upon, if there is any accelerator wants to talk about something on 30 seconds, be happy to do.
Okay, so I think Suvin has summed up what we do in this program. As we know, space is no subsidy and funding doesn't guarantee any success for startups. Beyond this, we look at mentoring because that is a key. One of the aspects of the program has been a very focused area and tech-based mentoring, market access-based mentoring, where we call upon the best speakers and the mentors from the industry, and we have one-on-one sessions. As you saw, 2,000 hours of mentoring has gone. There is a lot of effort has gone into this program, and I'm sure that the efforts will catapult in the coming cohorts. I represent Dayanand Sagar Entrepreneurship Research Business Incubation Foundation. We are also setting up an AI factory. Beyond mentoring, what is required for startup is today, which are especially working on the AI and hardware is compute. We are setting up an AI factory at Dayanand Sagar University with 20 nodes of Blackwell DGX B200 machines, which is almost 160 GPUs in one lab, with a cyber range and a robotics lab. We'll be happy to, talk about it, and interested people can actually access this from anywhere. We are looking at November for the inauguration. We have half of the machines delivered, half of them on the way. And I think it will sum up to 72 petaflops of power. So probably the biggest in India in terms of raw compute. We'll be happy to look at and extend this to any startup which would like to use this compute power. Yes, rest, I think all others are there. I'll to them. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. This is Nayaz from Jain Launchpad. We are the Startup Incubator Accelerator in Bangalore, part of the Karnataka Acceleration Network implementing partners, along with SJC Step MYSORE. So primarily, there is a lot of confusion when startups apply for acceleration program. So the accelerator program is for startups who have built the prototype, at least the prototype, who have the product ready and want to have some sort of a customer validation, at least a pilot customers. That is the right time to apply for an accelerator program where the program is designed in terms of having one-on-one mentoring, group mentoring, in fact, a lot of knowledge sessions and to help you build GTM strategies for your scale-up. As part of the acceleration program, one of the primary components is the investor readiness module, which happens at the end of the program, where really you get a chance to pitch in front of real investors, which kind of concludes as a demo day as well. Just to give an example, our cohort 1 demo day of Jain Launchpad SJC in Bangalore actually witnessed close to 114 plus participants, where 30 plus were investors and the remaining were industry leaders. Of course, some of them were startup founders as well.
Nayaz.
So Two of our startups actually raised funding, and in fact, I'm happy to share that with everyone. We just got the news yesterday. One of our cohort 1 startup, Experiment Labs, has been recognized by the central government as under the grassroots innovation, and they'll be receiving an award from the president on July 31st. Over to you, Shiv.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think a similar confusion. I know the lot of programs coming from the government, how they make use of kind of a thing. Mysore got so many similar kind of programs. Accelerator is one of that. LEAP program, then TBI program. So all in all, Mysore got a good chunk of opportunities for every startup at different stages. Not necessarily from at the fag end of an investment, but right from the idea stage to then prototype, and then going all the way to the market level as well. The good part of the cane is like every center, like SDC stuff from Mysore, then all other partners across Karnataka. 3 are in Bangalore, 3 are rest in representing a Karnataka, Mysore, Bangalore, and the Hubli Dharwad kind of a thing. So that is a network which making this program more better than anything else, because you are able to leverage the connectivity, leverage the market, leverage the mentors, leverage the facilities made available in each of the locations. So that's why this is very different, very unique in that way, why the government has initiated. So this cohort and the previous cohort, we see that we created a momentum across in such a way that the number of application tells the story why they wanted to take part in this particular program as well. So yeah, funding is the last part we always look at it, but kind of a startup progress happens is kind of a very different in that aspect. It's not necessarily fundraising is the end goal for us. It's about taking them from one set of a stage to the next stage with respect to organizations, understanding the model, business setup, stability of the businesses, and giving them access to across the platforms. So that's the beauty of that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, before we leave, I would request Mr. Bharat Chandra and Mr. Suvin also to go there, have a photograph. Those of you who forgot to clap earlier can do that now. Put your hands together, because they are leading the way, and the startup will be in and the launch of the Karnataka Acceleration Network Cohort 3. Scan the QR to join the Cohort 3 group. So that's another important announcement being made now. Elrigu ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. Thank you very much. Please get back to your seats as we are already behind schedule. Thank you very much, and we straight away head towards the next session. Another important deliberation of today has been the market access strategy session. This session will take a global lens on market access, offering founders a clear roadmap through regulatory, intellectual property, and market entry considerations to scale successfully into Europe. And moderating this all-important session is Mr. Ajay Krishnan. Mr. Ajay is raring to go. He's going to invite guests from outside India also. So, Mr. Ajay, it's all yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for being here. I'm privileged as a part of KDM. My name is Ajay Krishnan, to invite you to this particular session, along with IP Dome, which is the other partner in the event. And we have Ignacio Di Medrano Caballero from EU IPO, and his team member, Bibiana Menendez. They are speaking from Alicante in Spain, and they will take us forward in this journey. So without further ado, I hand over the stage to Ignacio and Bibiana. Over to you, Ignacio.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Namaskar. It is really a privilege for us, for Bibiana and myself, as representative of the European Union Intellectual Property Office, to participate in this important event. We would like to start thanking the government of Karnataka, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, and Beyond Bengaluru for the invitation. It's a pleasure for EUIPO to collaborate with these committed organizations in shaping the future of the digital economy of Karnataka. As Mr. Ajay has just mentioned, we are joining from Alicante, from close to the Mediterranean shore, close to Valencia, 150 kilometers from Madrid, from the capital. And here is where it is the base of the agency in charge of protecting intellectual property rights for the whole territory of the European Union. We will go a little bit on detail on this. What is the, let's say, the kind of protection and what are the benefits for Indian startups, Indian SMEs when they are considering to export to Europe, when they have identified some interest on the European market, how they have to do and what are the elements that they should consider. So this is a little bit the structure of our presentation today. We will start giving you some figures on why IP protection matters in the European Union, what are some tips about how to register, what are the options that you might have in order to protect your brands, your designs, your patents in Europe. In particular, we will like to focus a little bit on design and copyright for software companies, given the interest that this might have to you. The different alternatives that you have. There is not only a single way to protect the intellectual property in the European Union. And finally, how to reduce the risk that you might have if you are considering, as I said, to export and start trading in Europe. So let's start a little bit. First of all, I think this is a very good momentum for this presentation. This is something that we, Viviana and I, we have been several times this year last year in India, very linked to the fact that the free trade agreement between EU and India, that it was signed at the beginning of this year by the heads of the government of both the European Union and India. And from what we heard, it is very likely that it will enter soon into force. Of course, it creates a lot of opportunities for Indian companies, as well as, of course, European companies coming from India. As you may know, once the free trade agreement will enter into force, this will eliminate tariffs 93% for the Indian exports in the EU. This is, of course, in the situation, let's say, global situation of the economy around the world and the problems that we have been facing in some specific markets in the last years with tariffs. This is good news. And I think these are, let's say, also alternative markets. Our colleagues from the European Commission have considered that this is going to grow very intensively in the next years, of around 4.3 billion euros. This so more than 48 million gross rupees, and this is expected to grow in some specific sectors that, of course, are the ones in which the free trade agreement has focused or has given specific opportunities. Textiles, apparel, toys, tea, gems, jewelry, medical apparatus, leather and footwear, but of course also electronics and IT services. It is something that it will have a lot of impact in the next year, and it is expected that many Indian companies that for the time being are already only operating at domestic level or exporting the same kind of public organization as the Controller General in India. So our main task is to protect the trademarks and the designs and the geographical indications for handicraft and for any company all around the world that it is considering or it is thinking to start trading in Europe. So this is something that we will see, and Viviana will explain you, possible to be filing from India directly on our office. The difference the difference that we have in Europe, if you come kind of intellectual property rights. Contrary to that, in the European Union, we have split it in two organizations. Ours, EU IPO, in charge, as I said, of trademarks, designs, and geographical indications. And there is another organization called the European Patent Office, which is based in Munich, in Germany, that it is in charge of protecting patents at the level of Europe, covering some geographical scope wider than the European Union, as there is countries such as Switzerland and some other countries that belongs to this organization, the European Patent Organization. So it is European geographically wider than the EU as such, that as you may know, it is composed of 27 member states, and it is a single market. So this is a little bit the difference. We institutionally are a agency from the European Union. The European Patent Office is an international organization, not belonging formally to the let's say institutional landscape of the European Union. So why the European market might be interesting and attractive for Indian startups and Indian companies in general? Of course, I mean, the focus, and this we have been seeing in some data analysis of traditional expansion of global brands, have been focusing in US, in China, in Southeast Asia. But as I said, these opportunities created by the signature of this free trade agreement that has been negotiated for years gives you the opportunity, or gives companies from India the opportunity on getting into the third largest executive limitation in order to continue or to trade in the rest of the member states of the European Union. What does it mean? That means that with the internal market, you will have an access to a market of 450 million consumers. According to the data analysis, 75 million of these consumers are high-income buyers. So winning over these hearts and minds requires a rock-solid strategy as regards intellectual property. You will need to position your brand effectively and differentiate your product as a standout. Now, while the EU offers massive demand for Indian products, we are not here today to talk about broad macroeconomics or trade trends. We are here to talk about intellectual property and the critical role that IP plays in making market expansion successful. For this, I turn to my colleague Viviana, that she's going to give you some elements as regards the protection of trademarks and designs in the European Union. Thank you. Viviana, all yours.
Thank you, Iñaki, and namaskar to everyone. Let's jump into matter, why the IP protection matters. First of all, Europe is a very dynamic market, and whether it's a trademark or a design registration, these are two crucial things for startups. These two IP rights help you stand out, and it gives you, as Iñaki mentioned, enforceable legal protection in all the 27 member states. The data consistently shows how SMEs are benefited from holding IP, and how they have a success rate compared to other companies who do not have IP. Why? Because this IP also attracts investors and venture capitalists. Investors want to know your core technology, your brands, your designs, and if there is all of this in place, they can allocate the capital. IP rights build trust. They create clear competitive moat that proves to European consumers that your product is authentic, which they value a lot. And here's the real beauty for scaling fast, and we will repeat this for a couple of times. Just one single registration protects you across 27 nations. You don't need to navigate all these legal systems between the countries. We have just the one system in place. Now, As many Indian founders, you already know how the fierce domestic competition can be. And expanding into Europe brings its own saturated categories. But in Europe's crowded space, securing your IP isn't just defense, it's how you can establish your unique identity. Before we look into how to file, I'll show you a bit of the strategic growth of certain brands that we've seen in our registration. Okay. I'm sure that a lot of you are familiar with this vehicle. And I know that until now we brushed upon IP rights, but what does this mean in practice, and why should they matter for your company? This iconic vehicle, which I'm sure you know, and it's very recognizable, the brand we all know, it's a very important Indian company. It has many multiple IP layers, right? First, it has how it works, which is protected by patents. This is the underlying technological innovation, whether it's the engine, whether it's the improved braking system or specialized suspension. This is covered by patents. Then we have how it looks. The difference between the Indian system and the European system is that design protects in Europe only how it looks, not how it functions. That's why we stress the difference between patents and designs. Okay, so design is how it looks, how distinctive the body shape of the vehicle is, the aesthetic lines, etc. And this is protected by the European design. Now, what the vehicle's name is, that's the brand name and the logo, the identity that carries a reputation and the legacy of the company that is protected by the trademark. At the UIPO, our mission is to help companies to secure their trademarks and designs across Europe, as we mentioned. We know that behind every startup, there is a valuable IP, and we really want to stress the importance of protecting. So you can see this success cases like before when they started as smaller companies, like the vehicle legacy Indian company. So this is a well-known brand, and it has evolved tremendously over the years. It has used the IP to protect their continuous innovations. Since their first trademark registered in 1945, they have registered many other trademarks and brand logos, a massive company. In the European Union, this company holds many EU designs and trademarks. But how did they start first? The Tata Safari, I have to mention it, was the first EU trademark that we received from this company. And this is a real case, this is from our registry. And as we said, it protects the trademark. It later evolved the trademark into other classes. So one trademark was probably just filed for a vehicle class. Afterwards can evolve into consultancy, into services, others, for example, like computer programming. It can evolve into many things. Just with one single copyright come together in one specific product, and then how also it can evolve and how it can grow over the years to become a massive conglomerate. So, why should we focus heavily on IP? When I speak to founders, I often hear like a very big concern, like the EU feels complicated, it's bureaucratic, you have 27 different countries, different languages, and of course we cannot eliminate every hurdle and regulatory hurdle in Europe, but the process is really streamlined. Through the EU, you could just have this one registration covered for the 27 member countries because it's a unitary system. It works and it has harmonized all the system between all the countries in the European Union. So it's easy for anyone to enter Europe and do business in Europe. What are the benefits? We have one application, we have one single fee, one currency, and it applies, as I mentioned 1,000 times, to the whole European Union. On top of that, you can take advantage of the fast track process. We have one of the fastest systems in the world, and I will go a bit further down the timeline into the how long it takes. But we have probably one of the most modernized systems in terms of designs and trademarks, and you can have your trademark registered at the maximum of 4 months. So we have a bit of advantage over there compared to other systems. And once it's registered, this becomes part of your long-term assets for your balance sheet. Let's not forget that. An EU trademark is valid for 10 years, and it could be renewed indefinitely. And also, if you have a design, it lasts, the first fee lasts for 5 years. There's 5 years protection, and it could be renewed until 25 years. Now let's look at how much it costs. Starting cost for an EU trademark is for one class is €150. This is 93,000 Indian rupees, which if you make a bit the calculations, it ends up around 731 rupees per month. Why this price is relevant? Because if you go directly to one country, for example, if you just want to file in Germany, it costs €290, which is 30,000 Indian rupees. If you decide to go, okay, let's go to two countries. Let's decide France. The price in France is €190, so it already goes over almost €400. And if you pick a third country, it's better to go for the European protection. So it is really depends on the strategy of your company, where you want to sell. But of course, for many software companies and for many big companies, the idea is to go global or to bigger territories. So that's why we advise to go with the European protection and covering all the member states. Just to clarify, it costs more to have Spotify Premium than 10 years of IUTM. The price, as I said, for per month is like 700 Indian rupees, which for that in Europe is similar to a Netflix subscription. So how long does it take? For trademarks, we have the fast track. What it means to be in the fast track is that you fulfill a certain criteria. Let's say that you do your work a bit before the registration, and you can have your trademark published in 14 days. What does it mean that it's published? It means that it's published to see if someone has an opposition or has any complaint about your trademark. If the market does not respond to this publication, then you can have your registration in 4 months, around 4 months. So it just completely goes streamlined. If you go through the standard track, let's say that you do not know certain aspects to fulfill your application, it takes a bit longer. It can be published in 36 days. And the standard track registration, so if, let's say, there's no oppositions, you can have it in 5 months, which is, again, quite fast compared to other systems. And in terms of designs, this is a super fast system. You can have your registration, if, again, done in fast track, in just 1 day, but the standard track takes 7 days. This is the difference, I have to say. For example, with the USPTO, the USPTO has a patent design system, which they evaluate on how it works, not just on the aesthetic aspects. And the UIPO just evaluates on the aesthetic aspects, because like my colleague Ignacio said, the patents are registered in another institution, which is the European Patent Office. Okay, how to register an EU trademark? It's quite easy. It's quite straightforward. The process is you must do the search of available trademarks before. You must conduct it to see if there is anything that could be similar, just to avoid that you have someone complaining that there's a similar mark. And we have tools for that. The EU system operates in a first come, first served basis. So you really have to check availability beforehand. And we have tools like TMView, which I will show you a bit further down where to find it, to do a prior search. This is a database that has almost all the trademarks in the world. We work with a lot of offices in the world, so you see also you can filter trademarks for a specific country or the whole European Union. Then the next step is starting your filing application, which you can do online easily, and you appoint an IP rep based in the EU. If you say, okay, but how can I find an IP rep based in EU? We have tools to do that, and I'll show you further down the timeline of this presentation. And then we have the examination process, where we have our experts examining the trademark and the publication. And as I mentioned, then in a 4 or 5 range months, you'll have your trademark. Perfect. So now, talking about designs, we jump into designs. Since the 1st of July in 2026, we have new guidelines. What does this mean? That the EU design regulation was recently updated to better align with today's technologies and the market realities. The EU operates the protection to new designs compared to other offices. We're really at the forefront, I think as well with the UK IP office. But previously, you can think how it was a pain to protect the digital interface. It involved a lot of static screenshots, and it was a pain for all the tech companies. But now the reform has explicitly included non-physical products. We are talking about geographical user interfaces, icons, animations, transitions. Animations and transitions like a flat image. And just want to go a bit, this is not a tricky, but I think it's worth explaining what a design is, specifically for tech companies, and how it matches with copyright, but I'll show you in a bit. Design can be used to protect hardware, modems, VR sets, packaging, UX, UI layouts, wireframes. It's important because it's often forgotten by the tech companies, and it's a great alternative to register in the EU compared to other systems, because first we have the fast protection, which is, as you know, you develop a product very fast and you need to protect it quite fast. So in one day, if everything is set, you can really protect the US system. And then you can use the US system to claim priority in other territories that are members of the Paris Convention. This is a bit of a legal specificity per se, but it can be used as a strategy as well. Many companies use it to protect their innovations, as I said, in the first days. And in the next 6 months, you can use this protection in the EU to claim priority in other territories. What is not part of a design? Computer programs, because that's protected by copyright. Of course, natural products, ideas, methods, processes, colors, the function, as I mentioned, it's part of patents, and smell of fragrances. I have to say that music, sounds, those are trademark domains. Okay, so we need to be very specific in these terms of protection and seek IP advice in terms of registering other things that are not design. Now, the design registration process, it's very similar to the trademark. It's even faster and cost effective, because we know it's quite cheaper. Also, that's why it's very attractive for the tech companies, because protecting a design, it's half than a trademark. And it gives you a competitive edge in the visual drive industry, like consumer electronics, fashion, home decor. The process is very straightforward. As I mentioned, you have to do your quick search in design view. So we have two separate platforms, one for trademarks and one for designs. Then you file an online application. You appoint an IP representative based in EU. It doesn't have to be a big law firm. It could just be a representative, just to take care of the proceedings in case there is an issue. And in a matter of days, you have your registration. So important. Where are we with copyright and designs? You might think all of the elements of the software application are protected by copyright due to being a sort of artistic expression. However, the geographical user interfaces, as I mentioned, the buttons, the animations, the shapes, and patterns can also benefit from design protection. For example, the copyright protects how it looks, the result of the author's intellectual property in creation, and it's automatic. You do not need to register the copyright. It just is protected automatically by the creation. It could be also an original piece of code. It doesn't need to be completely new or innovative. It just has to be original. And what does copyright protect? As I mentioned, the artistic expression, and it lasts as long as the author lives, plus 70 years. So this could add up around like 120 years. Compared to the design protects only the visual appearance, not how it works, as I mentioned. And if you want to register in the European Union, you have first the national protection. So if your company just wants to go to one country, like let's say Germany or Spain or the Netherlands, you can just file directly in that country and they will have their own fees, as we mentioned. And if you want to file to more than 3 countries, we recommend going to the European Union, and you can file the European Union Intellectual Property Office, and you can file directly. What else can you do? You can register also nationally. This means to each country through WIPO. So when you do an application through WIPO, you can select not only, of course, many other countries, but also the European countries individually, or you can select the European Union as a whole. It's part of the Madrid Protocol. That's what it's called in legal terms. And you can, it's the same for the European Union to go through WIPO or directly with us. So as easy as it is to the companies to register, there are many routes that you can utilize to benefit your company and your processes as well. I want to show you a bit the tools. We discussed, as I mentioned, what TMView and DesignView are. These are our databases that you can search across millions of trademarks and designs. You can use images. You can, it's very user-friendly. You can narrow by territories. You can narrow by owners. So it's very interesting to play with, because also if you're interested in specific products, it's free, it's completely open. You can go there and see what Meta is filing and publishing, of course, because you have the option to protect your designs. If you register your designs, you can have an option to keep it private. But the ones that are public, you can go there and see, for example, any hardware by any company. You can go and search yourself. But also it's necessary, in case you have an idea of what you want to protect, to see if the trademark or design is available. I want to provide you with other tools as well. Our customer service. We are a public entity. We interact a lot with customers, and you would think probably, oh no, it's a big institution, it's very bureaucratic. No, we have a landline that you can call in European times that we have over there, from 8:30 to 6:30 in the afternoon. A person will pick up the phone and will talk to you. We have also other means of communication through chatbot. And in case you have an emergency, like your filing is going to run out of time, or you need to pay something, you can call our emergency line, but it is just for emergencies. But if you have a query and you want to do it by email, it takes, I think, 3 days by email, 16 seconds on the phone. And even though we cannot give legal advice, you will have someone that can help you with your applications. This next, this is our website. I want to show you a bit the tools that we have. And I'm going to point a bit here. This is actually the homepage, okay? You can Google and just Google EU IPO, or you can use our address. But here at the homepage, you have the first box is the search for IP databases. Here you can search in eSearch Plus. This is where you search for the IP representatives. Then you have TMView and TM class. This is, for example, to check which classification you want to use for your product and which trademarks are already registered. Sorry. And here in the bottom part, you have the same. You can access directly TMView, Design View, just the tools that we just shared. Then in the second box, it's very easy. If you want to apply on the website, you will find everything there, okay? This is another tool that I want to share that we're really proud of because it's quite recent. It's called Early TM Screening. What does Early TM Screening do? Early TM Screening is a sort of AI-based help that while you're filing your application, it tells you, oh, this might raise a flag. Oh, this doesn't make a bit sense if you're filing for registering, for example, tea, and you're doing it in the coffee category. So it can help you flag. The QR code actually takes you directly to this tool if you want to scan it. And I would suggest, if you want to file in the EU, to go in to play, as long as you do not for many companies. So I'm going to jump. So if you want to scan the QR code, I'm going to jump to more tools for designers. We have another tool called Real-Time Guidance. This is for designers, design people who want to file their design and they don't know how to navigate the application. We have a service that a person will guide you through the video conference specifically to file your application. So really contact us if you're concerned, if you're worried. And I also add here our free learning platform. We have courses that we have narrowed down, based in the EU. This is available. It's a voucher system that gives you back a high percentage of the money that you invest. We have for trademarks and designs. We have for patents, which, as we mentioned, it goes to the EPO. And we have for the IP scan. What are these three things? These are, as I mentioned, reimbursements that you get from filing your application. But as long as you have an address in the EU, you can apply for the SME fund. So if you are really trying to come into the European market and are confident that you can grow your company here, as long as you have an address, you can apply for this and get the reimbursement for the trademark or for your design. So we're reaching the end of our presentation. There are common disputes and we have to talk about this because, of course, some trademarks can face oppositions. 1 in 5 EU trademarks face an oppositions, but it doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. It's a real statistic, and we want to say that from these oppositions, 60% are resolved in an amicable way because we have mediation services. And I want to talk about these mediation services. It's completely free, it's complementary, and it's voluntary and confidential. You can have accessible dispute resolutions in case you find yourself against another company because of an opposition to the trademark, and it can help you resolve the disputes in an amicable path. We have a lot of IP applications, like 300,000 IP applications per year, and only 20,000 oppositions. So they can access the mediation services. And as I mentioned, the 70% have a settlement rate and avoiding.
I think, are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions? We are running a little bit behind schedule, plus a few people have left for lunch. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to take them now, maybe one. Or I have Ms. Swapna here in front of us. She is local. She can also help us with the questions. Any questions? No, nothing at this stage. Bibiana, nothing at this stage. Nothing at this stage, but I'm sure there'll be some questions that will be coming up. I'll wrap those questions up and send them to you by email or whichever way, and we'll put it out on a LinkedIn post or something. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, we'd be glad to respond them.
Okay. Swapna, can I just call you on stage very quickly? So we have Swapna, please come. We have Swapna, from who's the CEO of a company called IP Dome. They're based out of Chennai, but they do have an office in Bangalore as well, right?
Yes, we do.
In Bangalore as well, they do have an office. So if there's any questions, reach out to us, reach out to her. You can also reach out to EU IPO. If you have any questions, we'll try to organize a little bit more sessions. Actually, a detailed workshop is more like it because you need to go into this for a couple of hours. Yeah. So if somebody's interested, do let us know. We'll organize that as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bibiana. Thank you, Ignacio. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajay.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you. Bye. Swapna, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I did have a presentation, but I don't think this time, right?
This time.
Yes.
But you might just want to talk a little bit about yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ajay. We've been working for some time with the startups who have come through KDM for filing IPR, including patents, copyrights, designs, and trademarks. We've also been helping startups to take their inventions to other countries. We often miss out the opportunity to look at other countries like those in Africa, for instance, where we have had several patents successfully monetized or had them made into products which are useful for African countries. So there are 53 countries in Africa. Many of them require the kind of technologies that we require in India, and the technologies that are made in India are apt for those areas. There are also new patents that we are making which are effective in some Middle American and South American countries. So understanding that our inventions that we make in India are not useful only for India, not only for South Asia, but also across the globe is very important. The second important aspect that I would like to talk, since we have been talking about filing patents globally, is that many patents enhance their value, or many intellectual property assets enhance their value when they have multiple portfolios. So filing in India, filing in EU, filing in Africa, filing in a few other countries that you have either about filing in India or filing abroad, any form of intellectual property. And I'm happy to partner with KDM. Thank you very much for this.
Yes.
Just go to.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would request Mr. Ajay to give a moment to our esteemed speaker. Please give a round of applause. Sir, just hang on. The photographer has forgotten his duty. He also wants to go to lunch, I think. So please go to the center. Center gogi. Haramagtagiri. Well, with this, we break for lunch. Those of you who are not aware, there will be a vehicle which will take you to the lunch arena. Please have your lunch and come back in the same vehicle in the next 30-35 minutes. Until then, have a great time. Namaskara, and see you all in the next 35 minutes. Thank you very much and take care. Photo
Oh, thank you so much. You have a lovely voice. I know. You was immediately impressed. Do you also sing?
Sing, but I'm not qualified.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll stand around here for a while. Yeah. Let me Okay. Okay. So we can discuss actually, if the innovation part and the IPR part, you can discuss with me. The policy part and the funding part, we have to discuss. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I wanted to make that. Yeah. Yes. Can I? What's up, right? Then we can do Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Neeraj Singh. I'm a co-founder of Zolz. Thank you for having me here. Zolz fundamentally is a financial infrastructure company. We are a NASSCOM recognized deep tech. What we are building is the next generation of financial infrastructure for the country and from India to the world. What we are trying to solve for fundamentally is how we can make financing accessible to chain, and DeFi is that the whole innovation that is happening, it's a good innovation, but it is not really impacting anyone. So can we bring that innovation into a regulatory landscape and help people? That's what we are trying to do. Yeah.
When we were setting up the FinTech Center of Excellence, we spoke to several founders. We thought we'll talk to 20 founders, we'll hear 20 different problems, because we were trying to identify what are the areas that we can contribute to and help move the needle. But strangely, most of the problems that we arrived at or we heard from founders, very similar to Neeraj and Tim, fell in three buckets. One was capital, one was compliance, and the other was market access. And we've seen this play out at different stages. We've also seen a lot of fintechs not fail because of their product, but because they were trying to climb these three mountains at the same time. Tim, if you could maybe just take a step back, a lot of people who have ventures and people who are thinking about starting up, maybe in the fintech space specifically, what are the problems you faced early on? If you could just maybe take us back in time.
Sure. So mine is a very specific problem area. If I ask all of you, do you guys remember the name of the insurance policy that you took? One hand, couple of hands. Do you know that what is the copay for your insurance health policy? One hand, two hands. So the hands have decreased by half. Do you know that if you can afford a full room? One hand, two hands. The same person is lifting again and again. So, sir, you have done a great job of reading a. Oh, you're a banker, so excellent.
Occupational hazards, I think.
So we operate in a space which is, according to most people, yes, I have an insurance policy. It's somewhere there in the drawer. I have bought it from a friend or bought it from an agent or bought it from a broker. So when we started off, one of the first things that we have to cross was there is a regulator. And not only is there a regulator in insurance, there's a regulator in finance also. So if you thought that one regulator was not enough, you had IRDA and RBI. And if all of you, you're a banker, right? So you must have dealt with the circulars that RBI keeps sending. So for us, the number one issue was regulatory risk. And as a startup, none of the VCs, angels, private equity folks want to talk to you if you have any regulatory risk. And that still continues. Today, we have acquired an NBFC. So we are friendly with the RBI. And we've also won awards both in the IRDA sandbox and the RBI sandbox. So again, regulatory risk was something that we saw when we started, and we have sort of gone ahead and addressed that. I think after the regulatory risk, the second most important, as Shloka rightly mentioned, was funding. And mine is a lending business. I have to lend money to people. And guess what's my raw material? Any guess? Money. Right? So if I don't have money, I can't even do my startup. If you're a tech startup, you can start in your bedroom, you can start in your drawing room, you can start in your garage. You don't need a lot of money. You probably need a laptop and a great idea. But if you're a lending startup, you need money, right? So for me, the second biggest issue was fundraising. And the three of us, Kanaji, Prabal, and me, the three of us, when we set up the company, we had about 20 odd lakhs in terms of savings, which we pooled together and gave it to an NBFC, because none of the NBFCs in the country would even lend money to us, because financing for insurance, your insurance koi nahi khareedta. I mean, you're going to put something of a loan on top of that, so nobody's going to even take a loan for buying insurance, right? So that's the feedback which we got. So money was very, very crucial for us, and we could not scale unless we found the right VC or angels. I was a banker before. I had my own investment banking firm before I started FinSol. So I had access to VCs, and I ran this idea through a lot of them. And majority of them said, if you can do at least 20, 30 lakhs of business in a year, we will look at funding you. So we pooled in our money. We gave to an NBFC. I had a junior from IIT Kharagpur who had an NBFC. He then took the liberty of giving us the NBFC to lend for it. That's where we started our first POC. And what everybody was asking for a year, we finished in about 3 months. We were able to lend the entire 20 odd lakhs. And then after we lend,
the next biggest problem, which is to collect the money back from people, right? That's in an NBFC or a bank, that's the biggest problem. So for us, the VCs then waited for us to collect the money back. So we collected the money back and we got an NPA of 0.00. And that's where the first VC showed interest and we raised our first check of approximately about 2 crores. And now we are about Series A funded. But along the line, you have to earn your stripes in lending. Again, I'm very sector specific. I think Neeraj is also in my same industry where financial sales, but is a different side of things. How many of you are thinking of starting an NBFC or a bank? Nobody, right? Somebody, I think one person. Apart from that, majority of you would need access to VCs, angels, or private equity folks. And I think the ecosystem that's provided by the Karnataka government has helped us a lot. So I was incubated in NASSCOM for close to about 6 years using the space where I met a lot of VCs. I met a lot of angel investors. I met a lot of super angel investors and angel forums, which came and sort of helped us. So that is where I started networking with a lot of investors to socialize the idea and see what they wanted us to grow and what are the numbers that they want. And then go back to the drawing room and start delivering those numbers. That was the main 2 problems which I faced.
Yeah. Just to maybe double click something that you said you were part of a couple of incubators, and considering some of the folks here wanting to start up might be looking for that partner, right? Why did you choose to go for something more sector specific? At what point did you think you needed that help?
So I think it's a very good question. I think my dad was a banker. He was in Central Bank of India. I'm a mechanical engineer. So all I heard in the house was either finance or cars. So I wanted to build cars. And in IIT, I took major as mechanical and minor as finance. So finance has been married to, I guess, me for a long time. Prabal and Kanaji spent about 4 decades in insurance. He was selling insurance. And Prabal was in Swiss Re, which is also into reinsurance. So the 2 of us, we had finance and insurance backgrounds. And the idea for me personally was, I was in Delhi till 2018. And after my son was born, he had severe pneumonia because of the pollution. And we didn't have insurance. I didn't have, as an entrepreneur, I didn't have adequate insurance. And I felt that if I am facing this problem where I don't have at least a couple of lakhs worth of insurance, how does the rest of the Indian population afford to buy insurance? So for me, it was a personal problem. And that's when I joined hands, like I said, with Prabal and Pramod Khanna. All 3 of us got together, and that was how we selected the problem. But to the next question, how do we go about sort of finding the right partner? I think for us, we looked at all the states which were helping startups, and not much help came from the northern part of the country. There was a lot of southern accelerators and incubators, starting with Andhra, we had Kerala, we had Karnataka, and I think these are the biggest 3 states which are offering money to startups. Karnataka has an Elevate program, which I think Neeraj will talk about. Kerala had a Kerala Startup Mission, which was also sponsoring, and I'm from Kerala. Andhra had the T-Hub, which was also pretty good, pretty forward in terms of taking the first steps in India. And I think these accelerator programs give you access from an idea stage, which is where you start, and then meeting great people. I mean, Mr. Pai was standing outside. That's the kind of network that you can get, right? Access to such people, which you thought would not be possible. I think the other co-founder of Infosys keeps coming to the NASSCOM office, the KDM office, all the time to meet with startups as well. So I think that's where we found that if you're going to start with an idea, if you don't have any support, the state or these states provide access to people who you can brainstorm an idea with and explain that. They provide access to capital, which I think is also important. And the third thing is also, if you want to have a POC, they also provide you access to certain companies, because a lot of companies approach the Karnataka Digital Mission. They come to them with their problems. So if you have a solution which will take care of the problems, you also have customers there. So that's everything that you need as an entrepreneur. And that's the reason I used all of these accelerators. In fact, now even Odisha has started something. So we're looking at that as well.
Neeraj, if you could maybe talk about some of your earlier problems and what help you were seeking from incubator partners like NSR Cell as well.
Yeah, I think Tim covered it well. For most of the startups, I think funding is one of the critical problems you have to survive. For us, it was it was one of the biggest problems, because our gestation period is pretty long, because the kind of infrastructure that we are building, it takes at least 4 or 5 years to build, and then we can start making money. It's not a startup which can start generating revenues and show some sort of traction to the VCs in a year or so. So we had to rely on a lot of incubators, a lot of grants that we have received from, from the government, NSRCL, KTech, Elevate is one of them, see revenue, and then you start looking out for other revenues and you sort of keeps on, diverting. But when you choose the right ecosystem, basically you have a lot of sounding boards you can go and talk to. And FinTech COE in that sense helped us, a lot, speaking to the right people, whether it is, bankers, ex-regulators, people from VC background who maybe back, these deep tech funds, deep tech startups. So that helped us always, keep a check on where we are going. Are we diverting or we are not diverting? Are we taking the right decisions, or are we taking, short-term sort of steps which are going to compromise our long-term vision and strategy? So in that sense,
Absolutely. No equity. It's government money that they give, and in the hope that you will create a startup which will employ people. And I think for us, our first grant was about 12 lakhs, right? And we gave it back to the government. In fact, I think only 2 startups in that state have given it back to the government. The only reason is because when that was there for us, we remember it paid the salaries for almost 6 months. And we wanted that any other startup who go ahead and takes the grant again helps them in their journey of 6 months, 9 months. So absolutely important. Thank you. And the second thing is we recently won the HDFC Parivartan Award, which again, no big, I would say it's not been published. Also, now that we're looking at partnering with HDFC Ergo and HDFC Bank, the award sort of helps us put our foot in the door and help build a bigger solution. So that's something that I would say the programs that IIM Bangalore runs with the NSRCL and the Karnataka state government helps us in all those things. So thank you so much for doing that.
We spoke about capital and how it can be catalytic at the right time, right? I think both of you said that specifically. If you could really go into the trenches of how do you find that right partner or the right avenues, it could be through partners, it could be through other conversations, because sometimes when you're looking at funding beyond equity financing, grants could be one. Are there any other sources that founders, when they're starting out, when they're not ready for traditional equity-based financing, can consider when they're starting out, especially in a space like fintech, which has its own gestation period as well? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know of a lot of ways. I think equity capital, you can take debt, but debt is very difficult. I think you should not take debt at early stages anyway. Grants are the best thing. If you are building up, I think grants are the best thing for a startup. You can, and at early stages, you don't have, a lot of expenses as well. You're not taking salaries, your employees are there. You hire junior employees. You have to stay very lean. And maybe a 25 lakh grant like HDFC Parivartan, can give you a runway for almost a year. And even more than that if you are careful with the money. So I think that's the best thing that you can have. And there are, multiple grants available from multiple, states, multiple incubators. You have to choose the right ecosystem, because sometimes what happens is if you have, received some sort of grant from one government, you cannot apply for the other one. So you have to be careful in choosing those grants as well, which gives you, more leverage. You always have to think in how you can get more leverage out of whatever you are getting.
Yeah, so for us, we have explored all sorts of funding. We have venture debt, we have equity, because I'm in the lending again. So it's very different for us as compared to the rest of you sitting here. I think when Shloka had asked how many of you are looking at starting a tech company, you really don't need a lot of money to start up. You probably need a good idea, you probably need good execution, and more important than money, I guess you need good customers who are ready to pay. Unfortunately, we live in a country where everybody wants to do pilots for free. And even after you give the product also, then they want it for free. And if you can pay the money for taking the product, then they'll be even more happier, right? So I think you have to decide based on what kind of startup you are, the kind of funding that you need. When we started, I guess the initial sort of corpus always comes from your own savings. And it's better if you have worked for a few years, saved up some money. But if you are a student who is just starting up from college, I think most of the colleges nowadays has an Atal Incubation Center, which there is a mandatory yearly prize that they have to give. And they run these business plan competition, great source of money, right? So if you're a student, please go to all the business plan competitions of all the colleges in Bangalore. You'll probably end up with your first check. If you can cross that business plan competition from the campus, I think the second thing comes from home. So if you're working, if your wife is working, if you don't have a wife and your partner is working, I think it's going to be very important that you showcase that I can put money on the table to investors, because investors want to see if there is some skin in the game for you. Nobody's going to give you a check just if you're working somewhere and say, VC says, I'll give you the check, but you have to first leave the job and come. So all that doesn't work. VCs want to see, or angels want to see, that you have taken the risk. You have been on the ground. You have been putting your skin in the game. So I guess that is the first check that actually comes. Then there are family and friends. I guess your parents. Most of the parents are very supportive of startups nowadays. When I graduated, they were like, no, it's either job or it's education, right? There's no startup in between. Startups were frowned upon. I graduated in 2002, right? So in my class, maybe 3 of us are running startups. That's the crowd. Today, if you'd see 20-30% of the population goes into startup. So for us, I think angels and angel networks was the second level. There are a lot of angel networks in India. Indian Angel Network, that's somebody from Thai. They also have an angel network. There's Bombay Angels, there is Delhi Angels, there's Bangalore Angels, Chennai Angels, there is all these angel networks. So I guess meeting these angel networks is a great help. And nobody wants to see a cold call email or a cold email which starts. Try to build relationship with these people, because they have to really take a complete bet on your idea, an idea which doesn't even exist. So I guess angel groups, you have access to more people, and they will also take a bet on the idea. They will evaluate you, but they also want to see how much amount of time you follow up with the angel as well. There's no point talking to a private equity guy. All of you know the difference between private equity, venture capital, angel? Yes, no, maybe. I think it's the post-lunch session. The hands have stopped going up. Right? So angels are the guys who write checks of anywhere between a couple of lakhs to 50 odd lakhs. VCs write checks from 50 odd lakhs. Nowadays, it's couple of crores to about a couple of million. Private equity guys write checks from a couple of million to a couple of billions. A private equity recently bought, Dell back, right? So that's the amount of money. You also have state governments which have debt funds, which actually give you a loan. We have grants. This is another type of funding. And then there's something called a CGTMSE, which is a scheme that the government has for entrepreneurs who have hard assets. So these are all the different types. I've tried all of these, and I've probably, except for CGTMSE, I've got all of these. Recently, I've taken venture debt as well, which is a mixture of equity and debt. So all these types of equity is available. But to start off with, it's always an angel or a micro angel or a VC or a micro VC. That's how you typically start.
We'll probably just take final thoughts from you before we just quickly open for maybe one question. I think we are running short of time. When you were talking about capital, you said you've looked at all different avenues, but you also said how you struggled with your first pilot. How did the initial grant help you take better bets on the pilot, right? Sometimes it's not directly going to it, but it helps you experiment a lot more. How did that play out for you? Because I think GTM is also a big area for early stage founders to solve.
Yeah, so for us, as an entrepreneur, you have to love selling. You cannot hire salespeople to go and sell the product, and you cannot sit in the kitchen and make the product. So for us, the biggest proof of the pudding was going out there in the market and find at least 10 customers, right? I don't know if I can find 10 VCs in this room. So I would suggest all entrepreneurs to start off with that. And that's what we did. We actually went to our friends and family and said, if you want to buy insurance, can you buy it through us? And you don't have to pay it upfront. You can just pay it in EMI. And they said, oh, we are buying a 5 lakh policy. Now we can buy a 10 lakh policy if you're going to give it on EMI. That's how we started with the very, very first.
Yeah, I mean, for us, the grants came a bit later in our journey. We got our customer first for the pilot, which we did in RBI regulatory sandbox. But there is no shortcut to it, right? You have to be out in the market. You have to just keep talking to all the people that you meet. And because I think in financial industry, trust matters a lot. And the more people see you in front of them, the more they, trust you. And then over a couple of meetings, you might be able to crack a customer. But again, your product have to be there, right? What you're trying to sell. And at early stages, when these large financial institutions try to partner with you, apart from trust, the second thing that they are looking at whether can you survive for a longer period, right? So they also look at, do you have a larger team? Do you have capabilities to do post-production support? Do you do you have all those structures internally in place, right, for compliance and everything? And at such early stage, you don't have anything, right? But then what converts this customer is basically your enthusiasm and your zeal to just build things. And innovation, basically, if they like something, if you're building something very radical possibly is not the right word, but if you're building something so different, so unique that nobody else is offering in the market, you have a better chances of getting them as a partner.
Perfect. I think there were a lot of insights, and I'm sure we'll have several questions, but we'll just take maybe one question from the audience if anyone has questions. Yeah, the lady at the back. Yes.
Mike. Yeah, Mike will come. Yeah, wait. I think one question and other questions we'll take offline.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Raja.
We'll just take one question for everyone else. If you have questions, you can definitely find Tim and Neeraj outside. I'll be outside as well. And we've got the team from NSR Cell. If you could just quickly wave out. Yeah, you've got four of us who'll be looking forward to interacting with you. Yes, ma'am, your question. You might have to turn it on.
Okay, yeah. I don't want to come across as a pessimist because I'm just getting started on the idea and it's a very personal cause. But I do want to think about the exit strategy also, if you can, shed some light on it.
Are you thinking exit yet?
We have no exit strategy, sorry.
So I think that's a very good question if you're a VC. As an entrepreneur, that's a very difficult question. And for us right now, when we're raising a Series A, we have been asked, what is your exit strategy officially on writing so that we can identify that. But as an entrepreneur, that's something that you always need to know. If you come into the room, which exit are you going to take in case there's a fire, right? That's something that all angels and VCs will ask you, or all investors will ask you. Let me put it that way. I think it's very important. And what we did when we sort of looked at this area is we saw that was there anybody else outside the country doing this? And just like Amazon started and there's a Flipkart in India, and just like you have a DoorDash outside and you have Swiggy and Zomato here, all investors, I would say, are afraid of starting something new. I think Oyo is probably one of the only ones who I can't find a corollary outside, and there are a couple of others who are there. But otherwise, there are majority of the ones first start in the West and then come to India. So you always find at least 60-70% of the startups in India have or partners in India, which you have. Let's say if you're doing something in the financial services space, can tomorrow a Motilal Oswal hire you, or can they acquire you, or can a bank acquire you, or a financial services entity acquire you? So you can look at adjacent sort of companies which are not maybe core to what you have, but they can look at acquiring you. The straightforward answer is always an IPO. But it takes a lot of time and effort and money to get to an IPO. There's something called a secondary market. Secondary is when you do not get to an IPO, but somebody acquires you before you get into an IPO, right? You're successful, but you're not successful for an IPO. But you've got one of the things that Cred recently did, right? Facebook invested into them, and Meta invested into Cred. So there's also a secondary route as well. So you need to identify if there is a secondary route. Is IPO, is it sensible enough to even talk to an investor about an IPO? The company's not even started, but you're talking about IPO, right? So you have to understand where you are in the whole structure. And if you also have companies who are interested in acquiring you or partnering with you. That's something that the Karnataka government also has done. There's a lot of companies, I mean, GCCs, if you go down Bangalore, there are roads where you'll find 20 companies who are unicorns on either sides. You just have to go on that road for 1 kilometer and you'll end up with an acquirer at the end of the day, right? There are roads like that. So I would suggest that you can venture into those partnerships as well and say that we have got very strong interest from this company. They would like to see it. And if they, if you're successful enough, they can also acquire it. But that's an important question. You may not want to sell as an entrepreneur. You want to have the company for yourself till the end. And the safest answer is always an IPO. But there are other answers in between as well, right? But very, very few companies get funded. Out of 100 companies, less than 1% companies get VC funded, right? So let's be real. 99% of the companies don't get funded. So look for customers, look for partners, look for banks who can help you out, VCs who can help you out. A lot of family offices have now set up office. And I forgot to mention this. When you
strategy, I think we might have to exit it, and we don't want to hold up the next panel. Thank you so much, Neeraj and Tim, and everyone else. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to them offline.
Thank you for having
Thank you.
us.
Thank you.
Yeah, request three of you to kindly stay back for a moment. I would request Mr. Bhaskar Verma, the Regional Director of NASCON, to please come over and give mementos to our panelists, Mr. Tim Matthews, Mr. Neeraj Singh, and also the moderator, Shloka Sachdev. Emerging market opportunities within our ecosystem, as already indicated by the moderator. You can post questions offline also. One group photograph, yeah. In the meantime, some of the delegates who are having green colored passes, green colored delegate pass, can go to Sarojini Naidu Hall, which is next to the exhibition, to collect a gift hamper. I think most of you have this information, but just in case if you don't have, please note you can get into Sarojini Naidu Hall, those of you who are having green colored badges, and you can collect your gift hamper. The next session will consist of back-to-back presentations by four esteemed personalities, and thereafter it will be concluded one, and they come back on stage after that. The first is about the first 10-minute presentation focuses on AI and Robotics Technology Park, Art Park, established at IISc, which is pioneering translational R&D and venture building in autonomous systems and AI. I would like to call upon Mr. Manjunath.
That is okay. I can just still present, I believe.
No, I think once again, can you stick with the
HDMI needed. I think it's visible now. Not working. I'll just do it. Let's see. Okay, I'm good to go there. What happened? Something happened. I'm not able to get it on. No, I just have it in here. I think it's good. So, thank you, everyone, for making it to the discussion. Art Park is an entity which is created by IISc in order to encourage the technological translation, where the research which is already done, which would get into a startup mode in the AI and robotics arena. Our main mission is to create both innovations and innovators who would subsequently play a higher role. How we do it? Essentially, we open up the calls. Calls are open throughout the year, and thereby the individuals who have the promise, who have the very good grasp of the deep tech and have an idea, they will approaches, and then they go through the normal simple filtering process, and then they start the journey where they will transform from an individual who is having a better idea. It gets into a form which is kind of what they can offer to the market, then create a team around it, essentially take the journey to the next logical level where they can create a project and execute, and the prototype product which emerges. Then finally get into market validation, do execute the what do we say, the pilot programs and paid pilot programs with the initial customers, and then go for the scale up. That is when they will enter into the startup mode. And many would take it forward with respect to creating a product or creating a solution which would enter, and alternatively some of the products may go into digital public good or the unique IP which they can sell it. That is one way. The another way is there are individuals who would have gone through this journey, but for whatever reason they may want to just pivot. They would become the innovators who are extremely useful for the industry. The amount of churn these individuals would have gone through in 2 to 3 years of time, it's only matched by industry after a couple of decades. And how do we support them? The primary portion which we saw in the previous discussion is also the first thing is funding. We fund these innovation programs somewhere between 25 lakh to 2 crores, and we incubate them somewhere between 2 to 4 years period, nurture them, provide them the access for various initiatives, various funding sources, and also we host them inside Art Garage, our facility where some of the common equipment, common infrastructure is made available to them. So with these three, we do take them through the journey where the startups can emerge and fly out of our nest. And Art Park has mainly two themes, AI for society and AI for economy, which is based on which we select the startups. And when it comes to AI for economy space, Industry 5.0 has been the primary theme around which the whole solutions which are focused on and the startups are selected. At the topmost layer, you would have the cognitive intelligence layer where we have funded the foundational model, creating Zentic kind of startup who are working on the advanced science, which can help reduce the engineering such as fluid mechanics, thermodynamics from months of effort to days, where the output will be available. And some of the advanced factory manufacturing systems, which would help in the EMS lines and the cold chain logistics kind of factories. That is the brain portion of it. Then coming to the next layer, now the brain need to connect and communicate with the real world. That is your nervous system, where the communication technology portion is supported by the Art Park. We do have many internal initiatives as well as we support the startups in this particular journey. And then lastly, the eyes, ears, arms and legs, that is the physical AI portion, where the robotics technologies such as sensors, actuators, or the technology portions which would come are the complete product itself. When we look at it like drones, fixed wing aircraft, H200 GPUs, and apart from that, the electronics clean room, various machineries which are used for prototype hardware building, which we can do in-house without leaving the facility. So thereby, what would have taken a couple of months to get to a prototype stage, you would be able to do it in days. And how people can engage with us? As an innovator, there are two programs. In the seed stage, when you are looking at Technology Innovator in Residence program is available, where we got around 500 applications last month. We would be selecting roughly around 20. In the various areas of mobility, industry 5.0, space tech, defense, so on and so forth. there typically individuals, 1 or 2 individuals will be selected, and we will help them to navigate through their journey where they will create a project and start realizing the product. The second program is VIP, where the pilot product is already you're putting it into the field and testing it before you can raise further funding from VCs or so on and so forth. You need some support beyond the TAR kind of support, couple of crores, where the startup can avoid the valley of death. So VIP program gets in and a pitch happens, and with various VCs, entrepreneurs who would evaluate and finally select, and they select the funding quantum also, thereby the startup will be able to move forward with their journey. So Karnataka, we got around 10 acres of greenfield land where we are trying to build the Brains campus, and anyone who want to join the hands, help realize the tech park soon, Brains campus, very much welcome. And on the investment side, very soon we would be getting authorization from Government of India on the RDI side, where we are looking at the partners who would want to co-evaluate and co-invest along with us for the startups which are at a little bit later stage of the seed stage. Lastly, we are looking at certain joint collaborative programs being set up in the Industry 5.0 area, deep tech space programs, as well as mobility, where we are looking at partners who can join at longer horizon programs to co-develop. Apart from that, Art Park also is supported by Government of Karnataka, based on which the COE for wired and wireless technology unit is formed, and it's under our umbrella. And there are 5G advanced labs which are available, which the startups can use. And some of the startups from MYSORE also have already used and realized the technology progress. That is available, where both application as well as stack level validations, tuning can be done. And second one is there are various 13 plus initiatives listed here, from advanced drone corridors to 5G, private 5G QoS, where people can, if you have an idea on any of these advanced communication technologies, you want to join the hands, develop the technologies, use our labs, most welcome. And also we help if you want to collaborate with any of the startups, thereby kind of realize the technology. Like advanced drone corridor we were talking about, it involves both the communication as well as drone integration. So in-house startups are already playing the role, but we're very much welcome for the other innovators to join in. And lastly, the skilling portion. Since the formation, within the 2 years, around 600 individuals have been trained across around 30 programs, and will continue to do so that on the wired and wireless technology, the skill set is built beyond the college campuses, which can be practical to use. How we can engage with us in these particular programs? There are outreaches, there are 5G labs, which we can, as we already explained, and then technology demonstration where we can partner either ourselves or through the startups. And lastly, research and innovation programs, as we were explaining a couple of slides back. Please apply and get selected, and then we can take forward the journey together. These are all the general update I just wanted to share with you.
The AVP Startup Innovation of KDM to please present a memento to Mr. Manjunath Krishnaswamy. Thank you very much, Mr. Manjunath. Yeah, only one proactive audience without my prompting. She has clapped anyway. Okay. Thanks for that. Thank you. We now move on continuing with the Frontier Tech. The next 10-minute presentation focuses on advancing artificial intelligence and incubation through ASIL, the AI Center of Excellence established at the IIT Alumni Center, Bengaluru. I would like to call upon Mr. Suman Dash, COO of ASIL. Mr. Suman. Sorry. Miss Suman. I'm sorry about that. It is typed Mr., but after seeing you, I'm sorry for that. Sorry for the error. Yeah. Put your hands together for Miss Suman Dash.
Okay. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to Karnataka Digital Economy Mission to enable the Center of Excellences in Karnataka to come up ahead and showcase what they are doing, in this part of the world. Hi, my name is Suman Dash. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Axel Technology Forum. Axel stands for AI Center for Startups and Excellence. We are under the aegis of IIT Alumni Center, Bangalore. This is a place where all the 23 IITs in India have come together and have built this amazingly beautiful 98,000 square feet facility in Bomasandra, which is near Electronic City. And we have our own incubation center. We have a lot of networking events, not just for industries, but for startups as well. We have offices for all the IITs in India. And of course, it also houses, and in terms of what we've been able to achieve, so as a center of excellence, there are multiple things that we do. We have our flagship acceleration program called as Avinya. Avinya means innovation, and this is a Y Combinator model, acceleration system, wherein we select 10 startups from the applications that have come in. These are just numbers of what we had received in our first cohort. So in the next chapter, we will be, we have our second acceleration cohort on. And in this, we select top 10 startups who work on AI as a core engine. And we initially give them a grant of 10 lakh rupees each, followed by mentorship, which is on the business and on the technical side, from mentors from IITs. And at the end of the 4th month, we do a demo day wherein all of these startups come and present. The top 2 startups are given 1 crore in funding each. We just have completed our first cohort. In fact, we have one of our winners who are also exhibiting here. Cypherian, you might want to check them out. And there's a second cohort on. It will get over in the month of September, and then in November, we will be starting our 3rd cohort. So every year, we do 2 cohorts. Secondly, what we are trying to do is something called as Tathya or Tathya Kosh. As the name says, Tathya means data and Kosh means collection. Now, for any AI startup or anyone who wants to build something in AI, the first building block is data. And in today's day and age, even though data is available in plenty, any of the hubs that you go, there's a problem of how do I access the data? What is the kind of data that's available? How fresh is the data? How do I log in? These are some common problems which each user faces. Now, what we did was we said that, okay, we know that there are, lots of data hubs in India which focuses on sovereign data. Can we bring them together under one platform? And hence Tathya Kosh was born. It's a catalog for metadata wherein you can find any kind of data that you want, be it agri, be it healthcare, be it geopolitics, anything you want. You will have it there. And the best thing is, it also gives you information in terms of how fresh the data is. What is the geographical coverage? Is it just covering data from a city or the state or the entire nation? And we have 5-6 such criterias, which helps the user to find out the right relevant data for them. Now we are developing this as a digital public good. So anyone who wants to use this, it will be absolutely free of cost. We will not be charging anything. Now third is responsible AI. While, artificial intelligence is something that none of us can run away from. How do we do it responsibly? How do we do it very, very responsibly? So this is something which is very core to our heart. Apart from being on the committees, on a state, on the state committee and also a committee set up by KDM, we are also doing a lot of research work and bringing out, white papers on them, which can then be shown to the governments and said that can we build guardrails around what AI we are building. Fourth is, you do anything and everything, but if you're not building capability, if you're not doing skilling, then you don't go anywhere. So we do a lot of workshops. We do a lot of talks. We have a program called as Axel Talks, wherein we bring in speakers like Vivek Raghavan from Sarvam. Today, in fact, we have Mr. Ankush Sabarwal from Bharat GPT coming in. He's actually there in the center talking about AI and his journey. So we bring all of these people together for the audience because it's very important to hear from what these people have done, how they have built what they've built. And also find synergies that can we come together and build something which is specifically for India. So we, of course, as I said, we do a lot of skilling and workshops for anyone and everyone. You can be a student, you can be a startup founder, you can be from the industry. The workshops are for everyone. Fifth is the Reimagining AI conference. So this is our annual flagship conference that we hold every year. Last year we had it on 22nd and 23rd of January, and the next one will be on 29th and 30th of January 2027. Now this is a place where we just don't talk about what's currently happening in AI, but we deep dive into the next 5 years, the next 10 years of how it's going to shape up. And this is something we do with the experts that come from all over the world who are really actively working on AI. So make sure you're there. It's going to be a very exciting conference. And finally, industry and VC collabs. Any startup, any individual can thrive when they have the utmost exposure in the market. And how does this happen? This happens through collaborations. So we bring in a lot of pilot projects, a lot of connections to our startups and the individuals who are associated with us, with them as well. We are in talks with the Mangalore chapter in KDM to set up a Center of Excellence in Mangalore as well. So yeah, so these are few things that we've been doing, and we are here at MYSORE. Yesterday also we were there, met some really amazing industry leaders. Anything that the entire industry or the ecosystem needs from us for AI, we'll be there and to support you in the entire journey. Thank you so much.
Just stay for a minute. Okay. I would request Mr. Ajay Krishnan, Vice President of KDM, to please come over and give a memento to Suman Dash. Kindly go. Thank you very much. The AI Center of Excellence established at IIT Alumni Center. Thank you. We now move on to the, you want to take this? Yeah.
That's not mine.
Not yours? Yeah, okay. Right. Moving on with the Center of Excellence track, we turn to biotech and life sciences with the Bengaluru Bio Innovation Center, BBC, premier state-backed hub driving translational research, scale-up support, and bio incubation in Karnataka. Please put your hands together for Mr. Abrar Ahmed, the AVP at Bengaluru Innovation Center. Mr. Abrar. Hiya, Janab. Quickly.
Thank you. So it was established in the year 2015. We are located inside the Helix Biotech Park at Electronic City. So we are alongside with CHG, Center for Human Genetics, and IBAB. So it's a hub for life sciences, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We promote research collaboration, startup growth, and economic development, anchored in the mission of life sciences, advancing India's leadership in biotech, medtech, pharma, climate tech, and agri-tech. So this is our center located in Electronic City. So what is our mission and what's our positioning? So we are predominantly a think tank, a catalyst, and a translation engine. So when I say think tank, we help and support the governments in policy framework design, also technology prioritization and infrastructure planning. We also catalyze startups, ecosystem enablers, help support startups in pilot and development of enablement, and also give startups and individual innovators and researchers grant and CSR access. As a part of translational engine, we do lab to market conversions, scale up infrastructure, regulatory commercializations. So our core focus is healthcare, medtech, pharma, agriculture and food, industrial biotechnology, climate and environmental solutions. So these are thrust areas: healthcare and technology. Yeah. So healthcare and technology, agri, food and nutrients, environmental biotechnology, industrial biotechnology. So in healthcare and technology, we look into areas like medtech, digital healthcare, clinical and affordable healthcare. In agri, food and nutrients, digital agriculture, precision agriculture, sustainable agriculture, food technology. In environmental biotechnology, biofuels, blue tech, climate and clean tech, marine processing. In industrial biotechnology, we look into startups and support individual innovators in the areas of bioprocessing, FMCG production, enzyme technology, pharma, and biotech. So we have a state-of-the-art facility at our center. So it's plug and play. We've got independent incubation suites. We have workstation. We have equipments and devices at a price which is affordable to startups and innovators. So we have clean rooms, GMP facility, open in Green Labs. Also, alongside with biotechnology and agri, we have a medtech prototyping center, which has electronics lab, embedded systems, sensor integration, AI, ML, and robotics lab. Also, we have an AR, VR station, 3D printing unit, and also we help support startups in CRO and CDMO facilitation. So I spoke about the common instrumentation facility. Let me jump into what we do beyond Bangalore. We have split ourselves into 6 clusters of beyond Bangalore. So in the Kalyan Karnataka region, we are focusing in the agri-tech for pulses. In the coastal Karnataka region, we are focusing in the blue economy or the marine economy. Similarly, various other parts of Karnataka, currently we started to work with the FPOs of various other districts and talukas for agriculture. So we started the agriculture. We will be getting into various other areas like bioinformatics, microbiology, and healthcare and medtech. So as I mentioned, in Ballari and Kalburgi, we are doing animal and human health, soil and plant health. So Ballari, we will be coming up with a center which is targeted at cancer and respiratory diseases and clinical research. In Kalburgi, we will be looking forward to set up a center in the areas of cardiovascular diseases, oncology, tuberculosis research initiative. Similarly, in Ballari, we'll be doing a center for mining restoration. So we've got an order from KMERC to set up a mining restoration center. So similarly, in Bagalkot, we will be setting up a center in animal and human health, Ayurvedic research, translation medicine. In soil and plant health, we will be doing a cluster, which we will be naming it as a grape cluster. So that's also in the making. And coastal and Malnad Karnataka, blue economy in coastal Karnataka, and coffee and pineapple solutions in Malnad Karnataka. Similarly, anything which is suitable and relatable in those areas of Karnataka, we will be setting up centers soon, and we'll be supporting the FPOs and agriculture and the farmers. So these are our initiatives. This is beyond India. So we have our Indo-Australia Launchpad, which was done in 2025. We did the soft landing of startups, Indian startups in Australia and Australian startups in India. And we have Ignite Lab virtual residency by La Trobe University. So we have a small unit in the La Trobe University, Australia, and they also have a small unit here in BBC. BBC Rowan partnership, and also EcoBridge Hackathon. This was with the Consulate of Israel. So in a nutshell, this is what BBC has done in the last 10 years. So this is our value stack. We create social impact. We do translation and commercialization. We do validation and pilot enablement, training, internship, and skill development, engaging researchers, students, startups, and industry, shared scientific infrastructure, and government support. So this is the impact which we've created. So we, as a center, we have won 30 plus awards. 512 startups are incubated with us. 72 patents filed. The collective valuation of these startups is $2 billion. 45 plus products are launched of the startups who are incubated with us, both physically and virtually. So we've created close to 6,000 plus direct and indirect jobs in Bangalore and around the Bangalore region. We've gotten $10.13 million of investment facilitated to our startups who were incubated with us, and 75 startups have graduated. We've conducted around 200 plus events. So that's about Bangalore Bionation Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abrar, and thank you, Mr. Subha. We now move on to another, continuing with the Centers of Excellence track. We have with us Mr. Srinivas Shribhakta, the convener of AY and Director Arena Animation, and state-of-the-art, Karnataka's and India's probably the best and the only AVGC Center of Excellence. So put your hands together, and on stage, Mr. Srinivas Shribhakta. Over to you, sir, for the next 600 seconds. Yeah.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Srinivas here, and I'm representing a very different field from whatever you have seen till now. I represent the media entertainment industry, and in that, a very specific, very colorful, very vibrant animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics industry. And I represent the association and head association called ABAI, which is a state association working towards the growth of animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and extended reality for the state of Karnataka. In the world, only place in the world where you have an AVGC Center of Excellence. And we work on all the technologies related to AVGC. We create digital humans. It's an association. It's also, ABA is an association which is about 20 years old. This is the oldest association for AVGC in the country, and one of the most consistent associations in the world probably for this sector. And under this, we have the Center of Excellence, apart from the other initiatives, but our flagship program is the Center of Excellence. We have other programs like the Digital Arts Center program, which is digitizing the fine art colleges across Karnataka, where students who are exposed to traditional technology, traditional forms of painting capture, which a team from UK has come down and established this in 2018, which is called the Vicon Gold Standard of Motion Capture, which captures the movements of a character. As I show you, because the field that I come from, I have to show you videos for you to understand. So I'll run through the PPT and then show you a few clips. We work with movies, primarily the movie field. And the first movie that we worked on was with Kamal Haasan sir in Vikram. To the last movie, Kantara Chapter 1, everything has been done in our facility. All the Salar, Kalki, all the movies that you can think of, when I show you the presentation, you'll be able to relate to what all movies that we have worked on. Whatever I told you just now, head motion capture, which is a 24 camera setup. And we have a motion capture 24 camera setup. We have a head motion capture, which is a dual camera which is placed on the head of a character to capture the expressions. We have Blackmagic 4K studio cameras. And this is our another flagship thing. This is Asia's largest and world's largest photogrammetry unit set up in 2018. And this has a 200 camera circular setup. In 1/10 of a second, we capture 200 images of a character which is placed inside, be it a hero, heroine, animal, whichever. For a series called Poachers that we did for Amazon Prime, we had captured the animals also, not the real ones, but the life-sized caricatures of real animals. And we did the entire Poacher series, if you have watched it on Amazon Prime. We had a truckload of animals coming to our facility. And these are some of the movies, not sure whether you can see, but Salar, Kalki, Bhedia and Stree 2 in Bollywood, Malaykota Valiban and Turbo in Malayalam. There are some technical specifications of the technologies and cameras that we have used. This is the green screen studio and the virtual production studio that we have. It's one of the largest in the country. And we have just recently built a data center, a render farm, where not only for Karnataka, for the entire country, we'll be able to serve in terms of the render farm required for every studio across the country or across probably out of the country also, because it's a state-of-the-art data center that we have set up. And this is open for anybody who wants to utilize this anywhere in the world. We have an incubation center and where studios are incubated. Right now we have about 15 plus studios incubated, which keeps changing. High-end workstations, we have set up an AR/VR lab. So we allow for students to be coming in from all the colleges and universities. We are also into skilling. We have our patented courses. We have about 11 courses which has been patented to us on emerging technologies in the field of media entertainment. Some of the course names. And this is our flagship event, Bangalore GFX. Bangalore GFX is a property that we have created in 2017 with the directions and inputs of our Honorable Minister Shri Priyank Kharge. And this has gone on to become Asia's largest event and the go-to event for the entire world to come. It's called as Bengaluru GFX, and it happens annually every year. And this year we had the 10th version of this event. And this is the place where people from all over the world, from Hollywood, Bollywood, all the woods, apart from gaming studios and other people related to comics, virtual reality, augmented reality, games, and of course, movies come there. So where making of Hollywood movies, making of all the other movies and games are actually shown by the people involved in making it. So they we fly them down from across the world, and I don't know whether this will play. So I'll have to play it outside once. So my PPT is over, so I can only play a few studios, few videos of my studios. One sec.
Hi, this is Lokesh Gangaraj. I'm a film director. This is the first time I'm visiting AVGC Center of Excellence and motion capture and scanning technology. For this film, Vikram, we are exploring this technology, and I heard that this is the biggest thing in entire Asia. It was a very nice experience. Thank you so much.
Hello, Namaste. This is Arjun Sarja. This is a very, very nice place with a lot of technicalities in one window.
உண்மையில ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு அபை சென்டருக்கு வந்ததுல. இந்த ஃபிலிம் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி வந்து ஒரு நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவலுக்கு போகுது அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து இந்த அபை ஸ்டுடியோஸ்க்கு வரும்போது we can actually realize that.
The biggest facility in our country also. So thank you for being part of media.
I was impressed with the facilities there, including the motion capture, facial capture, and the virtual production studios, and the photogrammetry setup. We look forward to working with Abhay.
In all probabilities, I'm sitting in the future in terms of how filmmaking and entertainment is going to reach all of you. Huge congratulations to the entire team here for building a facility so awesome.
Hello, Namaskara. My name is Rubihan. We all should feel proud about this, that ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇವಾಗ ಅಂಡ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಮೂವೀಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು.
Hi guys, my name is Prajay. I'm CTO at Merge XR. I've heard about Abhay a lot, especially for a project like ours, which we are working on, and I would love to come here more for my other shoots.
Just a quick shout out to AVGC Center of Excellence in Bangalore. The whole team was amazing. They were very supportive, so I look forward to working with them again in the future.
I had the opportunity to shoot in Abhay, AVGC Center of Excellence. They have amazing facilities that will give the creative production a big support and position. They have a finishing school program which can bring a big revolution to students, molding them into the personalities that they aspire. Abhay has become the thought leader, and I wish all success to this technological revolution. Thank you.
It's one solid center, a place where so many things could be achieved. It's a pleasure to see such a fountainhead of technology in one location. I wish you do more improvements and make India proud. Thank you.
So I think this is for the entire industry watching for Abhay, and more importantly, watching for the state of Karnataka, who has been the pioneer in launching the first AVGC policy ever in the world way back in 2012. And right now, the third policy is in force, all with the vision of the department and the Honorable Minister. So I think Karnataka has been a front runner in AVGC, and I'm very proud to be a part of this entire ecosystem. And I thank the entire team at the ITBT department, the team at KDM, the team at the government level, who have been continuously supporting us since the last 20 years. Oldest association, oldest first center of excellence, only center of excellence for AVGC, and only place in the world to have all these facilities under one roof that you saw right now. So before I sign off for the day, I'll show you the last events video which we did in January 2026. The next event is happening on January 2022 and 23rd on January 2027. So I invite all of you to visit the event. One of its kind, only of its kind in the world. It's called as Bengaluru FX. So I sign off, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. Please enjoy the video of 5 minutes where you will see art, technology, experiential media, everything converge under one roof in one place at a time. Thank you so much. Last video.
Sure.
Where is it? Hello. Sound. absolute privilege for me to welcome you to Bengaluru GFX 2026, Asia's largest AVGC XR Summit. Let us connect, let us collaborate, let us create for the world. Welcome to Bengaluru GFX 2026.
On behalf of Karnataka,
I have bigger things to do and help you create more IPs, and that's why we have created the AVGC policy. That GFX show is your show.
I would request Ms. Sridevi Rugi, co-founder Right to Destiny in Himalayan Space, to give a memento to Mr. Srinivas. Go to the center, sir. You got a bit of entertainment, but you don't want to clap. Okay. Most difficult world is the creative world, because we are now heading towards a talent. Thank you very much. We are all set for an important panel discussion prior to the start of the valedictory. This is the panel session about talent as strategic infrastructure driving regional competitiveness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this particular panel discussion will explore how governments, academia, and industry can collaboratively build robust talent ecosystems that strengthen regional competitiveness while creating quality employment opportunities for local youth. Before we start the panel discussions, we would like to remember our partners in progress: ASSOCHAM, IESA, NASSCOM, and STPI. Talent partner is Kaushalya Karnataka. Banking partner is SBI. Hosting partner is Infosys. Education partner is School 10X. Community partner Munde Banni. Event curator Active Science Tech Communications. Intelligence partner Neo Sapien. Insights partner Xfeno. So ladies and gentlemen, I think you must all give a huge round of applause for all the partners in progress session and the esteemed panelists comprising of Dr. B. Sadashivagowda, Principal, Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, VVC. Hearty welcome to you, Gaudre. Dr. Suresh Bojraj, Pro-Chancellor, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research. Welcome to Dr. Suresh, and also Mr. Akshay Mallappa, Chief Strategy Officer and co-founder of R Process. Yes. It goes without saying that this panel discussion will indeed be a little bit of a brainstorming and also redefining talent as a strategic infrastructure. I would like to hand over the session to Ms. Sridevi Rugi to take us through. Over to you, madam. On again. It's on.
Check. Thank you so much. For decades, regions have competed for highways, airports, and industrial parks. Today, global investors come and check on not where is the land, but talent kahan hai? Where is the talent? Where talent is going to be, or rather is already a strategic, as we see, is an infrastructure. No more airports, no more roads, but where is the talent, grown, attracted and retained? That's where is going to be the innovation hub. Karnataka has already demonstrated as a power center of talent through Bangalore. Can we, beyond Bangalore, cities such as Mysore and others, create such power houses via talent and continue to build, attract, and continue to develop them, to continue to have many more innovation hubs? Today, I would like to have this conversation through these four lenses. We have government, we have industry, we have academia, and we have future skills. So let's talk about talent and the war for talent through these lenses. I am absolutely honored and privileged to be sitting with eminent personalities. As we've already heard about them, thanks for having me here. Thanks, Kedem, for the opportunity. The spotlight for this panel conversation is Dr. Ramana Reddy, sir. Let's get started. When we say talent is strategic infrastructure, what does that mean from a policy perspective? Sir, if talent is truly strategic infrastructure, how should government rethink regional development?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Traditionally, as she has said, everybody was looking at the physical infrastructure, land, capital, or roads, power, water. Talent was never in the picture. These days, we have come out with a phrase saying that talent as infrastructure. But one city in our country which has used talent as infrastructure and has grown is Bangalore. Because everybody, I worked in industry sector for many, many years in government. Everybody whom you say, why Bangalore? They say talent. Even now, lot of unicorns are there. 40% of Indian unicorns are there in Bangalore. Why? Because everybody moved from different states and set up their headquarters in Bangalore because of talent. So what has happened to Bangalore? Why it happened? Basically,
Karnataka itself was a pioneer in privatization of higher education. The higher education, when it got into private hands and when they set up very good institutes 50, 60, 70 years back, then we created talent in Karnataka. In fact, first game changer for Bangalore was setting up of Indian Institute of Science in 1909, which was the first public-private sector PPP participation higher education institution in the country. In fact, I should say for Bangalore, whatever it is today is because of MYSORE. Why? Because IASC was set up in 1909 by Jamshedji Tata and the king of Mysore. So that is how, that was the, I feel, game changer for Bangalore and the higher education institutions there. So if you come now, everybody is saying talent is infrastructure. So Mrs. Sridevi is asking what government should do. In fact, we have come out with a skill development policy last November, and that was the first skill policy for the state of Karnataka. Talent beyond Bengaluru and especially regional development of talent. So how it can happen, what we have done in our policy is, everything we said has to come from the ground level, not imposed at the state level. So we have initiated many schemes which are district driven schemes for talent. Like there is a district skill committee formed with DC as chairperson, industry participation in industry associations and academia, everything will participate. So one is district driven talent, skill development. Second is, earlier what we used to do was, we used to train people and wait for industry to come and take them. But now in our policy, one is district driven. Second is industry driven skilling. So we are not giving skilled people and say what you take. Instead of that, based on the demand of the industry, we now want to have the skilling. That is the second change. Third change is, we have given, this panel itself will represent that industry is there, academia is there, and government is there. If all three come together only, we can change the landscape of skilling ecosystem. So a lot of importance is given in our skilling policy for the industry, academia, and government cooperation. Next one is, we have said evidence-based skilling, not that you keep on skilling, but you create an evidence, digital infrastructure by which you suggest what policy changes needs to be done and what skilling needs to be done. So main 4 things, because I wanted to be brief: district driven, industry driven, and the integration of the ecosystem, all 3 partners to be together, and also demand the evidence-based skilling. These are the main highlights of our policy, and these will definitely help the regional development of talent in different regions of the state.
I was expecting a lot of applause when we heard Sir say, today Bangalore is because of Mysore. So Mysore can obviously go much beyond Bangalore. Now can we hear a round of applause, please? Thank you. Well said, sir. District-driven initiative, industry-driven initiative, demand, and how we kind of provide the supply, right? Along with integration of the ecosystem. A quick touch as to what changes are already underway through the, Karnataka Skill Development Association.
The biggest change is mindset change. What we were doing was, over the years, we went on producing degrees. So all our colleges were degree producing factories. Ultimately, when they came out, there is a study which says 85% of our engineering graduates are unemployable. That means what they studied in the college, they have knowledge, but they don't have skills. So now the topic is knowledge versus skill. So what we have done is, now we are trying to embed the skilling into the education itself, formal education itself. Earlier, formal education was separate, vocational education and skilling was separate. Vocational education, technical skilling, only those people went who were dropouts or who didn't get seats in the formal education. Now we have, my organization, Karnataka Skill Development Authority, has developed a framework which we have given it to the higher education department. The previous higher education department has approved the framework. It was also launched on May 15th of this year. So there are 3 different types of pathways. I don't want to go into details, but by which in the higher education system itself, we will embed the skilling so that ultimately people who come out of the higher education institutions will be employable. So that change is already happening. All other things were important, but talent was also important. But now talent is part of the core decision making. It is not the only decision making pointer, but it is definitely a part of the core decision making.
One of the influencing factors. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramana Reddy, sir. Now we head to Dr. B. Suresh. Companies today can choose to invest almost anywhere beyond tax incentives. What role does local talent play in investment decisions?
I would say it plays a very, very important role, because tax benefits and ease of doing business can bring the industry to a particular place or bring it to the doorstep of that city. But for talent to come in, imported means from other cities, not necessarily overseas, to come in. Always the person who is coming here to a tier city or a smaller city than where he has previously been in, he always compares himself with the workplace, life and other things and the family requirements which are there. And he tends to look that, okay, I'll be here for 2 years, I'll be here for 3 years, and I will then go back to where I was. And in fact, one leg always will be there in the other place. But what we want is people who want to move in, come with a mindset that they want to be here with the organization, continue to work with it, and be a part of the growth that is taking place. And for that, the mindset of the people who are coming in or the locally available should also have equal opportunities to grow there. So the first innovation infrastructure there and many other institutes came around that, and today a lot of pharmaceutical industries, biotech industries grow there. Same way, if you look at even overseas, if you look in US, they are regionally divided depending upon the strengths. Let us Silicon Valley looks at IT, ITES type of innovation, computer science. If you come to Boston, the innovation is again in biotech, pharma tech, because the Harvard Medical School and those ecosystems that existed there brought out such innovation and thinking process into the thing. I think this comes back to the question that talent and the institution where they are coming it out from, they are there in the region. Lot of innovation, lot of original ideas can come into the industry also. So it is very important, along with the ideas which are there, there is a need for having an institutions, either academic or research driven or both combined, to be present in the region for the growth of that industry and further taking further. That's what I would like to say.
Certainly. I'm sure a lot of us are employers here, right? While Suresh sir mentioned about retaining beyond 3 years, Gen Zs have been a real challenge, although it's not in the question to be asked, but impromptu. What's your view about Gen Z's retention?
See, Gen Zs, many people blame Gen Zs, they are not stable, they move away, they are very short, but I am not, I am with the Gen Zs always. Maybe Gen Zs should give a clap for me for that. See, we have to understand what they want. In fact, in my LinkedIn posts, I talk a lot about Gen Zs, because always it's very easy to blame the Gen Z. They are not focused. They are not interested. Why they are not interested? Because we are not giving ammunition to them to get interested in that matter. So we think in a conventional way. We have to give them the way they understand. I think they are more enthusiastic, more energetic, and do a lot of innovative things. In fact, in my group of institutions, wherever I have, whether the head of the institution has the authority to walk in my room or not, but any student is welcome to walk in my room. They know that, and they walk in with their suggestions or questions, and they want to do. I think it's very important that Gen Z are looking for something exciting. They want to do something fast, and they want to see that how overall their vision is getting realized in the process. I think if we fulfill this, I am sure they would contribute very, very strongly, focusedly, and they are ready to work. You give them the work, they will work 24 hours. The next 24 hours, they say, you let me go. I want to do what I want to do. I think we have to understand that.
Certainly. Let's catch up with the pace now with Gen Zs. So if you had to identify one reason why a company should choose Mysore over Bangalore, would talent be that reason? We've already touched it, but what kind of talent ecosystem would make that possible?
See, there are two major industries that are growing across the world. I mean, one is the health sciences, health tech, healthcare is one thing which is not going to go out of business anywhere in the world. They are growing and they continue to grow as the people are aging. They need additional care. Today, longevity has increased. All those things bring focus to that. Health care has to go on expanding. And next is technology. And technology with the AI coming in is progressing very, making everything faster. Like if I took 10 years to discover a drug earlier, with AI, I can complete the whole process of bringing it to the market within 2 years. So I think this is moving at a different pace. So the technology and healthcare are going to get very closely aligned and move forward. So I think what I would like to make an appeal to the industry here in Mysore is we have to look at two things whenever we are looking at developing our infrastructure or projects here. What does the nation need? I think that's one of the things. Quite often we are comfortable with something and we want to promote that. And second thing is what the world needs. And if you want to become a global provider of services, I think you have to look what the world wants. And I think our focus should be there. And we have to go domain specific now. I think that is another point. Like if you only technology alone is not going to bring business to, say, to the industry. Now, how they are able to apply that technology to specific domains, maybe healthcare, maybe agriculture, maybe space research, maybe in so many other areas. I think that domain specific applications also become what you call as the distinction factor for the players to come to the region. I think this is some of the points I would like to say here.
Absolutely. What does world need? What does nation need? And of course, be very domain specific. Every focus and discussion today is about future skills. So shifting to Akshay Malappa. Share your thoughts. AI is changing almost every profession. Which skills do you believe will remain relevant over the next decade?
Thank you for that question. See, AI is such a loosely and widely used term, and it spreads across a spectrum of very, very, very deep tech, which is cutting edge, bleeding edge technology. And at the other end, the basic usage of AI, which is what you can all do on your mobile phones and as a user, right? So we need to understand that spectrum, and we need not be playing in every part of it. You know, we need to carve out our niche. Each organization, each education institution, each company needs to understand where they want to make an impact, or where they have the skills or the talent and the enthusiasm to make an impact. What we do in the organization I'm with, it's called Our Process. We actually are an IT-enabled services company. So in that pyramid of AI technology, we are probably at the bottom end of that pyramid, where we actually are doing things like annotation, which trains models. And the skills that are required for that are vastly different than the people who are doing the model itself, you know, who are programming the GPUs and things like that. We are at the data end, doing the human interface to AI. So we can't say there's one skill that is required. And of course, this is a mass skill. The skill that we do is a mass skill, and that's one of the reasons we are able to scale. Whereas if you go to a deep tech company, which is writing or creating models, they'll probably have some scientists and data scientists and people who can think.
Ensure that our brightest talent doesn't feel that they have to move to Bangalore, Hyderabad, or any other metros.
Yeah, so I'll start off with your last part, which is, do you have to move to Bangalore or whatever, right? And the very opening line of yours was, people go not for land, they go for talent. That's how you first started. So if there's a need for a certain skill or a talent, and that talent is available in a certain place, and it's required for a company to survive, that's where naturally they will go. It's not like and skills are learnt and built over time. So if there is a skill required, then that's where the organization or the company will gravitate to. So that's how I would answer that.
Great. That brings us to where we start, talent pipeline.
Just one comment about our process. Last year, when I came for the same event, me and Mr. B.B. Naidu visited their center in Hubli level in Santamaralli in Chamarajnagar. Their biggest USP is providing employment in the surroundings of your residence, in your area. Whereas other companies, you want to go for employment, you have to come to Mysore or go to Bangalore. But their biggest thing I found was that they are giving the local employment.
Yeah, and I think now there are about 200 folks in
That too in small places.
Yes.
Santamaralli is one Hubli in Chamarajnagar district.
And that aligns to the same fact, sir. We take the work where the people are rather than the other way around. And we are able to do that because the work allows us to do it. Yes. If we needed data scientists or we needed high-end programmers, we probably wouldn't find them in the same town. And it would break the model. So it is matching the requirement of skill with the work that you have.
Yeah, certainly. Then it goes back to the carving niche, and then we accordingly plan our way of action. All right. So that brings us to where the talent pipeline, begins, the classroom, academia. So, Dr. Sadashiv Gowda, please share your views on colleges have traditionally focused on degrees, industries increasingly asking for competencies. How is higher education responding to the shift?
That's a very relevant question. In fact, traditionally, every institute in the higher education space used to produce degrees. Dr. Ramana Reddy mentioned that. But now, industry wants competencies. How do you produce a competent engineer, a competent graduate from higher educational institutions across Karnataka, perhaps in the city of Mysore? After the advent of national education policy in the year 2020, a lot of transformations have happened in the higher education space, in particular, engineering. In fact, in the VTU, Visvesvaraya Technological University, they used to change the curriculum once in 4 years. But today, they change the curriculum almost every year. In fact, every semester. And we never heard of internships. But today, internship is made mandatory in every engineering educational institute in Karnataka. And not just 2 months, 3 months, it is the entire semester. In case the students are interested to work in the industry for a year, they are permitted in the final year so that the industries can explore, experiment with the students based on the internship performance, and then they can absorb at the later stage. That flexibility in the curriculum is introduced. In addition, if we never used to have industry experts on the board of studies, but today it is made mandatory in every educational institute that we must have the industry experts on the board of studies to design the curriculum that is relevant to the industries. So a lot of changes have happened in the higher education space in the last couple of years, particularly after the implementation of national education policy in the year 2020. In addition, not just the curriculum, we're also looking at how you can deliver the curriculum so that it meets the industry standards. In fact, AICTE, the statutory apex body of India, they introduced professors of practice for the first time, that we can employ professors of practice, particularly from the industries, who can come to the institutions and teach a couple of modules in a course or a couple of subjects. So in fact, at Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, we have about 40 professors of practice from the industries. They have been actively engaging. So industry engagement in the design of the curriculum, industry engagement in the delivery of the curriculum to the students makes a huge difference in their understanding of the concepts. Not that, we are also looking at mini projects. We used to do final year projects, but today, almost every semester, a student does a project, a mini project, so that they know how to apply the concepts in reality. We are also take case studies from the industries. So all these have become part and parcel of delivery and the curriculum. So I believe that with the partnership with industries, we should be able to make it even more effective, powerful, so that we'll be able to produce industry-ready engineers from higher education space. But a lot of changes are happening. I don't say that everything has happened, but a lot more need to happen. Because as you have mentioned, talent is very, very important. Just now mentioned that only about 60 to 70% of engineers are employable. What about the remaining? What is that we are going to do as institutes, as industry experts, to train and make them employable? So, in fact, I believe that industry can do much more than what they are currently doing. Similarly, educational institutions should go to industries. In fact, we discussed yesterday night and this morning also, the industry immersion by the faculty members. I think that should be promoted aggressively by the educational institutions, and also the industry should provide opportunities for internships. All these are going to create a very good ecosystem in the city of Mysore, so that just like Bangalore, one day Mysore also will have talent that industry needs.
Brilliant. So we're talking about the way, the transformation has happened in the academia in terms of building the curriculum in the rapid pace manner. Question dwells me around how are we making sure the faculty upskilling is happening as much as, students and industries getting connected, but are our faculties getting rapidly, trained?
Yeah, let me tell you, it's a very challenging task to upskill the faculty. See, now we are in an era where unlearning, relearning, all those things should happen seamlessly. So one may particularly training young faculty who just graduated is not an issue, but training the faculty who have been into the teaching profession for 20 years, 30 years is a challenge, because technology revolution is happening. There are technologies which are really disruptive. So how do you inculcate the culture of upskilling of faculty members continuously? One of them is faculty development programs. In fact, the government of Karnataka, the AICT mandates that every faculty member must undergo at least a week of faculty development program in a semester or in a year. And in fact, we can also send the faculty member from tier 2, one is to the industries. The other, we send them to the NITs, IITs, spend 1 month or 2 months there, or even 6 months, so that they bring back those best practices to the institutions. So I think every institute must ensure that their faculty are trained continuously. One is with industry experts, the second with premier research institutes across the world. I think that will definitely make them to learn new things that are happening in the industry. The second, they will be able to take that into the classrooms. So I think in addition, they also should be encouraged to do research, because the research is one area which was not, neglected for quite long. But now after the Government of India introduced NIRF, ranking of all the institutes across the world, across India, I think there is a competition to do research. But what is happening? We publish papers, but do we publish quality papers? So it is very important that we publish quality papers. And then not only that, we should also involve the undergraduate students to publish papers. So when you do that, I think, let me tell you, there will be a significant change in the learning process. Now, we are teaching the student from the examination perspective. Now, we should move away from that. We should teach the students from the job perspective, skills perspective. For example, very recently, the VTU has introduced skill labs. It was not there earlier. From the next academic year, there will be skill labs, 5 skill labs. There is a 5-credit skill labs, which has been introduced in Karnataka for the first time. So all these things will help the faculty to get trained, improve their performance, and also transfer that knowledge to the student community.
You want to please go ahead.
I just want to add to what you said, sir. Fully agree that the education is not transforming or keeping up with the way the technology is changing. In industry, we are forced to reinvent ourselves every 3, 5 years, 7 years once when there's transformation happening. But the education, as you said, the teachers, they want to do what they were doing 20 years ago. And that is very critical because the output of your institution is the input for us. And we have to do that bridging. We are forced to do the bridging because we have to survive. We can't hide anywhere. Industry, if it doesn't keep up with times, it's nowhere. It becomes irrelevant. So we end up having to do these bridging, the training courses. We run them ourselves. We ourselves have trained in the last 1 year 600 plus people just to bridge them into the training that we require for our skills. So what you just mentioned about that, the 6 labs that are there, if we can engage with the education, it will be a perfect match. And similarly, other industries who would like to get their skills, they should be part of your program.
I think experiential learning is very, very important, particularly engineering. Engineering is all about doing. So when it is all about doing, assume that we don't give opportunities for students to do and experiment. Then only if you give them the theoretical knowledge, it is not going to help. And it will not going to make them industry ready. So more experiential labs should be introduced in the engineering. And that is happening already.
Certainly. So in ASA's language, anybody who solves problems is an engineer. So let's have more problem solvers. We've heard it from 4 important perspectives: the government, the industry, and then the future skills and academia. But then do we often work in silos? Let's make sure it's not happening in silos. For that, one question to all of you all. If we could change just one thing in the next 12 months to strengthen Mysore's talent ecosystem, what would that one action be? Each one of you all have like 45 seconds. Like I expect Ramana Reddy sir to talk about one policy action, followed by one industry and academic action, one innovation startup action, and then Dr. Gowda, one academic action.
Okay. Before that, you must have thought I just said IASC was a game changer just to please you because I am in Mysore. I will give you examples. When TI came, Texas Instruments came in 1984 or 85 to Bangalore, it was a small presence. But slowly it changed the roadmap of Bangalore, because when TI came, all other industries, MNCs felt we can also go. When we want an industry to come in a district or somewhere, we always think of anchor industry. So we say one big industry should come, then automatically it will grow. In fact, when we have written in 2000, the first IT policy of the country, the caption was TI brought in IT revolution in Karnataka. So why I said IASC was a game changer is, after that, nowhere in the country it happened. The private sector came forward to set up higher education institutions all over the state, especially Bangalore. Kasturba Medical College came in 1953 in private sector. Then RV College, BMS College, PS College. So 50, 60 JSS colleges, all 50, 60, 70-year-old institutions have come. That has changed the landscape. That's what I meant. So coming back to one policy initiative. So I will just give one statistics. The unemployment rate in this country in the uneducated sector is 3%. Unemployment rate in educated youth in this country is 30%. So we educate them and make unemployed. And unemployment in degree holders in Karnataka, this is a study conducted by Azim Premji University. They do it every year. You will be surprised, is 40%. And this is there for the last 10 years. Last 10 years they are doing the survey. Every year there is no change, 35 to 40, 45%. So why it happened? Same as Professor mentioned, theory, degree, You get highest marks, you will be happy, you will get gold medal, but you can't do anything. So biggest change we thought in the policy, as I said, district-led skilling, industry-led skilling, but all these will work only when Dr. Sadashiva Gowda said that happens. Industry and academia have to work together. Then only he is doing it in one college. But we want it to change and we have made already a framework policy to change it in the entire state. It may take 1 or 2 years, but we are making a beginning that industry and academia will work together and the skilling will be embedded in higher education.
Got that. And one industry action, probably in healthcare.
I'll just split this into 2 parts. One is when we talk of employability and talent, we always talk about what the student has learned today, and then by that time technology is moved on. So we declare them they are unemployable. Because you have trained them on certain skills and they are there, but the skills have changed, the employment or the scenery has changed. So they are not ready for that and we classify them as unemployable. So what is more important is train students who even after 10 years of their knowledge, what they have acquired now, are able to move on with the newer skill that has come. I think that mindset and that training is required when we talk of creating talent for our country, not for today. That talent should be 10 years later also, he should be able to adapt and move on with the newer thinking process. That is the first important factor. Now, when we talk of industry institution interaction, we keep talking about this, but particularly in health sector, because you talked about health sector to me, I think it is not interaction or meetings that are important. Industry institution convergence should take place. How many industries are willing to come and set up their facility inside a educational institution so they can benefit from the research scholars, benefit from this has taken place. They are immediately, that scientist, the student, everyone is approached and they are told, okay, we would like to commercialize what you have done. How do we move forward? I think this type of convergence is required, not interactions, workshops, meetings, seminars is not. They have to come and live in the academic institutions and have that. And that ecosystem is something which we are planning and creating.
Got that. So industry institution convergence will be led. All right. Point noted. One innovation or the startup action, Akshay, if you could.
Sure. In terms of the next big innovation or the unicorn that could come out of a Mysore type of place is, I would say it would be in agrotech or agri-tech. We recently had a summit of the TiCon Mysore, and there were 14, I believe there were 14 companies that were shortlisted for the sericulture. It has the right talent and the mindset, the education mindset is here. And it also has just another example which I could steal from, which was shared by Mr. Sudhir of KDEM, who's the champion of KDEM. Mysore grows tobacco. I'm not sure how many of you know this. It's growing tobacco which is world class. It is what they call the Cuban grade tobacco, which is that world class tobacco. And the size of that market is 6,000 crores. Just one of the things that happens in Mysore, which probably is one of the secrets. But imagine that the businesses that can come out of it. We'd immediately think it's a bad thing, right, to grow tobacco. But to your point, sir, tobacco is a huge resource for medical extracts, right? So there's potential in so many different aspects. And I would think it would be a med tech or an agri-tech company that would succeed.
So you will take the lead to get that started, because we are talking about actions in 12 months.
We have many doyens of industry here. We should make them rise, and maybe the Gen Z that you were talking about.
But will be led by you.
We are happy to. We are also we volunteered. A group of us have volunteered based on Mr. Mohandas Pai's charge or command to us yesterday that Mysore should have a group of leaders who come together to establish the vision for Mysore, I have volunteered and I'm proud to be with a host of others, some of whom are right here on the dais with us. We hope to enable, we would like to be enablers and make it happen and make it happen for others.
Thank you. One academic action.
One academic action that I would like to do is that to establish an AI factory in our institute. Basically, it is already almost done. And we want to train not just the students of Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, all the students of Mysore region in the AI domain. And also we want to collaborate with AI companies in the city of Mysore and Bangalore so that we can reach out to maximum number of students so that we can make them industry ready.
Let's do it the MYSORE way is what you're calling it. Nice. All right. Last one, it's a fill in the blank. By 2030, Mysore should be known for
its world-class education and research.
Bangalore is known for talent and it has outgrown itself. So by 2030, I feel that Mysore should be known for talent in Karnataka.
Yeah, I agree with that. Mysore should be known for world-class talents and also educational institutions.
I feel Mysore should be known for a great life.
Let's enjoy the life. The real opportunity for Mysore and the beyond Bangalore is therefore not supportive and being part of this important conversation. As I said, let's do it the Mysore way. Have a cheerful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Request all of you to kindly stay back because we have a milestone moment for Karnataka's emerging technology. Well, ladies and gentlemen, two major initiatives going to be launched jointly by the Cyber Security Authority, CSA, and Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KEDAM. So what we are going to do is, first of all, we'll have a video about the faculty development program, and thereafter the release will happen. Let's have the video, please. Kindly stay back, sir. We have to release the... Here, I think all three screens it will come.
And Cyber Global.
Please put the video on all three screens
educators
so that everyone will see.
with industry-led cybersecurity knowledge. Together, KDEM and Cyber Global are bridging industry and academia, transforming expertise into meaningful social impact. Hosted at MIT College of Engineering, 71 faculty members were trained in cybercrime basics, cybersecurity fundamentals, and AI security, preparing them to become trainers and change makers. Their knowledge will now reach rural institutions across the Mysore cluster, Ramanagara, Mandya, Mysore, and Chamarajanagar, empowering the next generation with cybersecurity awareness. Together, we are creating awareness, building resilience, and empowering communities to protect themselves from cyber threats. One initiative, many educators, countless lives empowered. Together, we're building a cyber-aware Karnataka.
I would now request our distinguished chair, Dr. Ramana Reddy, alongside the panel members and dignitaries from CSA, and also Ms. Satyavati Devadri and team to formally unveil, first of all, the Cyber and AI Skill Gap Report. Please come over. Wait, let them go. Give it to Ramana. As you go. Mundu. I would request the panelist, Ramana Reddy, sir, and to please come forward and first of all, unveil first the Cyber and AI Skill Gap Report, which providing actionable industry insights and a clear roadmap to bridge critical talent deficits in high-tech domains across the region. The Cyber and AI Skill Gap Report. That's the release. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That will be the rehearsal for the valedictory because we have some more great things to happen during the valedictory after this. Thank you. I would also request Dr. Ramana Reddy to launch the Agentic AI Cybersecurity course through the press of the button. which is a pioneer initiative designed to equip the next generation with cutting-edge skills in autonomous AI-driven cyber defense. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. The panelists will receive mementos from Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Dr. Ramana Reddy for chairing this particular session, and all the panelists, including the moderator, Ms. Sridevi Rugi, Dr. Sadashiv Gowda, Dr. Suresh Bojrad, and Mr. Akshay Mallappa. Thank you, Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy, and all the panelists and guests for joining us for this insightful panel and momentous launch. Request all of you to kindly get back to your seats, please, after the photograph. Will the photographer say yes? Hogboda? Ella photo tegidra? Okay. We are slowly inching towards the valedictory ceremony, but before that, please note that in Bengaluru on November 3rd, 4th and 5th, 2026, we have the Bengaluru Skill Summit after this panelist photograph. As I announced, the Bengaluru Skill Summit is going to be held November 3rd, 4th, 5th, 2026. And let's have the video, please, on all the three screens. The Bengaluru Skill Summit.
The Bengaluru Skill Summit, actually, it's a convergence of all the bright minds in the skill sector.
It's a very fantastic response, and I see a lot of different type of companies.
Fantastic initiative, bringing in industry, the technical partners.
Always I tell this, join together is the beginning, discussing together is the progress, working together is the success.
We are open for any ideas, we are open for collaboration, and also we are conducting one international job fair.
Education is no longer important. Skilling and what you can do is important tomorrow.
The Bengaluru Skill Summit is more than an event. It's a movement towards building a resilient, globally competitive and inclusive workforce for 2030 and beyond.
I would like to start by thanking the government of Karnataka for inviting Germany to be the country partner for this fantastic summit.
This is just the beginning. We look forward to welcoming more bright minds from India in the years to come.
ChatGPT may be able to give you 10 ideas for your marketing campaign in 10 minutes, but you still need a human to decide which of these ideas is good and which of these are nonsense. You need context and you need that judgment.
It gave me great pleasure to witness an historical moment, the first summit organized by...
I'm really happy that Karnataka government is thinking big time about recognition to skilled workers.
What is unique about Karnataka?
The sound of the clapping says that you're going to block your dates on November 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Nice to know that. We are all set for the valedictory function to unfold. But before that, we have with us one of the role model personalities, a Hemmeya Kannadiga, Sri Mohandas Pai, the chairman of RN Capital. Request him to kindly come over and address all of us. Please put your hands together and welcome Sri Mohandas Pai.
Folks, I'm very happy to be here today, extremely happy, because for us living in Bangalore, Mysore is extremely important. Mysore has been the capital of Karnataka, and the previous nomenclature of Mysore. It's been a model state in India. It set up universities, colleges, and many other infrastructure much ahead of any state in this country. And Mysore has been a leader, a global brand. Bangalore has become the capital of Karnataka. Bangalore has done extremely well. And living in Bangalore, we always want Mysore to do well, exceed its past glory. And today, when we spend the entire day meeting people, talking to people, looking at the extraordinary energy in this room, we are very enthused and very happy with the hope that Mysore will once again come to be a leading state, leading city of this country and of this state, because the leadership of Mysore has spoken, joined together, and the developing vision. So I want to congratulate all of you on your achievements and what you have promised and what you want to do. I would urge all of you to come together and develop a vision for Mysore and work to achieve the vision. Go to your political leaders and demand the kind of infrastructure that you need. Democracy is a system of competitive lobbies. We need a lobby for Mysore. We need a lobby, and Mysore citizens have to join together. It was such an extraordinary place. When I came here yesterday, I was going around. I saw the old Bangalore, white streets, lovely trees, fresh air. Yeah, this is a nice part of the year, not too hot, and not much traffic yet. Of course, you're going to have more traffic. All of you are going to buy 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars, 5 cars, and all that is going to happen. But such good people. A Kannadiga is a wonderful person, always welcoming, a bit too welcoming, I guess. We got everybody coming to Bangalore, and I'm sure they're going to come here. But what is important for you to accept your future as belonging to you, coming together, working for it, and planning. In 1997, B.V. Naidu set a group of people, which included Kiran Mazumdar Shah and me, and we drafted the first set up IT.com. We set up the triple IT coming out of the policy. Then for the next 25, 30 years, we all worked together. 4 or 5 people to work with the government, create the brand, write the policy, and spend a lot of time creating community, getting people together. Avinash is a part of that. So many of you are a part of that. And we all brought together because we wanted this dream of developing our city. Now, all of you should work together to develop the team. And that's the only thing that will happen. And don't wait for some messiah to come from outside and tell you what to do and to make it work for you, because it's not going to happen. What will happen is local leadership has to come together. And I'm very happy today that local leadership has to come together. And everybody is here. Ramana Reddy, B.V. Naidu, Sanjeev, they're all going to help you. They're all going to be your ambassadors in Bangalore. 20% of your time for community. Please spend 20% of your time for the community. Because the community develops, all of us develop. And this will be your legacy. You're all business leaders. 10 years later, you should ask yourself, what have you done with your life? You've been successful. You made a lot of money, right? All of you have made a lot of money. But what about your town? What about your community? And the biggest challenge for all of us living in India is, where are the jobs for our young people? If all your children leave Mysore and go, if all young people leave Mysore and go elsewhere because there are no jobs, what will happen to the city in 20 years? Look at Kottayam today. Big place, big bungalows, people 70, 75, alone or with their spouse, waiting for the children to come who never come, waiting for the phone to ring, which never rings, falling ill, passing away with nobody in sight. Is that the life we want? That's not the life we want. We want a very vibrant society. And for a vibrant society, young people are the future. You must create jobs for them. You must create a great quality for life for them. And they must feel they want to stay here, grow their career. Because everybody wants to grow their career like we grew our career. They want to grow their career. The future is so bright. There's so many opportunities. When we started working, there are not many opportunities. Now so many opportunities. Capital is available. The world is a market. Everything is growing, and you are in the heart of technology. So many good technology people are here. So many startups are here. And you are got the big asset of Bangalore. I was telling BV, Mysore is like Palo Alto and Cupertino to San Francisco. Right? Palo Alto and Cupertino are hubs of innovation. Mysore is a hub of innovation. 2.5 hours to go by the expressway. And very soon the peripheral road is connected to the Dundee Road and Bellary Road. You go to the airport in 2.5 hours of action. And all of us are there to help you. And we will come here every year to applaud you, to wish you all the best, and ask you how many jobs did you create for young people? How much investment did you bring in? What is it you have done? How much of patents you have got? How much of infrastructure you have created? Please do that. And that should be the future. And now all the leaders of Mysore are met together. They got a 10-point points of action. Your chief minister is expected to come here within the next 30 days. Ramana, you must get him here to inaugurate the GTC. And when he comes, he must announce what he's going to do for Mysore, because you have gone to him before that, given him a program and said, we want this for Mysore. And he's your chief minister, demand of him. He'll give it to you. And invest. And stand up for yourself. We are a democracy. Expectations of all of you. We'll be watching. Sanjeev is going to take a review meeting every week. Right, Sanjeev? Every Friday afternoon is going to take a 1-hour meeting. And you're going to make all those things happen. And you're going to talk to me every month and tell me what happened. Yes. Thank you very much. And I look forward to all of you leading. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As usual, motivating and inspiring. I would request Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy to please come over and give a memento to... It's a memento with you.
Yeah. Ramana is our IT secretary, a wonderful man. Always friendly, always helpful, always there for us, treating us with a smile and helping us. Thank you, Ramana.
Sir, goes to... The name says it all, Ramana Reddy. So give a round of applause, and thank you, Shri Mohan Das.
Very proud of Ramana Reddy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. We now straight away head towards the final leg of the action-packed day. It is time to reflect on the key outcomes, partnerships, and milestones achieved across our various sessions. It's my pleasure to welcome the dignitaries on stage. I would request Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy to please come back, Chairman, Karnataka Skill Development Authority. Mr. Peter Winter Schmidt, Consul General of Denmark in Bengaluru. Mr. Peter, hearty welcome to you, sir. Mr. Bhaskar Verma, Regional Director of NASCOM. Mr. B.V. Naidu, Chairman of KEDEM. Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, the CEO of KEDEM, and also Mr. Vinayak Hegde, the host, the VP and delivery head of Infosys. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for all the dignitaries. Hearty welcome to all the dignitaries. I would now request the Vice President of Beyond Bengaluru KDM, Mr. Chetan Dikshit, to please come over here and give us an insight into the event impact highlights. Please put your hands together for Mr. Chetan Dikshit, moving around like Mercury since morning.
Thank you, sir. First of all, good evening, everyone. And we are at the end of the 2-day extravaganza what we had in Mysore. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I'll not take much of the time, but it's important for us to also say what we have achieved in the last 2 days. And it's, it's so heartening to see all of you coming across the different places on the country, and also the local Mysore leaders who owned up and delivered and supported us. So it's been a fantastic 2 days journey for KDM. And maybe I'll just, it's so exciting to see, we have crossed 1,000 delegates this today, in 1 day. This is our today's data, the 1,200 delegates who have come. And again, this year we had actually tried to restructure the entire, how we would like to do the big tech show. The whole idea is, how we can add more value, how we can create value, how we can, further elevate everyone's, in aspiring the entire cluster targets and also our individual business owners thing. And we had 250 startups participated. This is fantastic. I mean, in Mysore, hosting 250 excellent startups of technology field itself is something, fantastic. And 60 plus speakers. And more importantly, first time in the history of, Mysore and the Big Tech Show, we have crossed 100 plus exhibitors coming and talking and, the entire, sharing excellent insights and, the networking, which has opportunities. And this time we also had 20 plus sessions with 9 parallel sessions, which again, more interesting, kept everyone busy on the toes. We were always, asked that where is the session happening, which session, which room, it's fantastic to know. And then 40 plus VCs participated in the last 2 days. So 40 plus VCs came across the regions, Bangalore to other regions, thanks to all our partners who supported us in bringing. And also we also had local family officers and VCs participating from the Mysore region also. And as always, global participation is something which we already, we cherish and we would like to continue. We had 6 international partners participated at different capabilities. And, we had 2 consul generals of 2 important nations, the France and the Denmark, participating in this Big Tech Show event. And I'm sure all of you know Beyond Bengaluru Blue, which is again a flagship event of startup pitching to the VCs. This again, another record we have probably, broken in this edition is 100. Mysore is the center of attraction for the last 2 days. And we never moved out of Mysore as the focus area. So that made it more special for all of us. And Mysore is a very, very important cluster for all of us at KDM and the Department of Electronics ITBT. And also, I would like to just take a couple of more minutes to showcase what happened. While I just mentioned the summary of what happened, this is the blue. We had the VCs, we had the participants, the top 10 startups were shortlisted and participated, and top 3 fundable startups. We are eager to hear from the top 3 winners. Our VC panel has suggested. And then more importantly, again, this time we did a GCC Yatra. It's very important for us to also host and experience Mysore was the theme for us. We had 11 GCC leaders traveling from Bangalore and the other metros to Mysore. They spent entire 2 days with us, yesterday and today. And, we've been getting overwhelming response on the experience of the Mysore. And then we also had VCs. So similar to GCC, we also, wanted to experience VCs to experience how tech-led ecosystem is gaining traction and what's the power of startups of the clusters. So we had, and then we also made an exclusive, experience of Mysore, Palace to Mysore Park to, the bird sanctuary to the evenings, the business meetings. So everything was covered for the yatras. And more importantly, yesterday evening, we had a fantastic CXO roundtable. Again, more than 100, 120 leaders joined us. And it was, we were also very equally excited to host Dr. Ajay Kumar, who is the chairman UPSC and the former defense secretary amongst us. And he spent entire evening with us, sharing insights and also learning about MYSORE. And also we thank Dr. Manjula, who is the secretary of Department of Electronics ITBT, also being with us, along with our chairman, industry anchors, leaders, and everyone. And also today, we also did a policy outreach, thanks to Bharat and team and the entire KDM team, which mobilized this policy outreach. Exclusive. It was a very important knowledge dissemination session, which we did as a policy outreach for the startups. And then, in the innovation track, which happened in the main hall, this is the MG hall, we had various back-to-back startup-related event which was happening. We also had the innovation ecosystem, where a fintech, we had representatives from IIM Bangalore, NSR Cell, talking about the opportunities of fintech and the ecosystem, and the kind of incubation and the support which is doing. And it was moderated by Shloka, and Bharat from the KDM led this initiative for us. Similarly, we also had 6 Center of Excellences participating today, sharing what great work each Center of Excellence is doing and what opportunity lies for all the MYSORE innovation ecosystem to leverage. We have NSR Cell, Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, we had ASL, which is an IIT alumni center, we had from Art Park, and also we had Abhay. So we had leaders also joining virtually, from the Europe, on talking about the IP, trademark, the kind of the mediation, what happens in terms of any innovation ecosystem. So those were covered extensively in the European market. Then we had a cybersecurity intelligence. There was a CXO. There was another parallel round session which was happening. It was chaired by Satyavati Devdari, and again it was moderated by our industry leaders, Banu and the team, and Vaishak from KDM, supported this. Again, there were 25 CXOs of cybersecurity areas were present, and there's so much of discussion with respect to the impact. Social impact was the focus of this in cybersecurity was covered. And then another, again, an interesting track this year we brought in the company secretaries together. One, for the 2 reasons. One, we wanted to showcase, how the cluster is offering today, and also learn from the company secretaries in terms of accelerating the tech ecosystem. And, it was very important to talk about the role of governance, compliance, and other things for the innovation ecosystem and entrepreneurs. So company secretaries session was also conducted. And then we had the CHRO roundtable. It was chaired by Dr. Ramana Reddy sir, and again, Shubho Mehta from the KDM supported, coordinated, along with 45 to 50 participants participated today. And in fact, this was so overwhelming, we had to change the venue at the last minute. That's the kind of, impact, the sessions have given for all of us. And then also another session of electronics manufacturing market entry roadmap, which is again key because MYSORE is a very important electronics manufacturing or ESDM cluster for us. So there was a focused discussion, and we were joined by Selva Kumar sir, Principal Secretary of C&I Department, very actively engaging in this. And again, it was chaired by Sanjeev Keskar. We had Ashok Chandak sir, we had Mr. Professor Marco Ray, we had Niju, we had Ajay, again leading from the KDM perspective, along with a lot of other important leaders, and GCCs. It's again, one of our theme of yesterday's conversation was how can we make MYSORE a GCC hub. So we continued our focus and conversation from last evening to again, today, this afternoon. Again, Sudhanva sir was chairing the session along with Sanjeev ji, and then Bhaskar Verma, who is also a regional director of NASCOM, was leading this conversation in our thing. And from Samir from our KDM, who leads our IT GCC vertical, was instrumental to bring in all this conversation and drive this entire conversation. Again, it's all focused on MYSORE, MYSORE ecosystem. And then another very important focus, we wanted to bring in all the district chambers and how the district chambers can add value value to the ecosystem. When I say ecosystem, it's two-way, how chamber can support the tech industry, similarly how the tech can also help the MSME. So that was something which, deliberated. And again, there were 27 to 30 participants across 5 to 6 district chambers. So when I say district chambers, not just from Mysore, we had district chambers represented from various other districts like Shimoga, Chitradurga, and various other districts. Participants came here. They are also exploring Mysuru, and also the last 2 days. Local to global, there was another Netherlands, France, and the Denmark. There were various opportunities which was explored, and the knowledge was shared in terms of how our ecosystem can leverage these local to global as a concept. And again, it was chaired by Mr. Bhaskar Kalale, moderated by Vasant Shetty, and Sudhir from KDM was looking after to this session. And this is something which we did. And more importantly, listening from a masterclass from Mr. Mohandas Pai, understanding, and speaking, spending almost an hour or more time only with Mysuru industry leaders, talking about how Mysuru and what should be our responsibility, what should we give back. That's the kind of what are the possibilities? These were the participate in each of our sessions, making it enriching, and we have taken up notes and homework for all of us at KDM and all the the local industry ecosystem. And we would like to come back, and we are always here to support any ecosystem for anything for this Mysuru cluster. So thank you, Manila.
Thank you, Mr. Chitin Dikshit, for telling us more about the Mysuru strength. Dhanyavadagalu. Now it's time to listen to the words of wisdom of the dignitaries on the dais. First of all, I would request the Consul General of Denmark in Bengaluru, Mr. Peter Winter Schmidt, to please come over here and address all of us. Yeah, put your hands together. Huh? Before he takes over, I would request Sri Munna Prasad Thakur, Chief General Manager, Network 4, Commercial Clients Group, CCG. So please put your hands together. Munna Prasad Thakur ji, swagat. He has come with his team, which we'll call them later, but right now you come over, sir. It's over to you, sir.
I'm audible, yeah. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and indeed an honor to be here today at the Big Tech Show in Mysuru and addressing you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission and the organizers for bringing together such an impressive group of entrepreneurs, industry leaders, investors, researchers, and policymakers. I'd like to give a special thank you to Mr. Naidu and Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta for inviting me here today. Events like this are proof that innovation and partnerships do not happen in isolation. They happen when people come together, when ideas meet expertise, when research meets entrepreneurship, and when ambition meets opportunity. And that is exactly what we are seeing here in Mysuru. Denmark's relationship with India, in fact, did not begin with software or startups. It began almost 400 years ago, in 1620, when Danish traders established a small settlement in Tranquebar on the Tamil Nadu coast and built Fort Dansborg. It was by any measure a modest outpost, but it planted something that has quietly grown ever since, a habit of Danes and Indians finding reasons to work together. Today, instead of spices and cotton, we trade in quantum algorithms and clean energy solutions, which one could argue is a considerable upgrade. For many years, Karnataka has been recognized as one of India's leading technology and Karnataka's remarkable journey, witnessing its emergence as one of India's leading technology and innovation hubs, driven by world-class talent, researchers, and innovators. Its startup ecosystem is among the most dynamic in the world, but what makes it truly special is the depth of institutions that support innovation, from world-class research institutions like IISc IIT Bangalore to innovation platforms such as CCamp, and leading universities producing the next generation of entrepreneurs and researchers. Denmark believes the approach the government of Karnataka has towards external partners and not least to the Danish partnership. This is why we are excited about initiatives such as the upcoming visit of startups from Denmark's Bioinnovation Institute, where we hope to expose them to Karnataka's vibrant life sciences and technology ecosystem. Our collaboration also continues through the Global Innovation Alliance, a key technology diplomacy platform driven by the government of Karnataka to connect Bengaluru's technology ecosystem with innovation hubs across more than 40 countries worldwide. Denmark has been proud to participate in this platform through the Bengaluru Tech Summit, using it as an important opportunity to connect with startups, entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators from Karnataka and around the world. Platforms such as these play an important role in strengthening international connections, helping global ecosystems exchange knowledge, build relationships, and create opportunities for future collaboration. Another important bridge that we have been building is through our partnership with Tech Barbecue, Denmark's largest tech summit, where we support an initiative called the Nordic India Startup Summit. Last year, Karnataka made history with its first ever pavilion at Tech Barbecue in Copenhagen, where the Information Tech and Biotech Ministry, ITBT, brought a delegation of 10 startups from the state. This year, we are looking forward to an even stronger Karnataka presence with more than 25 startups expected to participate, creating opportunities for investment, partnerships, and market access in Denmark and across the Nordic region. But there can be no innovation without some important elements. Innovation requires more than ideas. It requires capital, mentorship, and access to networks. One area where we see enormous potential is building stronger bridges between Danish and Indian investors. Denmark has a strong venture ecosystem with growing focus on deep tech, sustainability, and life sciences, while Karnataka offers talent and a pipeline of innovative creating value today. As mentioned before, there are about 200 Danish companies in South India, of which 40 have an established presence in Karnataka, contributing to areas such as advanced manufacturing, healthcare, engineering, logistics, and sustainable technologies. Global Danish companies such as Maersk, Novo Nordisk, Novonesis, Grundfos, and others have built operations in Karnataka, including technology research and development and global capability centers that serve markets around the world. These companies are not only investing in India, but are also integrating Karnataka's talent and expertise into their global operations. Beyond Bengaluru, Danish companies are also finding opportunities. Companies such as EG, which has established a presence in Karnataka through its largest offshore center in Mangalore, demonstrate the growing potential for Danish businesses to engage with the emerging innovation ecosystems beyond the traditional technology centers. What makes Karnataka particularly attractive is not only its entrepreneurial spirit and infrastructure, but its people, its highly skilled workforce. The state's strong educational institutions, deep pool of engineers, researchers and technology professionals, and culture of innovation have created an environment where companies can grow, develop new solutions, and compete globally. Karnataka's engineers, researchers, and entrepreneurs are contributing not only to India's growth story, but also to global innovation. While we speak about Danish companies have found opportunities in Karnataka, it is equally important to highlight that Denmark offers significant opportunities for Indian companies looking to expand internationally. Denmark may be a small country with a population of just about 6 million people, but our size has always encouraged us to look outward and collaborate globally. Today, Denmark is one of the most competitive and innovative economies in the world. In the International Institute for Management Development, the IMD, competitive ranking of 2026, Denmark is ranked among the top economies globally, including the first place in business efficiency and among the highest ranking for infrastructure and government efficiency. Oh, and by the way, we are also the happiest nation in the world. For Indian companies looking to expand internationally, Denmark offers a stable, transparent, and innovative-driven business environment. As part of the European Union, Denmark provides a gateway to European markets supported by strong infrastructure, world-class research institutions, and a highly skilled workforce. Denmark's economy is built around areas where we see strong synergies with Karnataka, including AI, life sciences, healthcare, clean technologies, quantum, advanced manufacturing, and logistics. Our innovation ecosystem is supported by leading universities, strong research environments, and close collaboration between industry and academia. But beyond rankings and statistics, what makes Denmark attractive is the way we work. We combine a highly educated workforce with a culture built on trust, collaboration, and innovation. This creates an environment where companies can develop new technologies, attract global talent, and build solutions with international impact. For Karnataka startups, scale-ups, and companies looking towards Europe, Denmark can serve as a strategic entry point, not only to access the Nordic region, but to connect with the wider European ecosystem. In conclusion, the future will belong to ecosystems that know how to collaborate. Denmark and Kannada may be different in size and geography, but we share the same belief that innovation happens when people, ideas, and opportunities come together. We know that the biggest challenges of our time cannot be solved by one sector or by one country alone. Whether we are talking about AI, digital transformation, climate solutions, healthcare innovation, or advanced manufacturing, the solutions of tomorrow will require international collaboration. And this is where I believe that the relationship between Denmark and India, in particular between Denmark and Karnataka, has enormous potential. 400 years ago, that relationship began with a small fort on the Tamil coast. Today, it is quantum computers, clean tech, and startup pavilions in Copenhagen. I look forward to continuing this journey together and seeing where the future takes us. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, several areas of common interest between Denmark and India in general.
We are definitely running late. There are a few messages which I thought I will just cover it up here. I don't know how many of you have noticed there's a hashtag, Do It Mysore Way. It's not only the hashtag, I think this is how we should start thinking, and that's the mindset we have to build. And the reason why I'm saying this, we had multiple discussions since yesterday. Everyone was talking about hub and spoke, Bangalore, Mysore, Mangalore. But are we really looking for an alternative of Bangalore being a Mysorean here? I think the answer is definitely no. The brand what we have to create, and we all have to create together, is brand Mysore, not the alternative of brand Bangalore. And that's something which is very, very important. I think we all should focus on this. And the competition is not with Bangalore, to be very honest. The competition is all across India with all the different regions. While we are only talking about Bangalore, the thing is, if you go to any of the other states, any other region, whether I'm talking about government of Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Bihar, Chandigarh, Chhattisgarh, everyone comes to Bangalore and they want some pie from Bangalore. So that's the reality at this point in time. So my only request from each one of you is think the Mysore way, how we can do it. And let's not think about if some share will come from Bangalore. So that's the mindset. That's my only request from you. The other piece which I wanted to cover up is Chetan has definitely talked about different numbers. It's amazing, and thanks to Mr. Naidu and Sanjeev Gupta, the way what I have seen, at least I have attended last four Technovanza, and now the name has changed to a Mysore Big Tech Show. Earlier, if I remember, it was around 400 to 500 people, now 1,200, and that's the force combining together, and that's the reality in Mysore. So a big congratulations to Sanjeev and Mr. Naidu, what they have done. I will just leave you with one message from NASSCOM. We have spoken about talent, we have spoken about skills. There are platforms wherein NASSCOM is working very closely with MITI on Future Skill Platform. It's a completely free platform to each and every citizen. Please go and look at it. And the last piece, because this is very important, I thought I will just share this while we are working it internally with KDEM. Everyone has spoken about awareness, the best kept secret of Mysore. Very soon, and Sanjeev, this is what we have discussed, within few weeks, that secret will be in public in terms of creating the awareness. Already KDM has done a fantastic job. All the numbers are there, but putting it together, packaging it together, and put it and publish it for everyone to create the awareness. So that's what we are working on. All the best. And I'm sure we will do it in the Mysore way. Thank you very much.
NESCOM is always there for the support for the growth and development of the overall industry. Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar Verma. Well, you would all agree with me that Infosys has always been a great host. And we have the head here, VP and Delivery Head, Mr. Vinayak Hegde. I would request Mr. Vinayak Hegde to tell us more about the host, how was the experience and things like that. So a little bit of Zara Hatke. So put your hands together for Mr. Vinayak Hegde.
Good evening, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and all the esteemed audience here. I think it's a great honor for Infosys Mysore to host this Mysore Big Tech Show. The third time, the hat-trick time that we are hosting in our campus. So thanks to Mr. B.V. Naidu, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, and all the KDM leadership to really get this here to our campus. It's definitely a pride moment for all of us here. In fact, Mr. Mohandas Pai also was talking about, in the other auditorium that we had, about creating the brand Mysore, right? I think brand Mysore is already there to a certain extent. And I think thanks to government of Karnataka, NASCOM, KDM, and all the dignitaries and all the local entrepreneurs as well, who are taking the center stage and then taking it global. I think Susanna sir is also sitting here. So I think what is important for all of us is to really make sure that we create more and more Infosys within Mysore. And I think Infosys is one name where we can all talk about. In Mysore, 25 years ago, we started here and then we scaled up to this size. I'm sure there will be more coming in. In fact, I reached Mysore around 1 o'clock today. I was in Europe for the last 10 days. Before traveling to Europe, I asked my client, I'm coming to Europe, a few countries that I visited there. Then I asked my client, I'm coming here, and what do you want from Mysore? What do you want me to pick up? And then that CXO client said, next time, what do you want to buy? She said, I want to buy Mysore silk saree, right? And then we went for an Indian restaurant dinner that day. And then I asked her, what do you want to order? She said, anything Indian is fine. And then she asked, looked at the menu and said, I want to order Mysore masala dosa to start with. Right? I think that brand is already there to many things. I mean, Mysore sandal soap to, Mysore masala dosa, Mysore pak, Mysore mallige, Mysore palace, and also Mysore Infosys. I think a lot of people all over the world also know about that. I think what is important for all of us is, creating brands together to bring together a storyline and narrative, what really makes Mysore very special. I think in the other auditorium, we talked about, 10 different things that we would do for Mysore, retaining the talent, bringing the talent, and, creating the ecosystem where companies come here and start, and all of that. I think KDM definitely is taking a very large, very big initiative here to make this happen. And all the entrepreneurs here and all the local bodies and everybody is supporting. And Infosys being the host the last 3 years, as I said, it's a great opportunity for us also to really support the ecosystem and really take this journey forward. Special thanks to, Mr. Sanjeev for, heading this KDM and, driving this very effectively for growing Mysore. I asked him actually which other cluster is doing better, and he told me the answer, but I am sure the next year, if I ask the same question to him, I'm sure he will tell me that Mysore cluster is doing the best. I think that's something that we all look forward to. Even we, all of us, have some selfish interest as well. If Mysore does well in starting up more companies, growing more companies here, all of us will benefit, right? A lot of advantages in Mysore. In Bangalore or in any other tier 1 cities, when we look at it, you take a lot of time to commute and all of that. Here it is, everything is 5 to 15 minutes. Your children's school is 15 minutes, or office is 15 minutes, not more than 15 minutes. All of that. I think there are several advantages: great infrastructure, good weather, And why not? I think, it can be the back office for a lot of GCCs who are in Bangalore. Definitely, I think the effort is on. I take this opportunity to really wish all of us very well in growing Mysore ecosystem. Next time around, I was telling Sanjeev that next time around, I think today itself, this auditorium is full. MG auditorium with the capacity of more than 400 is full. I'm sure when next time, I think he was telling me that totally about 1,400, including all the KDM staff and everywhere this year. Next year, I'm sure it will be around 2,000 figure. So this auditorium is not enough. And we will have another bigger auditorium for KDM and this event to get organized, and wish you all the very best for next year as well. Thank you very much thanks for coming to Mysore Infosys and really making this event very, very successful. Thank you.
Mr. Vinayak Hegde was mentioning about Mysuru Mallige, Mysuru Peta. 5,000 koti, 5,000 crores earmarked specifically for the ESDM electronic system design and manufacturing sector to fuel tech innovation and regional enterprise growth. To mark this landmark alliance, we request the leadership of SBI and KDM to step forward for the official MOU exchange between SBI and KDM. I would also like to call upon Shri Munna Prasad Thakurji is already here. I would like to call upon Shri Chi Venkatagiri, General Manager, CCG Regional Office, Bengaluru, Shri NVR Prasad, Deputy General Manager, Commercial Branch, Bengaluru, Shri Neeraj Kumar, Assistant General Manager, Commercial Branch, Bengaluru, and Shri Ashu Saxena, Assistant General Manager, Commercial Branch, Bengaluru. Wait. Go to the center. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this transformative partnership that directly empowers our tech and electronics ecosystem. The collaboration which would probably shape the future of Mysuru cluster. Thank you very much. Before we move further, I would request Shri Munna Prasad Thakurji, Chief General Manager, to kindly say a few words on the occasion. Devi aur Sajjano, swagat kijiye Shri Munna Prasad Thakur.
Good evening, all. In the industry which you are actively involved in, we have done in the past, we are currently also doing and will continue to do in future as well. And being the bankers to the nation, as our tagline goes, certainly this industry where the future lies for India will definitely be there. 5,000 crore, as has been reported, is the beginning only. Maybe as the size and operation grows, our management will definitely look at committing even more to support this interest. I wish all of you.
Any bank has come forward, earmarked rupees for ESDM segment to promote, to support, and make it happen. This is the first time, and I wish SBI partnership more stronger with us, not only for the ESDM, we have many miles to go forward onto this. So thank you so much and congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Munna Prasad Thakur and Mr. Sanjeev Gupta. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to give us a data-driven look into regional human capital, there is a landmark report which is going to be officially released, which highlights Mysoru's rise as Karnataka's second largest talent hub, home to a 90,000 strong professional workforce, a thriving 37% female talent participation, and over 44,000 experienced professionals actively looking to move and build their careers right here. We are going to release the Cluster Talent Report by Exfino. To officially launch the Mysuru Cluster Talent Report, please welcome on stage Mr. Kamal Karan, the co-founder of Exfino. Mr. Kamal Karand, please come over for this release in the presence of all the dignitaries. A huge round of applause for this great statistics. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the felicitations, some of the awards which will be given away. We celebrate blue winners out of 100 plus applications evaluated through a rigorous screening and pitching process by a panel of 12 plus premier VCs. 3 exceptional startups have emerged at the top. I'm going to call the 3 names now. First name which I'm going to call is Mrs. Deshila Research Private Limited. Please come over and receive the certificate. I would request the dignitaries to kindly do the honors. Deshila Research Private Limited. And receive the certificate. Two winners congratulating one another. One has got the certificate, the other one is going to get some. Congratulations to Malmead Research Foundation. Congratulations. And the third name which I'm going to read out is MYSORE Minds Technologies LLP. MYSORE Minds. Mysore na Manassu. Please come over, sir. The team is coming over here. They are all the blue winners. A huge round of applause for all the blue winners. They have emerged victorious from more than 100 plus applications. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all the winners. Next, we will celebrate the flagship Elevate program, the Department of IT and BD's premier Idea 2 POC grant, providing early stage startups across sectors with up to 50 lakh rupees in non-dilutive funding to build and scale their groundbreaking innovations. This year, the impact expands further with 4 specialized calls across Elevate, Unnati, Aspire and Shakti. And also Elevate Next with funding scaling up to rupees 1 crore for deep tech startups. We are indeed thrilled to have 14 exceptional startups from Mysore who have emerged as Elevate winners in this edition. Out of the 14, we are going to call, in the interest of time, 7 who are present here. First of all, I would like to call upon Bar Brew Entertainments. All the 7 I'm going to call in the interest of time. Bar Brew Entertainments, CMX Organics Private Limited, but nobody is clapping when I'm calling out the names. DX Biotics, Igya Earth Private Limited, Kalpavrushti Cocoa Foods, Q-Axis Motors, and Vruksh Innovations. Elevate, probably they're accessible today, and maybe a few years down the line, you may have to take appointments to meet all these guys. Please come over. Put your hands together for Bar Brew Entertainments, CMX Organics Private Limited, DX Biotics, Igya Earth Private Limited, Kalpavrushti Cocoa Foods, Q-Axis Motors, and Vruksh Innovations. All of them will come over and get the congratulatory shake hands from the dignitaries and have a photograph with all of them. Bani Bega Bani. Request the photographers to wait for 2-3 seconds. There are some more winners coming. Thank you very much. We request the Elevate winners, Babru Entertainments, CMX Organics Private Limited, DX Biotics, Igya Earth Private Limited, Kalpa Vrishti, Coco Foods, Q Axis Motors and Brooks Innovations to get back to the seats. Thank you very much. Dhanyavadagal. Request all the dignitaries to please be seated for a moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a very, very special unannounced moment on today's agenda. You would all agree with me that excellence often happens quietly behind the scenes, but today we want to bring extraordinary effort into the spotlight. We have a special recognition award to honor an individual whose leadership, vision, and dedication have made an indelible mark on our ecosystem. To reveal the identity of this distinguished recipient and the special award, I request Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, the CEO of KDM, to please come over here and take the stage and announce the winner. Mr. Sanjeev Gupta.
Very good evening, friends. We were thinking around that in the last 4-5 years, what we have observed in across the clusters is there are gentlemen, there are ladies who has been showing more like a lighthouse and showing the way the businesses, entrepreneurship, attracting more community towards one side and one goal. We have seen many of these great leaders coming forward and showing the results. We thought time has come to put together a recognition award. And what else that we can do is, the new name that we came out is called as Transformation Digital Industries or Digital Economy. And I think the one who we're looking at is very well deserved. Let my colleague Sudhir share details on that. But I can't stop Sudhir, I will take the name, right? And you will talk about it a little better. None other than my own. I look at him like a wall and I say, I get inspiration from him. And that's the true words. He always says, Sanjeev ji, aap kuch zyada bol dete ho. But the fact is, it still remains as my heart. None other than the greatest leader that we have seen here, Mr. Sudhanwa ji. Most welcome, most awarded, most prestigious, most lightning, most energetic, and our lighthouse. We welcome you on the stage, sir.
Bachelor degree in Instrumentation Technology Engineering from the University of Mysore, a Master of Science in Computer Engineering from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, USA, and a Master's degree in Engineering Management from the University of Mysore. Early in his career, he worked with Worcester Polytechnic Institute and MIT's Lincoln Laboratory before returning to India to work with Kirloskar Electric and Wipro Infotech. He founded ExcelSoft, a global leader in technology-enabled education, learning, and assessment solutions. Under the leadership, ExcelSoft Technologies Limited has built a strong international presence with over 1,100 professionals across Mysore, Noida, and Hyderabad, and operates over 20 countries, including India, USA, and UK, and Singapore. ExcelSoft is one of the few companies from Mysore who have been listed in the stock market. Very recently, they had a very successful IPO, and Shri Sudhanwa has also served as the senior consultant to World Bank and advised UNICEF, as well as multiple World Bank funded infrastructure and governance projects, particularly in MIS and GIS driven decision support systems. Passionate about K-12 education, he founded Excel Public School, known for its constructivist, experimental, and innovation-driven learning model. An active industry leader and a mentor, he has held key positions in CII, TIE, the Institute of Engineers, the Computer Society of India, the Mysore IT Forum. He has served on governing councils and academic and technology boards of several universities and institutions, including JSS Institution, the NIE Society, and the University of Mysore, amongst others. He has authored several research publications in image processing and computer-assisted learning. Sri Sudanwa Dhananjaya lives in Mysore, and his wife is Srimati Lajpati Sudanwa, daughter Srimati Shruti Sudanwa, son-in-law Mr. Adarsh Sudindra, grandchildren Akshaj and Akshara. For those who are not aware, every driver test in UK that is taken is done on Excelsoft platform. All the NEET, all the GMAT, and other global tests that are done under Excelsoft platform. Every day they run 1.5 million tests from MYSORE.
Digital Titan 2026 Mysore cluster. I think we should all give a standing ovation. Please, all of you stand up, and they fully deserves a standing ovation. Well, Mr. Sudanwa Dhananjaya might have had several felicitations, but today's felicitation, I'm pretty sure he'll not forget. It's both emotional and, of course, motivating for every delegate who have participated here. A few words. Irli sir, Mysore Peta jotene matadi. Mokshagundam Vishweshwaraya is known for that, and that Peta also suits you, sir.
Thank you very much. I know I'm not a man of few words. I did get to speak quite a lot over the last 2 days, but this is an overwhelming occasion. Thank you so much for choosing me for this award. Thank you all, sir, and thank you to my team, my colleagues, my friends, my family, for making this happen, and all the stars here who I've known for more than 20 years. Thank you, sir, for your support at various points in time for me to get to this place. Thank you so much. Thank you all for this. Thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations to the Digital Titan 2026 Mysore cluster, Mr. Sudhanwa Dhananjaya. Abhinandanegalu, sir. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Before the vote of thanks, I would request the chairman, Mr. B.V. Naidu, to say a few words on the occasion as a conclusion. And after that, we'll have vote of thanks, and then we can head back to our destinations. Mr. Naidu.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. See, at the end of the great event, we have, I must tell you that a lot of sense of satisfaction. Sudhanwaji, congratulations once again. And I have a special affiliation to Sudhanwa and his dad, you know. And in 1997 or 98, I met his father, and his father used to come many times. Not many of you may be knowing, his father laid the foundation for the IT industry in Mysore. And he is the one who came to our office many times and made me to start the STPI center in JSS campus. And we set up a small VSAT station to provide a connectivity to the JSS campus. Thereby, the step could able to get few of the startups in that location. You know, and today I see Sudhanwaji is just following his father's footsteps as a person who is contributing to the ecosystem at large. And he's been our cluster head for this Mysore, and he helped this the overall IT industry to grow to the current level. And you know, this time we have been doing this last evening I told you, and few years back just 20 people came for a CXO roundtable. Yesterday I saw 250 people are on the the roundtable. Most importantly, lot of energy, lot of passion, lot of aspiration. These are all the things together, I could able to see from the people who participated in the event yesterday and today. Today, I never imagined that, when our colleagues told there 1,200 people, registered for this event, 60 speakers and so many parallel sessions and fantastic, the sessions like Chetan has, shown you all. So I should congratulate, Sanjeev. I always tell this to the people. He is a person with a high energy, person with a lot of passion, and person with a lot of commitment. Congratulations. And added to that, we have an excellent team from the KDM who worked, many days to bring the overall event to the current level. Can I request all the, KDM members to stand up? Only last year, we made Chetan as the head of the vice president for the Beyond Bangalore cluster, and in a short span of the time, you have shown the difference. Cluster events in all the places. I always tell him that his hand is a golden hand, and keep it up, Dr. Ramana Reddy. And when I saw that Skill Summit video, is a fantastic video. He started another, the event, another event, Skill Summit, which is being an annual event right now. And his commitment to the clusters, commitment to the KDM, always, is there. He stands by, and of course, he gives interacts with our team and bring out the new programs, the Nipuna program, all the skill development. High energy, high passion. I never saw such events with other government, the events. So, carry this impression and also bring in more companies to this Mysore cluster as we move on. That is what expectations we have. And then Bhaskar is a board member and also a person, and he's always with us. And Bhaskar, you please continue your support to the KDM. KDM, I always say that it is by industry for industry. So that is the reason we brought in all the industry bodies into our board, as well as the cluster leaders, industry leaders into our governance. So Bhaskar, please do continue. And I talk to Dr. Thakur. And thank you very much for SBI. SBI is always with KDM, and I could see that impact what they created by creating the first startup branch in Bangalore, and which has had 1,700 startup companies are part of that, and 1,200 crores have been dispersed. Now then they started the GCC branch in Indiranagar, and today, added to that, Dr. Thakur all the way came from Mumbai to participate and interact with all of you and commit this 5,000 crores, the commitment from SBI for the ESDM industry. Thank you very much. Please do continue the kind of support. We need the partners like you. I always call KDM partners are the partners in progress. We are all contributing to the progress of the Indian economy and the digital economy. Thank you very much. And of course, our Infosys friend, Mr. Hegde, and he is always there. He is always there supporting. And this event in such a high quality ambience wouldn't have been possible without the help of Infosys. Thank you, and please continue to do that. So with all that, since yesterday you've seen several things, right? Some of the highlights we have seen that one of the major highlight was Mr. Mohandas Pai coming and energizing the local leaders. He said, unless the local leaders' commitment is there, the cluster will not grow. And within 1 hour, the 10 people stood up and they worked all the night, interacting and sharing the messages, and they came out with the 10 commandments, what they can deliver in next to 6 months to 1 year. So their responsibilities have been fixed. Ram is there? Ram, Bhaskar? I don't see them. But they are the people, and thanks to all the 10 people who came forward to that, you'll continue to carry this message back to your organizations, not only in Mysore, across the Bangalore and other places, and also make your other leaders in your companies to visit Mysore to see, experience what is happening, here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Shri B.V. Naidu, for your remarks. Before we close, I would request Mr. Sudhir Case, the Mysore cluster head, get him to please come over for the concluding remarks and words of thanks.
I take this opportunity to propose the formal vote of thanks. Firstly, I would like to thank Honorable Minister, Department of ITBT, Shri Priyank Karghe, for his continuous support. I take the opportunity to thank department. We are working very closely with the department on every aspect of whatever we are doing under KDM. I take this opportunity to also thank Department of Industries and Commerce, who have been instrumental in promoting and supporting the investment development initiatives that we are doing in the Beyond Bangalore initiative. I thank Karnataka Skill Development Authority for their continued support, and also taking the time to come to Mysore and participating in our events. So thank you, Ramna Reddy sir. I thank all the industry leaders who have been instrumental. Without them, none of this would have happened. And they have taken time off their busy schedule, committed time to work with us to develop this program. All the GCC leaders who have traveled from Bangalore to Mysore, all the leaders, all the VCs who have come from Mumbai, Chennai, the Center of Excellences who have come today from Bangalore and presented the opportunities that are available here, interacted with all our startup and innovation ecosystem. Our event sponsors, SBI, 10X, STPI, KSDA, without whom we would not be able to pull this event off. All the delegates who have taken effort to come to Mysore for all these days, for all the 2 days, and spend time with us. Our event organizer, Inside Out, Active, Consortia Media, all our print and electronic media partners, our social media partner, Munde Bani, who have been a key in terms of bringing the creativity to the event from a tad lower. So the Infosys as a host organization, as an event itself, adds charm. And everyone who has been a well-wisher of KDM, who has supported us, who have encouraged us in making this event happen. Thank you all for being with us. We look forward for you to participate with us in our upcoming events in Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad, which is happening next month, Mangalore, which is happening in September, and Kalburgi, which is happening in October. Thank you for making your time, and we'll meet again very soon. Thank you very much.
This is your host or KDM team who was there behind you. These are the members. And applause. Please stand up. Please give them an applause. Motivate them to do more. This is who you are. Lovely team. I'm so proud of you. Fantastic work. Come, others. IO team, PR team.
Can I request
IO team, PR team, where are you? Please come.
IO team to please come up on the stage. PR team, Active team. Chandru. Adarsh, Abhinav. Volunteers. Please come, guys. Come.
Quick, Adarsh.
SP. Come. Shankarji, you also please come. Volunteers. Consortia, please join. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the front line. There's also a back line who has worked day and night to make this happen. So a big round of applause to the entire team and the effort.
All of you can this on the knees. On the knees. Not punishment request.
Okay, one thumbs up for KDM. One for KDM, one for MYSORE. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
KDM team and organizers, please stay back near the stage.
Thank you, sir. We'll see you again next year. Thank you so much.
This is Gaurav 2.0.
कल फिर मिलते
Nice meeting you. We'll meet again. Whenever you're based in Delhi, I come to
कल उधर
No, this time, I made sure that I brought.
They called me, and I really appreciate taking it in such. Send me your time.
I'll send it.
Darling, how can I miss?
मेरे को दिया
First to give it.
It's only photo. Who is giving to whom we don't know. We're just holding it for the photo.
Then tomorrow morning